3 years consecutively.
We were in the negative. Now after 6 months, we are at 1.2 million in gross profit.
The gross was, at the time, was about 10 million. This year we're going to be, we're in target to do 13.3.
My actual revenue has doubled, and this year I've already doubled my income from that last year, that I'm on target to hit 15 million.
We were probably doing about $500,000 to $1 million in revenue. We went from $1 million to $3 million. Year after that, probably about 6 million, 10 million, and then last year we finished with just over 17 million.
My sales were at 2.5 million. After Cardone University, the sales jumped up to 6 million a year.
My company was making around 800,000 a year. Now we have surpassed 2 million.
Before Grant in June 2015, I was making zero. Last year we did 5 million.
We ended the year last year at 14.5 million. We're now on track to finish at 20 million for the year.
Before meeting Grant, we had did about $2.5 million in revenue. Now we're about, this year we're about to hit $4.5 million in revenue.
$2.7 million for years, and now this year we're projected to be at $3.8 million.
Before Grant, we were only doing maybe about $100,000 a year. After Grant, after making all the changes that we have made over the years, we will hit 3 million next year.
You know, from a revenue standpoint, when I first started, it was just me, and we just did 4.8 million.
Hey, welcome guys, great to have you here. So welcome. We're gonna be talking today about how to create $1 million in revenue in, and I can't see the screen, Johnny, so I'd like to see if I'm in frame here. $1 million of revenue in 90 days is what we're gonna show you how to do today. This is gonna be a rock show. It's gonna be fast, it's gonna be furious, and I guarantee you if you follow along, pay attention, and keep your head in the book that you have. Where did they get the book from, Jared? Jared Glenn over here, by the way, Vice President of Cardone Training Technologies. Super guy right here, always here to help you and support you. I got a big staff here, a couple hundred employees that want to work with you, help you, support you in hitting this $1 million target. Now, look, if you're making no money right now, $1 million seems impossible. And if you're making $1 million right now, adding $1 million seems impossible. If you're doing 10 or 15 or $20 million and you're like adding $1 million, you're not even interested. You're like, dude, I want to you probably want to grow, or you want to stay where you're at. Today, we're gonna show you how to grow, okay? I can't show you how to stay where you're at because here's a fact of life, and I promise you I'm gonna get in the book, and there's gonna be no more ad-libbing after this one line, okay? For those of you who, whatever you're doing right now, if you wanna stay flat, just understand that line cannot stay flat. It's impossible. I have a better chance of teaching you how to go down, but you don't need me for that. You can do that by yourself. Some of you are doing an unbelievable job at that. What we want to do is we want to drive this line up, okay? So whether this line right now is $0, $10,000, you're making $1 million right now, we want to drive the line vertical, and that's your revenue line. I say spend 95% of your time focused on income and 5% of your time managing your money. If you do that, you will get rich, okay? So hopefully you have a workbook in front of you. Jared, where do they get the workbook? It should look like what?
Yeah, it should be in your email. It's a PDF that came to your email.
Okay, PDF, they download it? What do they do with it?
Yep, download it. Make sure they download it to the computer before they start filling it out. Because if you don't download it to your computer first and you just fill it out on the website when you open up the file, when you try to save it at the end of the event, you're gonna lose everything that you put into there. So it's an interactive workbook. Make sure you download it to your desktop and then reopen the file and start working out of the file from there. But it's interactive so you can fill in the blanks right in the document.
Good. So, that being said, okay, make sure you download your workbook so that you can save these. We're going to show you how I took a regular, everyday guy. I grew up in Lake Charles, Louisiana, raised by a single mom. Some of you know this story. Had no money. I started with nothing. I had no credit cards, no credit worthiness. I didn't have a bank. I had no connections. I didn't have a daddy to help me. Nobody gave me a handout. Zero, I'm telling you. Like, included with all that I didn't have, I'd also ruined my reputation and my brand, whatever brand I had. People didn't trust me. I had spent 10 years just kind of messing up in life from 15 to 25 years old. At 25, I made a decision to turn my life around and start getting focused on my money, my success, my business, my brand, my reputation, so that people could trust me in life and one day, hopefully, if I did the right things, learned the right things, and executed on the right things, one day I'd have something, okay? Well, that was about 41 years ago. For 41 years, I've learned a bunch of stuff along the way. I have shared it with millions of people. I remember when I was 25 years old, me and a guy named Lee Kinney and Mike Porter, these were people that were in my life at the same level I was at, and we were just scrambling and struggling, trying to get better. And we learned together, okay? And when I'd learn something, I'd share it with them, and when they learned something, they'd share it with me, and then we'd try it, and then we'd talk about it. Oh my God, this is working. Anytime something worked, we got excited and we'd share it with one another, okay? And that's what today's really about. So I want to congratulate everybody for being here, for making the time on a Friday. We make this difficult, by the way. Like, why they do it on a Friday at noon? I'm at work. Good, because you're working to get whatever you got, okay? And whatever you're doing right now is not going to get you to the next level. You have to do something different. On the back, in your book that you're downloading, you probably have notes or you have a legal pad. Not everything you're going to hear from me today is in your book. But just trust this. 2 things that you should have written down already. Flat lines cannot stay flat. They go down or they go up, okay? You cannot stay stable. So if you've had the same income for the last 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, understand that line actually went down. You don't see it going down, maybe. Maybe you made 30 grand, 30 grand, 30 grand, 30 grand. You're like, I'm doing the same thing I've been doing. No, you're not. You're doing less because the money that you're collecting actually buys less, okay? You cannot stay flatlined. Second thing is, if you keep doing, these are actions, the money that you're earning right now are actions. Behind that money is an action. There's something you're doing. Did I lose?
Almost.
Okay. There's something that you're doing. We have little side bets, okay? There's something that you're doing behind the money. Your money represents an action underneath it. So again, this is not in the book, but I'm just telling you something. The money only represents an action. Money is nothing. I don't have any money in my pockets today, but if I wanted money, I would have to take some action. Jared, you got any money on you?
A little bit.
How much you got?
About
See, that's an action, right? And I could get Jared to give me some money. I didn't need to produce anything. How much you got?
I don't know.
I just, boom. So now I have some money, right? But you can't just, I can't just manifest money and say, I want money, and boom, all of a sudden it shows up in my pocket. There has to be something that happens between me and another human being. All right? We're going to show you how the actions drive the money, okay? The money is the measurement. If you're taking a bunch of action and you're not getting any money, the actions are saying, look, whatever action you're taking, I'm not paying for that action. No matter how much the action is, if they're not paying you, the action's not working, okay? We want it to move the bar, the graph. I'll be talking a lot about graphs today. So when I started 41 years ago, my board, I'm gonna show you the bubbles. Can you show the bubble graph? They see that? I didn't have any companies. I was Grant Cardone, and it was a little tiny Grant Cardone, by the way, a little 5'8" guy in Lake Charles, Louisiana, walking around with a dream. I was the only one that knew the dream. I wanted to be rich, I wanted to be famous, I wanted to have a family, I wanted to travel the world, I didn't want to have to worry about money, and I wanted to help people. I wanted to help a lot of people. I dreamed at 25 years old, even 8 years old, that I was going to write books one day, okay? But none of that happened, right? I was just this little guy. Now, over the last just 12 years, we've built all these companies. And what I'm going to share with you today is how we built these companies. Before I had a formula for success that I'm going to be sharing with you today, on page 5 of your workbook, I did everything myself. Everything was done by me, mistake. 2, my business was stuck at $36,000 a year, and I was proud of it. Okay, make a note here. Don't be grateful for what you're making. I don't care what the number is. Whatever number you're at today, do not be grateful for that number. You want to drive the number upward, okay? You could be thankful. You could be like, oh yeah, I am grateful to the degree that I'm making something, I'm not starving, but you should not be satisfied. Probably a better word, don't be satisfied with where you're at. Number 3, I was unable to delegate to anyone. I didn't trust anyone. I trusted only myself, that I was the only one that could do anything. The truth is, you can only do so much, okay? And number 4, I couldn't scale. I had no idea about how to scale, and I didn't have anybody around me that scaled. So when I was making, which for me was a tremendous amount of money, just so everybody gets everything relative. When I was making $36,000 a year, that was a tremendous amount of money for me. I was like, my God, man, I'm making $3,000 a month. My dad, most of his life, maybe up until the day he died, never made $36,000. This was a tremendous amount. When I made $78,000, and this is 40 years ago, that was I was up in the upper tier. And I was just a sales guy, but I had no place to go. I didn't have anybody around me saying, hey, why don't you add a zero to that? Like, if somebody would have told me at 28 years old, bro, just add a zero, I'd be like, what? What are you talking about? Add a zero to your zeros, okay? Grant, if you're really productive, you're one person is productive, if you added 10, if it took 10 of you to duplicate what you do, you would have 2 grants. Nobody was talking to me about scaling. Number 5. I was filled with fear and anxiety. Anytime I'd make some money, I went from 36 to 78, okay? All I would do is save the money. One of the biggest mistakes I've made in my entire career, I was talking to my wife about it this morning on the phone, I have continued to save money, even up until recently. Like, I continue to save and hoard money because I have fear and anxiety about the future. My ability to produce, my ability to scale, my ability to create, my ability to come up with new products and services. Like if any of you here can relate to the fear and anxiety of the future, am I going to be able to take care of my kids? Am I going to be able to pay the bills? Will I be able to take care of mom? What happens when I get to retirement? What if I get sick? What if I get hurt? What if I die? Just endless. Number 6. I'm frustrated and confused. I don't know where to start. I don't know what to do first. So I end up doing nothing. These are just some problems that I had. I don't know if you guys have any of these problems. Number 7, no time for family or fun. From 25 years old to 45, I was literally a single vagabond. What do they call those people that travel around the world? Nomad. What else? Gypsy. Drifter. I was a professional at it, okay? But I didn't have time for family. I didn't have time for relationships. I didn't have time for fun. I wasn't going on vacations. I was just grinding, okay? Number 8, burnout. If you keep doing that for long enough, man, a flat line's gonna burn you out, okay? I don't care if this flat line, let's say you're making $1 billion a year. And you've been making $1 billion a year for the last 10 years. It is a flat line that will burn you out. You guys do not get burned out because of work. You get burned out because you get bored with the work and it no longer has a purpose. Number 9, the opposite of that is this, the roller coaster, okay? I make $1 billion, I go broke. I make $1 billion, I go broke again, okay? I have big success, boom, I go broke, okay? That's no fun. People don't want to keep going up and down, up and down. This describes most salespeople. Most salespeople have a great month, they have a phenomenal November, and boom, December they crash. They're like, no problem, they get up in January, have a phenomenal January, next year 2026, right, 25, they have a great January, bang, they crash in February, and they're like, I gotta start all over again, okay? So those are some problems I had. Before I had a system, I did everything. I did the sales, the marketing, the operations, the finance, I did legal, that's scary, HR, even more scary. Customer service, not a problem. I was a customer service person. Delivery, I did everything, right? And I didn't want to let anybody down. Now, you cannot do this many jobs before at some point you're going to let some of these go, number 1. Number 2, you can't be good at all this stuff. So guess what I was good at? Sales, marketing, finance, customer service, and delivery. But I was terrible at operations and I was terrible at HR and legal. So I didn't have any legal, I didn't have any HR, didn't have any people, didn't have any operations. So everything fell back on me to be great at sales, marketing, finance, customer service, and delivery. So the problem with that is this, okay? I go out, I'm selling and marketing. I get money, I get $1 million, I get my $1 million, and now I gotta manage the $1 million. Oh God, I'm gonna go save the $1 million. Okay, if you save the $1 million, you now have zero because you're saving the $1 million. You didn't invest it back in the operations. Now what do I have to do? Because if you're saving money, you don't have money. Now, I don't know if any of you understand this concept, but if you're taking money that you earn from somebody else, I take this money that Jared just gave me. Now I want to save the money. Now I got to go spend some time to figure out where do I lock it up? Where do I protect it? Where do I put it? Now I'm out of money. Okay, I don't have any more money. I'm broke again. I don't want to spend that money. I want to save the money. Now I got to go hustle money again. I'm back in the sales cycle. I never scale. And that's why 91% of all businesses in America never make $1 million. Listen to this. 32 million small businesses in America, only 9% of them ever hit $1 million in revenue. Okay? Now, this is before I had the system. Once I had a system, I was able to scale and create not one good company. I have Cardone Training Technologies, Cardone Capital, Cardone Ventures, 10X Health.
10X Coverage, 10X Studios, Grant Cardone Foundation.
Like we do 100 events a year. I worked less today than I've ever worked because I learned the system, okay? And I'm going to share that system with you today and tomorrow. So whatever you can do to kind of push all the phone calls off, push your Instagram off, not look at other stuff today, and just put your head down and focus. I'm going to give you in the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. We'll go to about 3:30 today and then pick it up tomorrow morning. My goal is to give you a 90-day revenue challenge to where you can pick up an extra $1 million in 90 days. Now, I know that seems crazy. If you've never done it, it's got to seem crazy. If you're making $1 million a day already, it seems like you're wasting your time. You're probably clicking off and saying, hey, no big deal. Did you get it? Good for you. Okay, so we're even.
No, we're not even.
I'm down 100?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, 5 things successful people always do. First of all, they crystallize their target. First thing you got to do is you got to crystallize this target. Okay, don't ask yourself, oh my God, I can't do that. Just crystallize it, man. Is there $1 million available on the planet over the next 90 days? I could pick all this up in 1 day, 2 days, the 10th day, the 30th day, the 90th day. Is $1 million, don't worry about how right now, just crystallize the target itself. If you've ever followed any of my information, man, the target is everything, folks. And most people forget their target. You'll set the target and forget it. You'll abandon the target mentally. You'll give up on it. Number 2, you need to put some urgency on this target. See, here's my urgency. Now, this is different than goal setting. I'm not talking about goal setting right now. I set big goals. I have a goal to create a bank, okay? I don't know how to create a bank. I don't have a timeline on the bank. People say that if you have a goal without a timeline, it's not a goal. Okay, whatever, dude. Everything I've ever accomplished in my life, I wrote it down before I actually achieved it. Probably didn't have a timeline on it. But when I get down to short stuff that's measurable, I'm going to have a timeline. I want to do this in a shorter period of time. Many of you saw me do this on Undercover Billionaire on TV, where my goal was to build $1 million business in 90 days, okay? The less time I have, the easier the target is to achieve, by the way, just so you know. You need urgency on the timeline. Number 3, prioritize the actions. What actions am I focused on right now? On number 3, make a note. What am I not doing? There should be a list of things you're not going to do right now for these 90 days. I'm not drinking. I'm not drugging. I'm not going out. I'm not like once you crystallize the target, you have urgency on the timeline. You're pregnant. Okay, you quit drinking. Okay, unless you want your baby to be an alcoholic, right? So you have to give something up. Once you crystallize the target, you have urgency on the timeline. We're gonna have a baby in 9 months, okay? Or I want to get in great shape in the next 3 months. Whatever it is you're trying to accomplish, I have how many days left between now and the end of the year? No, what are we?
Probably 45.
45 days. Hey, 45 days. For the next 45 days, I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna get as much earned income in the next 45 days. I know people that will take the last 45 days of the month, and their target is to make more money in the last 45 days than they made in the previous 10 and a half months. What are you not gonna do for that period of time? Okay, what is my priority of actions in that period of time? Number 4, who's gonna hold me accountable for the next 45 or 90 days? Gotta have some accountability in the system. No one is accountable just to themselves, ever. Okay, you got to find other peer reinforcement that is accountability. Number 5, you have to have confidence in your system. Otherwise, you're going to be frustrated, wandering, goobering around, waking up without any focus, not knowing what to do, going to bed late. You need confidence in a specific system, okay?
Hey, Grant,
yeah.
Have you ever done anything like this before?
Done what?
$1 million in 90 days? I mean, that's... seems pretty wild for people, especially if they're...
There you go, I paid you back.
Yeah, thank you. It might be good to talk about you know, what you did in Colorado a little bit.
Yeah, no, I just mentioned, if you don't know, I went to Pueblo, Colorado. I got dropped off in a town. They took away my name. They took away my hair. What else did they take away? I didn't have a credit card. I couldn't use my social media. I couldn't call my buddies up. And the goal was to build $1 million business in 90 days. I did it during COVID. And I built a $5.5 million business in 90 days under the pretense of being a guy named Lewis Curtis that was from LA. And I went to Pueblo and I built a marketing business. Who's that lifting? Damn, that's a big dude right there. So we documented this on TV, that you can build $1 million business without a name, without credit, without cash. You don't need any money, folks. You don't need money to do stuff. This is the problem with the U.S. government. The U.S. government wants to give everybody money to solve their problems. It doesn't solve your problem. You still got your problem. Okay? You don't know how to do anything. You don't know the system. You don't know where to start. You don't know what to do first, second, third. You don't know how to scale. You don't know what to do with your money. Like, this is a massive problem in America. And by the way, don't feel bad about it. Nobody knows how to do it because nobody taught you how to do it. The school system didn't teach you how to do it. They taught you how to read, write, and count, and barely taught you how to do that. So nobody taught you how to scale operations, how to sell anything, how to market, what to do first, what to do second, what not to worry about, what to do with your money, when to reinvest in people, how to hire people, how to check people out, how to communicate with people. I mean, I can just go down an endless list of shit that none of us got taught, and all the stuff that people taught us that's actually wrong. Don't work for yourself. Don't go into business. Don't have a partnership. Don't borrow money. The number of buy a house, go to college. Like, I just gave you a list of 7 things I would never do again. Wouldn't go to college, shouldn't buy a house. You should start a business first, or partner in a business, or better, buy a business from somebody with no money. You should use debt. You should use credit cards, but that's not what we're told, okay? I wouldn't invest in retirement accounts, 401ks, or IRAs. I wouldn't do any of that stuff today. I'd invest in a business or in a partnership or become a partner in a business and offer a lot of value. I probably wouldn't even be the #1 guy in a company if I was starting over today. I definitely wouldn't have started in the industry that I was in 40 years ago. Okay, so let's get you to the system, okay? A lot of information coming at you right now, folks. So get the baby, have somebody handle the baby. If you're trying to do 2 or 3 things right now, I promise you, you're gonna miss $1 billion worth of information in the next 3 or 4 hours, okay? Ideally, today would not be 1 day, it would be 90 days. And I would be with you each of those 90 days. How many of you think that would be cool? Throw it in the chat. If I was with you every day, if there was a way for Grant Cardone to be on your shoulder, at your side, you could literally like just pull me out. Boom, Grant, where you at, man? What should I do right now? Huh? What would Grant do right now? How many of you would like to have that? 90-day access to me every day, 24/7 for 90 days. Like at 2 o'clock in the morning, you can't sleep. Hey, what do I do right now? Call me up. Okay, call me up. And we're gonna work it out. Number 2, ideally, you would have one-on-one coaching so that I could understand where you are, what your problems are, what you know and what you don't know, what you're doing right now. Okay, number 3, you would have a support network. In addition to me, you would have other people. Can you get a shot of the ballers over here? These guys are big, heavy hitters, okay? And they look good, too. Uh-oh. They don't have a shot of the ballers right now. There you go. That's our ballers over there. So they came in. They want to be right next to the action. That's our network, okay? That's a support network. They came in. Where did you guys come in from? Florida?
Columbus.
Columbus?
I'm in
Parkland.
Florida.
California.
Okay, so we got people local. We got Columbus, Ohio, and we got California. The California people rolling in here, okay? Number 4, you guys need to finance. You need to become masters of finance. Why are you going to make money? Like, most of the companies we work with, we probably work with one-on-one with somewhere between 2,500 and 3,000 companies a year. None of them know what to do with their money. When to use it, when to invest it, how to work it, how to get money to make money. Number 4, 90-day onboarding plan. What are you going to do on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4? And what if you add people, what are they going to do on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4? Number 6, profit planning strategy. These are tools, folks. We're going to show you support mechanisms to each of these things. What is the profit planning strategy? How many contacts, customers, opportunities, leads do you need to make in order to hit this $1 million? And number 7, KPI tracking. KPI stands for Key Performance Indicators. What am I measuring every day to make sure I'm doing what I need to do to get where I'm going? Number 8, proven sales scripts. Somebody's got to talk to somebody. Now, I know how to talk to Jared. Jared, you got any money? Yeah, I got some. Give it to me. That's my sales script. Oh, if it was that easy. Some of you saw an interview I did. Somebody said, what would your pitch be? I'd be like, if I had enough people, my pitch would be, who wants fish? And everybody wanted to make fun of me because they don't understand, dude. If the audience is big enough, your sales pitch can be, who's got my money? Like literally you could just say, who wants fish? Who wants my money? Who will buy a car? Who needs plumbing? If the audience is big enough, you don't need a pitch, you need a close. Okay, number 9, 24/7 support. Who is going to support you at the worst time of your day? When you're ready to give up and quit, and you're not, by the way, most people do not quit. You pretend to quit, you think about quitting, you spend energy and effort and resources and creativity on quitting, but most of you never quit. You just contemplate the concept of quitting. Like, man, I'm tapping out right now, but you don't. So that's when you need support. Number 10, 90-day urgency. I talked about this earlier. Number 10, 90-day urgency. I need urgency on me to stay on the game. Like, what happens to you when you have a victory? Okay, let's say my target's $1 million and I have 90 days to do the $1 million. And I have 10 days left. Okay. Well, it depends on how much I've earned already. Now, if I have 900,000 already earned, if I have, let's say 900 of that, dude, it's easy to get urgency because I'm almost there. I'm like, shit, I can do this. But what if you're a long way away from the target and you only have 10 days? So you need urgency, and you need to know how to use urgency for yourself and for the team. Okay, the closer I get to an event, the more important that event becomes, and the more I look at if I'm close to that target. I'll be explaining that here in a second, okay? Now, what's your biggest problem to getting this target or to big money? Number 8, clear targets in this order. You want to write this down on page 8. Clear targets, very clear and crystallized. I believe it's attainable, okay? I don't think that this is impossible. I probably got to sell myself on it. Like in the chat, just write this. Hey, what would be something you guys think is reasonable in 90 days? From 0 to a number. What do you think's a reasonable stretch target that would get you excited? Like if you could pull it off, you'd be like, man, that was amazing. Okay, Alvin says $1 million. Dr. Sheena says 1.6 million. Juan Carlos says 5 million in 90 days. Christina says 500 grand. Bonnie says 10,000. Nicholas says 5 million. Kenneth says 2 million. Okay, now that's an idea. Okay, I got a $5 million target in 90 days. Dude, I need some people around me that's done that, right? Like we've done 5 million in 90 days, right?
Yeah.
What do we do a day?
600 grand.
Yeah, so every day we're going to do 600 grand. We know we're going to hit that. So now before I ever did that,
we done 18 million in 3 days.
We did 18 million in 3 days before, okay? Now before I ever did that, I'm not bragging with you guys. I'm just telling you guys, this is how the game works for everybody. Okay? I was with a guy that made $2 billion this week. I was with another guy that made $12 billion in the last 10 months. Until you're around this, $12 billion in 10 months and didn't do anything different. Okay? Elon made, I think Elon's worth 80 billion more this week than when I saw him at Mar-a-Lago, a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
$80 billion. So once you get the clear target, the target needs to be clear enough for you guys to validate, is there somebody that's done this so it's just not weirdo land? You know, you can't do the weirdo land. I got some Holly land creativity together messaging going on right now. You got to have a clear target, make a note here, that is believable to you. Number 2, I need to create income. I got to have a drip. It's cleared up. Number 3, marketing, advertising, and promotion. This is a big failure for most people. How do I market? How do I advertise? How do I promote? Any of you here that are doing word of mouth advertising, okay, don't brag about that anymore. That is a problem. That is not a good thing. You need to market and advertise.
Hard to scale.
You can't scale it. I mean,
and that's your number one, really your number one thing that you're focusing on our business every day is how to promote the business.
Yeah, totally.
That's
how do I promote the business? How do I promote the event? How do I promote the product? How do I sell the service? How do I get eyeballs on it? Probably the most important thing after clearing up a target, I need income to pay bills. And then the third thing is I'm going to market. Okay, number one goal, number one job at all the companies that we own. My number one job and focus every day and concern every day, how do I market? How do I advertise? How do I promote? How do I get people to know who I am? Number 4, how do I attract great people so they can also help me do some of this stuff? How do I get great people? I mean, there's one trick to getting great people. One easy trick. Win. Nothing gets winners more than winners than winning. You got to win. Okay. Number 5, financial intelligence. There's no reason to do all this and then blow it, because I know a bunch of people know how to do that over and over and over again. First, who do you think of that earns a bunch of money and almost every time blows it all? Throw it in the chat. Who's the first group of people? Huh?
Guy said me.
Drug dealers, athletes, exactly. Athletes, gamblers. Bonnie says my husband. Housewives. Wow, that's sexist. My parents had this problem. Brett King says I used to do that. Democrats. Terry says Democrats. That's hilarious. Lottery winners. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Easy come, easy go. No financial intelligence. I don't know what to do with it, right? Like money brings a responsibility with it, like anything else. Children, a house, cars, all this stuff requires somebody to take care of it. Number 6, prioritizing activities. This is the third time I brought up the prioritizing of activities. If you want to know how super successful people do so much, the truth is they're not doing that much. They're doing number 6. They prioritize the activities that are important and they worry about nothing else. Number 7, measure results and targets. Hey, am I getting results or not? I'm either getting them or I'm not getting them. If I'm not getting them, okay, then I change that activity. If I am getting them, I double down on the activity. Number 8, follow up sold and unsold customers. Who's my sold, who's my unsold customers? Greatest source of your business is not new, which is number 3. It's 8, which are sold and unsold. Number 9, accountability. Who's holding me accountable? How do I hold myself accountable? How do I put accountability into the system? Number 10, trying to save money. Okay, this list, your biggest problem, too big money, are these 10 things. Okay, the idea that you can save money is impossible. I think you were right, Sherry. Okay, the idea that you're ever going to save money is so absolutely impossible. You have to stop this. If you would have $1 million in 2020, what are we in, 24?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say 2020. If you would have tried to save $1 million in 2020, and you looked up today in your bank account, it would still say $1 million with some change because you earned some interest. But it only buys $750,000. This is the power of inflation, the negative power, right? Okay. So it is impossible, number 10, for you to attempt to save money is not a reality. System. We're going to give you a system. The system is defined as something that works together as part of a mechanism. This is on page 9, or an interacting network. Everybody has systems. Whether you know it or not, you have a system. Your system could be inefficient, probably is. My system was inefficient. I'm 28 years old, 29 years old. I'm the sales guy. I can go out and get money. I take the money, I bring it to the bank, drop it off, and I go do it again. It was a good system. I was excellent at what I was doing, okay? Oh man, you're such a good salesman. Oh my God, I'm making $1 million a year now. I'm 31 years old, I make $1 million bucks. I got money saved. Everything looks like it's working, but the truth is the system was very tight. It was small, okay? I couldn't, if I tried to expand the system, it would break on me, okay? Because it was dependent upon me. A system is a set of principles or procedures according to which something is done. It's an organized framework, a method. I'm going to share that with you today. What our methodology, our plans, our logic, our systems are, the routine, that thing that we're doing every day that sets up success, okay? Now, this is what I want you guys to do right now. On page 10, I want you to put a number 1 to 10. 1 to 10. 10 being I am excellent at it. I am Einstein, Elon Musk level. I am perfect is a 10. 1 is I'm weak, very weak, okay, on these items. Number 1, crystal clear targets. Just rate each one of these. Your best score can be a 140. Revenue. Your current revenue and sales. How would you rate that compared to your potential? Increasing sales, profit planning, marketing, follow-up, unsold and sold. Key performance indicators, recruiting people. These are the things we're going to be sharing with you and teaching you today. So we want to start with your present score, and then we want to figure out how to increase that score. Did I fill this out?
Yep.
On the next one?
Yep.
You're going to show it?
Yep.
I don't see it.
It's coming.
Okay.
I can see it.
Okay, so you guys should have done that already. And if you're not doing it right now, you're lying to yourself. You know, I'll just tell you something. It takes another second to lie. The truth is automatic. And that's why when people communicate, you can tell whether they're lying or not because they take another second because they got to add to the lie. The truth, is it daytime or nighttime? It's daytime, you see. It ain't, boom. Okay. Now, for you to say it's nighttime, that would add a second. Well, you know, you got to add something, man. So if you guys just put your number down, crystal clear targets, 3. Whatever your number is, just do it quick. Write it down. You should have a score. Okay. Now I'm going to compare. Where's my score at? Right here. This is my score right now. I'm a 90. I think I'm a 94, and I might be exaggerating. Did you do yours yet? Huh? I like you, man. So you guys got a score higher than a 94. Good for you. This is a cold call. Hold on. Do you have 250? Yo, do you have $250 million? Correct. Do you have $250 million? Do you have $250 million?
Do I have $250 million?
Yes.
Grant, I wouldn't be on the phone with you unless I had $250 million.
Because that's the only people I'm interested in talking to today.
Why you're interested in
That's the only people I'm taking phone calls from today are people that have $250 million. Is the only people I'm taking a phone call from. If you have that, then me and you can continue this conversation. If not, I have to hang up.
I'm on the phone with you because the bottom line is this. I built a platform. This particular platform is
Thank you. Okay. Systems on page 11, you must manage to increase revenue. I take all calls. See, now you guys, y'all don't take block callers, but I take block callers because I never know. Maybe one block caller says, yeah, I got $250 million. That's what I want to give to you. That's what he should have said, by the way. His answer should have been exactly why I'm calling you, sir. I'm calling you because I have $250 million for you ready to go, okay? And I need 2 minutes to show you how I'm going to give you that. That's all he had to do. Instead, what he's going to do is hang up and say, Grant Cardone's a dick. That's what he's going to say. He's going to blame it on me because he doesn't have a system. All right, systems you must use to manage increasing income.
And you always got to call back.
He ain't gonna call back.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, they hung up on, dude, we got disconnected, man. I got $250 million for you.
Yeah, yeah. All right. By the way, before we get really rolling here, put in the chat, what is your business right now? And you don't have to own your own business, just for everybody to be clear. You do not have to own your own company for this to work. You could be the 30th person in a company and still become the richest person in the world. Oh, that's never been done before. You know a guy named Steve?
Steve Ballmer.
Steve Ballmer. Steve Ballmer's like top 5 richest people on the planet. And he was the 30th employee at a company called Microsoft. In fact, he's worth more money than Bill Gates is. I like you, man. Okay, let's see. We got biofeedback. We got transportation, skin and body care, agro consulting, real estate investing, learning life coach. So you see, like Joan is a learning life coach. You know, you got to figure out whether that business can scale. Some of these companies that you guys are involved in, they might not even be scalable. Work comp, simple productivity tool sets, compounding pharmacy, guitar lessons. Okay, like the guitar lessons. I don't know how you're going to do $1 million in guitar lessons. It's a lot of this, dude. Okay, I mean, you got definitely going to have to go online. Well, that's what I'm good at, Grant. Okay, well, how do you know that's the only thing you're good at? See, what happens to most people is most people end up in a business that they're either good at, somebody else gave them, or they fell into. You're like, oh, I like horses, so you end up in the horse business. Or your dad gave you a horse business, so you took it. Or somebody gave you a job with horses, and you just found 2 or 3 years later, you're like, I'm working at this horse place. None of this was really your decision. You know, see, I wouldn't pick personally. Let's say right now you're working in a company, you're making 80 grand a year. That's going to be harder for you than a guy that works at a company and only makes 20 or 30, because it's easier to leave it. You're making 80 or 160,000 bucks a year, or worse, 450,000. Of all these people, who has the biggest problem? The guy making 450. The more you're making, the bigger your problem is, because you're like, I don't want to leave this in hopes to go do something else. Okay. And I would tell you, all of you guys, never leave any of these. You should not leave your current situation that's paying you. That's not the way to think about going to the next place. Because if you want to go, let's say you want to go to $250,000 over here, and the first thing you do is get rid of 80. All you did was go to zero. It was stupid. You're like, you went backwards. What you should do is say, I have 80 now. Okay, I need to add 170. Now the other worst thing you can do is, I'm doing 80 grand a year. Now I'm going to add another 8 hours a day to go get the other 170. You shouldn't do that either, because now you're adding time, and time is money. So what you're trying to do is collapse time and space. You're trying to collapse both of them and figure out, how do you pull more money in? And that probably doesn't include brushing a horse. But see, I went from the horses to the money. So I got to drop the horse, drop this, the McDonald's, the horse, whatever it is you're doing, drop the doingness and go to the target, crystallize the target, and then go back in and figure out, what do I have to do with horses in order to hit my target? It's a system, and your system is broken. The way you pick stuff is broken for most people. By the way, I'm just telling you, if I can tell you the truth, most people just have things out of order. Okay, you're a student, you go to school, you get a job, a part-time job, you finish school, you get a full-time job, you buy a house. Like, ridiculous. That was stupid. Where do we go from, hey, I learned something, I got a job, and then I went and bought something? That was the first dumb move. Okay, you shouldn't have bought a house. You should be renting right now and looking for a business, or reinvesting in yourself, not reinvesting in a fixed location in the universe when you're 25 years old. Okay, systems to manage. Number one, clear targets. This is a science. How do I have a crystal clear idea and a target that is massive, by the way, and that I'm super excited about, and that even when I'm not getting it, like my target right now is so out of my realm. And then when I start moving toward it, it puts me in the room with people that are like, I don't even know what you guys are talking about now. This is another language. Okay? How do I stay clear that this is attainable while I'm doing this new stuff? Number 2, how do I get attention? Number 3, how do I generate leads? Number 4, how do I convert a lead? This is the order. Number 5, how do I manage money, time, activities, and people? Number 6, how do I manage a team of people to duplicate this so I don't go broke while I'm doing it? Number 7, how do I scale to 10x this activity? How do I start scaling the concept? Okay, can I? Number 8, how do I manage time and do 90-day spikes? Okay, because what I'm really looking for on my graph is something that looks more like this, right? So I got 90 days, 90 days, 90 days, 90 days. So that when I look back over this thing that's 360 days, I'm gonna see, this is my graph line. Let's say this is income. You don't want this to be your expenses, but it could be.
As long as revenue is going up fast.
As long as your revenue is going up this fast, my expenses should go up. My hires should go up, okay? My firing should go up. All my lines should go up. I don't mind if all these lines are going up. Hey man, you're firing a lot of people. Yeah, that's good. Okay, as long as I'm getting more employees at the end. Okay, right here, this was 0 employees and now this is 100. I started with no fires. I didn't fire anybody because I didn't hire anybody. And now I got what is this, 100. Now I got 20 fires. Oh man, your turnover is terrible. Bro, my turnover is excellent. This turnover is much better than this turnover. Okay, this wasn't a bad hire. Okay, this was a bad hire. No hires is a bad hire. So I need spikes. I don't want to see this. This is what you don't want to see this. Okay, because this is a roller coaster. And you're not going to keep getting on a roller coaster. Nobody pays for a roller coaster. And nobody needs to do one either, by the way. Roller coasters are caused by wrong people. You have the wrong people you didn't fire. If you get rid of the roller coasters, if you get rid of these knuckleheads right here, these people that were never committed to a job, these people that came to use you and your time and your energy, just came to bounce in and bounce out, or these people that are having life changes because they're on a roller coaster. And they came in, and if you keep them, you will go on a roller coaster with them because you're going to go for the same ride. Get rid of them, delete them, hit flush, and you're going to have a system that's going to be purging itself. Okay. Now this is a system, folks. It looks like this. It's a wheel. It's not linear. It's circular. Okay. It starts with an idea. Then you move to attention. Okay, we have workshops for each one of these, by the way. Attention is marketing. Attention is promotion. Attention is advertising. Attention is branding. All 4 of those things are different, by the way. Most of you have it confused. You have marketing, advertising, promotion, and attention all as one thing. It is not. Branding, all this you have in your head is the same thing. It's not. Okay, then you have sales. We have a sales essential workshop. How many times a year, Jared?
5.
We have 5 sales essentials workshops, 3 in Miami, 2 in Scottsdale. We have 5 marketing workshops a year. You can come to our office. It's the classroom downstairs. And you can come here and actually get your marketing and your sales handled. Then, what am I doing with the management of the activity? Who is the sales manager and the leadership is managing all this activity? So let's say I went out and I started marketing my activity and I had no leads. And I started doing something online or started doing something somewhere, and next thing you know, I got 100 leads. Who's going to manage this activity? Are you guys going to just get these and go back to 0? If you don't manage them, you're going back to 0 again. And so I'm going to add another 100 and I'm still at 0 because nobody's managing them. The goal is, when I did Undercover Billionaire, my first 10-day target was not money. My first 10-day target was 100 leads in Pueblo. I needed 10 leads a day. All I wanted to do in the first 10 days was get 10 leads a day, qualified business owners that owned a business, Okay? My job every day was to go meet 10 qualified, very qualified people that owned a business. That was fast. Okay? And that at the end of 10 days, I wanted 100 leads. Okay? I didn't get to my 100 leads. I got to, let's see, what did I end up with in the first 10 days? First 10 days, I had a brand new truck that I didn't pay for. I had a credit line at a restaurant that I didn't pay for. I had an RV that I was living in for free, air conditioned heater, TV, TV. I had a mattress. I had a damn pillow. She had a big pillow. I got my pillow, bro. I was like jacked up. I got heat turned on. I was excited. You think I'm kidding? Okay, because you guys haven't been homeless in a while. And I had a brand new truck. I was excited. With fuel in the truck. And I didn't pay anything for any of this stuff. And you're like, oh yeah, because you Grant Cardone. No, I wasn't Grant Cardone. That's the other trick. I was Lewis Curtis, a guy from LA that had this story. Right? But the thing that I had that was most valuable was not the RV, it wasn't the car, it wasn't the tab over at the restaurant. It was the connections I was making with the business owners in town. Guess what I did not do in those first 10 days? You might want to write this down. I didn't spend any time with deadbeats. If you couldn't help me, I didn't spend a second with you. I measured everybody as, can you help me or not? Now, the TV network, Discovery Channel, wanted me to spend time with the car wash guy, the girl that was the waitress at the restaurant. I'm like, I ain't got time to spend time. It's good TV. I said, well, you spend time with her and you guys record it and see if people want to watch that shit, because I ain't doing it. All I'm doing is meeting everybody in town connected to business for a short period of time. Now, once this short period of time is over, then I'm going to go help the car wash guy. Then I'm going to help the waitress, because right now I can't help anybody because I can barely help myself. I'm broke. And then they would tell me, oh, you're not broke, you're rich, you're Grant Cardone. I said, no, not now. Right now, I'm Lewis Curtis, and I'm broke, and I'm on a mission. What is that? Number one, crystallize clear targets. I'm not going back to being me. I am this one entity right now going for this target for 90 days. Yo, do you have $250 million?
Hello?
Do you have $250 million?
Absolutely.
Really?
What am I using it for?
Really?
This is more about you than it is about us. And the bottom line is, we built a platform.
Send me a proposal. Send me a proposal. Do not use this phone number again, okay? Send me a proposal to Tony, T-O-N-I, at grantcardone.com, and show me how I'm going to get $250 million in the next 12 months. And then I'll look at it.
Before we
T-O-N-I at grantcardone.com, all right?
Before we come to that conclusion, yeah.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it, guys. Great job.
But you need funding, and the bottom line is, I'm trying to put you in touch with my father, and the reality is, he's already
and I just tell you what to do. Like, how many times I got to tell you? You sound like a child right now.
Every single day.
Pick your clothes up, make your bed, send the email to T-O-N-I at grantcardone.com.
Let me just ask you a quick question before we even send the email.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm trying to be respectful and professional.
No, absolutely, and we truly appreciate that.
Yeah. What's the email? What's the email you're going to use?
My email is brandon@aiworksmarter.com.
Dang, you're not listening. What email? I'm not emailing you. You're emailing me.
Absolutely. Correct.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys. God bless you guys. Be great. That's funny, but not really. That's not really what I'm doing. Like, I don't want to do that to him. Like, I would really like to do business with that guy. Maybe, if we could. He's probably got a good product. Okay, you guys aren't cold calling people with bad products and bad services. That's why I take phone calls from people like this. This guy might have he might be Satoshi for what I know. I don't know who he is, dude. You can't count people out, folks. People have counted me out my entire life. Okay, don't count anybody out. Treat everybody like they got the key to your vehicle. You know, I got people on my team that are like, man, you'll take a call from anybody. Yeah, I will, because they might have the thing. Now, in 60 years, I've never had somebody call me and give me the thing, but I keep waiting for it to happen. It hadn't happened yet. Man, I like you, man. Okay, now I got a management team. We're going to show you a sales manager package today that's unbelievable. Okay. Now I got money coming in. What am I doing with my money? Where am I managing my money? How am I investing my money? When do I start buying other businesses? When do I invest in real estate? When do I get rid of cash? I want to ask everybody in the room. I want you to rate your financial intelligence on a scale from 1 to 10. I want you to use me as the barometer or as the measurement against. How would you rate your financial intelligence against mine? Whatever you think mine is, by the way. Yeah, we got to figure this out, folks. You cannot, there's no reason to operate with 3s and 4s. Like, you got to figure this out. This needs to become a priority. This priority needs to become as important to you as your health. Because your wealth is your health. And people are like, oh, money doesn't buy everything. Money buys wealth. Money buys wealth, and wealth buys health. Okay, they're connected. These two words, you're not going to have health and be broke. Not on the planet called Earth. So you want the best health care in the world? You need money. And you need a lot of money. All right. And then we need to take this. We have workshops for each one of these things. Marketing workshop, sales workshop, 10X sales manager, money and finance courses. And then we want to put this thing, we want to build $1 million business. And the only reason we want to build $1 million business is so we can build a $10 million business, and then a $100 million business, and then a $1 billion business. You get it? And then once we get to $1 billion, we're going to build a $10 billion business. Then we're going to build a $100 billion business. And then we're going to change the world. And there's going to be regular, everyday people that do this. The people that are changing this planet right now are not politicians. Pay attention to what's going on. The people that are literally going to change the world right now are people, the wealthiest private individuals in the world. They're going to upset the entire system. Banking's going to get upset and rearranged. The healthcare system's going to get changed over. Like, everything is getting, this is going to be an unbelievable time that we're going through right now. Maybe one of the most exciting times in my lifetime is ahead of me, and it's ahead of you guys too. Get the system in place so you can take advantage of what's happening, not just in America, but around the world. Because if it happens here, it's going to happen everywhere. And we got a chance that it's going to happen here, okay? Now, let's start with each one of these pieces and crystallize them. How am I doing, Jared?
You're doing great.
Thank you, Jared, okay? Idea and target. How do you start with your idea and your target, okay? Most people fail on page 14. Most people fail simply because, is there an exercise coming up?
Yep, at the end of this section.
Thank you. Most people fail, number one, open the book. A book, you know all these answers? Yeah, number one, what's the first answer? What is it? What's number two? What's number two? You don't know. You're not sure. Would you bet all your money on it?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, but you don't know for sure.
Don't do that.
See, guys, let me just tell you, if you don't know for sure, you don't know. You guys understand that? You want to make this note. If you don't know for sure, you don't know. Like, is Bitcoin going to go to 100,000 today? You don't know for sure. If you don't know for sure, you're not going to know for sure. Like, if you don't know for sure, you really just don't know. So just keep it real. There is either you know or you don't know. Is it daytime or nighttime? You know for sure. Would you bet everything you have that it's daytime?
Yes.
Everything.
Yes.
Would you bet everything your mom has?
Yes.
Yes. Why? Because you know. You see the difference? You either know or you don't know. There ain't no bullshit in between. The stuff in between is you lying to yourself, trying to make yourself feel good about you knowing. Okay? Number one, targets are not big enough. This is why people fail. Number one reason for failure on planet Earth, and particularly in America, the fact that everybody's not rich in America is unbelievable to me. Everybody in America should be rich. The reason you're not is your targets aren't big enough. Number two, you don't get clear attention. By the way, you were wrong on number two. You don't get attention for the idea, for the dream, for the goal. Okay, I'm gonna be a movie star. Okay, I wanna be a movie star. I'm gonna be the biggest movie star in the world. Guess what? You're gonna have to do number 2 to be a movie star. You have to get attention. Okay, nobody's gonna hire you if they won't come buy tickets at your movie. Number 3, you're not gonna get any sales of tickets at the movie theater. Okay, the artist is a salesperson. There's nobody that's not a salesperson. The politician is a salesperson. We just found that out November 5th. Best salesperson won. Best marketer won. Best messenger won. Okay? The person with the most trust won. If it didn't turn out your way, just understand, last time Biden, he won. Maybe. Same problem. Marketing, attention, sale. Who made the sale? Number 4, accountability. There's got to be accountability in the system. Once I sell somebody something, they require me to deliver them a product or service. If you don't deliver the product or service, they're not going to repeat the activity with you. Number 5, you don't have support. I need support to deliver the product or service. I need support to pay my taxes. I need support to make sure we had good customer delivery. I need support to handle customer questions. Last year we had, at this company, if my numbers are right, 156,000 some odd customers. I should know them all to a number. 156,000 different customers, about $150 million worth of revenue. Somebody's got to manage all this activity. I can't do this by myself. I was able to do this. I was able to manage about $3 million by myself. One guy, I could go out and get $3 million. Now, somebody's got to manage what? 156,000 customers. How many employees do we have? 267. Somebody, how many have we hired to get 267? Yeah, 1,000. Somebody had to hire 1,000, fire 600, manage 267. I mean, you're talking about managing human beings. I had an upset with my wife. I got the kids are late. The dog had to get neutered. The lawn guy, I got a wall going up in my house. My neighbor's pissed off at me. Like there's a million things floating around the universe, in my universe, just my universe. Now add 267 people that also have a dog getting neutered, a wall going up, a pregnancy coming, the dad died today, there was a car wreck, blah, I mean, just on and on, bro. Okay? You got to have support, folks. These people don't cost money. They don't cost money. And you guys that own a business, how many of you here, just put in the chat, how many of you here own your own business? You're doing these things that I'm talking about right now. You're a business owner. Okay, yes, 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 I am. Alicia, Brian, Bonnie, Bobby, Natalie, okay? You guys know what I'm talking about. These people that you're hiring don't cost money. You got to quit thinking they cost money. By the way, you guys that don't hire anybody, 67% of all companies in America have no employees. That's what you tell yourself you have no employees, but you do have employees. Your taxes pay for the government employees. You're better off giving somebody $60,000 and reducing your tax bill, because your money is paying for government employees right now. We spend $2 trillion a year on government employment. Like it's insane. They'll hire people, but you won't, because you're trying to save your money that they tax. Number 6, takes too long. That's why most people fail. The duration took too long and you gave up. It's like it just took too long to lose weight. If it takes you a year to lose weight, you're gonna quit and you're just gonna put it back on again. Short periods of time, measure little short 3-week cycles, 1-week cycles. Just do something for short periods, okay? Number 7, financial literacy. Make a note here, requires, what would be the reverse of brainwashing?
Ignorant? No.
How do you, yeah. I mean, you're going to have to undo the brainwashing. You've been indoctrinated. Everybody has. You were groomed. You were groomed. 350 million people in America were groomed to fund banks.
Unlearn.
Ungroomed.
Unlearn.
You got to get ungroomed. Huh? Deprogram. Thank you. Thank you. Give that man, please. I love this guy. I'm taking my love from you and giving it back to this guy. I only have so much to go around, bro. Okay. Okay, number 8, you're not scalable. This list is why you fail, why people fail to hit their targets. Okay, number 9, no KPIs. Number 10, no training. Number 11, no spikes. You need spikes, man. Winning is a big deal. Winning is what, like, oh my God, man, I can win. Okay, how do you feel when you win? Damn, boom, all of a sudden this burst of energy comes into you. Like this is the victory, okay? Number 12, no tools. Okay, so success. This is your formula, okay? I have a big idea. I have this big, giant idea, whatever that idea is, times intense focus. We got to figure out where to get that. I wrote a book called Be Obsessed or Be Average. You have to become obsessed with this idea, intense focus on it. Now, if I have intense focus on one thing right here, I cannot have attention on this stuff over here. Like I'm going to lose something, okay? The intense focus requires dedication to something, some obsession here, which means, I don't have attention for all this other stuff over here. I'm gonna become boring to a lot of people. People are gonna lose interest in me because I don't have time for trips. Over short periods of time, I do not have to do this forever. This is for some short period of time. Plus, I need some personal coaching. Somebody needs to be like, hey, bro, you were highly focused the first 4 days and you fell apart. Okay? I get an invite. Hey, you want to go to the fight tomorrow night? And I got somebody saying, yeah, you do want to go to the fight tomorrow night, but you ain't going to the fight tomorrow night. Equals target attained. Then I go to the fight. Maybe. Probably not. Okay? Now I attain the target. This is your success formula. Take a big idea, $1 billion. $1 billion. Over some short period of time. How do I do that in a short period of time? Now, you're like, I can't make $1 billion in a short period of time. Nobody's ever done that. Oh, wow, really? Nobody's ever made $1 billion. I just gave you 2 people that made it this week. How did they do it? What did they do? Is it possible? What if I pulled $1 billion out of the world markets? Okay? How much money is there? Before I give up on my big idea, number one reason people fail is no big idea. There's $38 trillion in mutual funds. There is $12 trillion in private equity. There's probably $15 trillion sitting in banks today. There's about there's $36 trillion in debt with the U.S. government. There's $1.3 trillion in college debt. $1.7 trillion in credit card debt. Like me pulling $1 billion out of any of these environments. We have a negative budget of $2 trillion at the U.S. government. We spend $6 trillion a year, take in $4 trillion a year. Like you got to get your head wrapped around the number, bro. $1 billion out of any of these is nothing. $1 billion, if I take $1 billion, what I'm trying to do is sell myself, not on my business. I sell red shoes, okay? I have these red shoes and I'm selling red shoes and somebody gave me these, by the way. Okay, they're awful. Aren't they awful? $1 billion, okay? $1 billion divided by, let's say I could get people to give me $100. I need 10 million people to give me $100, and that's $1 billion. Maybe I get, how many people is that? 10 million people to give me $100, 10 million people to give me $100, and I manage it for them. They don't even give it to me. I'm just like, let me manage this money for you for the next 10 years and see what I can do with it. I don't even have a business or a product. What is the business or product? I'm managing their money, so they trust me. Okay? Now, clarifying your big idea. What the first thing you do is you do the math. What I just did the math. I play a little game. I'm a secretary. I'm a personal assistant. I'm a telephone operator. I'm making cold calls. I'm selling a product. I'm a horse groomer. I'm a veterinarian. Okay, what you guys should do, rather than going to school for veterinarians because you love animals and you need to learn about the anatomy of an animal, what you should do is the damn math first. I'm not talking about 2 plus 3 is 5. I'm talking about what is the math to find my path? Rather than I'm going to be an engineer, or I'm going to be an accountant, or I'm going to be a salesperson. Hey man, what is the math to where I'm trying to go? Everybody should have the goal of financial freedom. You should not have the goal to be a business person or a founder or CEO or a boss. These are dumb things. When I hear women say, what do they say? The boss babes. I'm like, it's so dumb what you're saying. Okay? Or I hear a guy say, I'm the boss at my company. I'm like, bro, you don't want to be a boss, bro. What's the math? I'm the CEO. I don't have a title. Okay? You guys, there's no business card that says, I don't, maybe it has a CEO on there, maybe it does, but I don't care. I don't go around telling people of my, I don't care. Nobody, by the way, cares. Nobody asks me my position in the company. The math, my math, $5 billion worth of real estate. We got another $4 billion worth of enterprise value at our companies. We have 1,500 employees across all the companies. We have partnerships that we'll do about $1 billion in revenue next year across all our platforms. That's what people care about right here. What's the math? This is what I should have been working on when I was 18 years old, when I was 12 years old. This is what people should have been teaching me, not geography, history, English grammar, and trigonometry. What's the math to your big idea? What is the number? You need a number to the big idea. Is it $1 million, 10 million, 100 million, $1 billion? First, you do the math. Second thing, you clarify why. Okay, why do I want whatever that number is? What is it driving you to get that number? See, I can measure the math. If you've ever heard this idea, people lie, numbers don't. I can measure the number. I can measure to the number. Now, why? Why do I want that number? Whatever the number is. Okay, now many of you, what happened was you said, hey, I want to make $120,000 a year. That's a lot of money. Compared to what? Compared to what and compared to who? And assuming what? Well, you just forgot that, the government's going to take 40 grand for sure. Probably another 12,000 if you live in New York or California. Now you have $52,000, so you got $68,000 left, okay? And that, you can't even buy a house. You can't buy a house, you can barely buy a couple of cars, you can maybe send your kids to school. You haven't considered that your mom's gonna get sick and wipe the whole thing out. Your mom gets dementia and you gotta put her in a home and it costs $68,000 a year. No, $120,000 a year just to put her in a home. Like you haven't even, you made a decision that 120 was a number and didn't even do the math. You just think it's a lot of money compared to what your dad made or your neighbor made or how you were raised. Number 3, what changes when you reach that? Okay, this guy's making 120 grand a year and he's like, I want to make 150,000. Why? So you can buy another car? You'll do that once and go back to 120. Because the car's not going to keep you excited. Car lasts about 3 days before you're like, yeah, big deal. Now, if this guy goes from 120 to 1 million, do things change?
Bang.
Bang. New trip, shit, okay? But, he'll probably be a dumbass and go buy a big house. And then they'll have to take care of the house. And then they realize that didn't actually make them happy, that him and the wife, nothing changed. The kids never cared, by the way. They don't care whether it's 400 square feet or 4,000 square feet. They care for about 5 minutes. Oh my God, my new house, my new room's great. And then next week they won't even pick up after themselves. But what if you went to 10 million? Would that change things? How about this, 100 million, okay? See, the reason your spouse doesn't care about money, how many of you want to blow something up, but your spouse doesn't want to? They're like, I don't need all that. None of that excites me. I don't care. Put it in the chat. Yes, here, okay? The reason why is because from here to 150 changes nothing for that person. To become a millionaire means nothing to them. Their why is out, okay? Their why is out. To 10 million, they're like, $10 million, I don't even know what we would do with 10 million. This is stupid. Who needs $10 million? Okay, their why is out. The reason why, they don't understand what you can do with $10 million. Now, what you need to do with this person is you need to show them this life. Okay? I don't know what that means to them or you, but before you decide you don't want to fly private, you need to go fly private, have the experience, and then decide you never want to do that again. Okay? I've never ever met that person, by the way. I've met a lot of people that got on my plane, we went someplace, and then I dropped them off, and they had to go get on Southwest to go home. And they were like, man, I wish you wouldn't have done that to me. What'd I do to you? You ruined my life forever. Okay? You need to have the experience, bring your wife or your husband. Okay, good, I understand that you don't want to live on a ranch. Okay, let's go live on one for a week and see what it's like. Or a yacht, or fly private, or give $1 million away. You don't want the $1 million? Give $1 million away and see how it makes you feel. See, what changes when you reach the goal? When you go from 120 to 130, nothing changes. Nothing, basically nothing changes. When you go from 150 to $1 million, oh, everything changes. Now you got to manage money. When you go from 1 million to 100 million, or you win a lottery ticket, $1 billion lottery ticket, everything changes because the number's so significant. If I come give you $100, nothing changes. If I give you 10,000, nothing changes. If I give you 100 grand, slight change, not a big deal. I give you $1 million right now, you think something changes, but the truth is it's not enough money to solve your problems for any period of time. Unfortunately, you're probably gonna live till you're 90. Okay, I give you $1 billion right now, you're like, God damn, bro, something just changed. Everything changed. If the number gets big enough, so for everybody that tells you, hey, money doesn't motivate me, it's because the number's not big enough. When it gets big enough, it changes everything. Number 4, and I'm just gonna sidetrack right here. I had a meeting with a guy this week. 5 times in this meeting, the guy looked at me and said, if you wanna get super rich, this is the only time in my entire life anybody's ever said this to me. If you wanna get super rich, if you want to get super rich, yeah, 7 words. 5 times he said this to me. And I said, you know what? I have never been in a meeting where anybody talked about money the way you talk about it. Everybody else is like, oh, if you want to change the world, if you want to help mankind, oh my God, if you want freedom, blah, all this other stuff. This guy's straight to the point. He's like, you want to get super rich. And this guy's legit, okay? If you want to get super rich, this is how you're going to do it. So all I'm saying to you is, I trusted that man because he's talking to me about something that most people never talk about. How many of you here would like to get super rich? That was not Dan Pena, please. That's a terrible, terrible. Yeah, man, there's nothing wrong with that, by the way, guys. I want to tell you, it doesn't mean you're greedy or terrible or an elitist or, it's not a bad thing. I know people that are super rich that are freaking the most generous people that I've ever met in my life. The most generous, unbelievable, patient, interested, not narcissistic. And I know other people that are like that, but I don't think the money made them like that. I know people that are poor that are terrible people. So, I mean, which one you want to be? Like, the money's not going to change who you are. If you're a wanker, you're a wanker. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. Money's not going to change that. If you don't want good things for all the people around you, money's not going to change that you want good things for the people around you. That's not going to change anything. But there's no reason for all of us not to have big money. Can you send Johnny the letter I sent to the administration? I think everybody should be rich. I don't think there's any reason, I've done the math on this so many different times, there is no reason that every person, I mean, I don't know about Nigeria. I think it's probably true there too, or the Gaza Strip right now. But for certain in America, there should not be one poor person in this country. Everybody in America should be rich. There's 350 million people. There's plenty of money for everybody, plenty of opportunity for everybody. There is no reason that anyone is sick. There's no reason anybody's not rich. There's just no reason for it, dude. Okay, everybody here should be rich. Okay, this is a letter I just wrote to the Trump administration. I also sent this to the Harris administration just to be, just so you guys know that, like, to me, it doesn't matter who does it. And it basically says, I want to assist your administration in rolling out a nationwide financial education program called Financial Freedom for All Americans. Whatever you want to call it's fine with me. I don't care. He'll probably want to call it something else. Make America Wealthy Again. MAWA. Okay? For all Americans that will be ready for the public the day of your administration. Financial Freedom for All Americans provides wealth education to all Americans on exactly how you can achieve financial freedom. This is not financial literacy, by the way. This is how to get people educated on wealth strategies like I'm giving you guys today. This would be the first time in 20 years the government's paid attention to financial education. The last time was back when Bush was in office, 2002, but the country wasn't ready. Bush was not the right person to sell it. The technology didn't exist to scale it and deliver it to people. And the most important thing is lifestyles had not been sold yet. Okay? When Instagram started seeing people like me get on a plane, and I started showing my plane off, in the last 5 or 6 years, dude, something happened worldwide where people were like, oh, is that what wealth looks like? Prior to that, this was never shown. You didn't see helicopters, planes, money, Rolls Royces. You didn't see the life. Something happened. Like I literally get chills when I'm talking about this because something happened where all of a sudden poor people got to see inside the king's bedroom. Oh, wow. That's what that looks like. And the moment you see it, man, I mean, if you look at the black community, I'm going to use the black community. Somebody's going to hate on me for this. The young black kid sees LeBron playing basketball. So what does he do? Dude, he falls in love with a basketball because the basketball is his route out. He sees Kanye or Drake getting rich. So what's he say? I'm going to start putting the rhymes together, man. Even white kids, Eminem, Marshall Mathers. Oh my God, this is my way out, right? I can't do anything else, so I'm going to learn to do this, okay? When you show pictures like this, people start saying, that guy owns a Gulfstream. That's a plane that typically was reserved for Coca-Cola, General Electric, the U.S. military, like Google, Facebook. This was the biggest of the biggest. U.S. Steel would own this plane, not Grant and Elena Cardone from the Bayous. Goofy people. Look how goofy she is right there. That was such a great video, okay? So the moment, thank you, Johnny, for doing that. The moment people saw that at scale, America, just in the last 5 or 6 years, started saying, back to the letter, started saying, hey, I can have that. Can I have that? What do I need to have that? So you had to have 3 things in place. Number 1, you need a spokesman to sell it. Somebody's got to sell this program. Number 2, you have to have the technology to scale it. In 2002, what was around to push out education? Schools. That won't work, and TV. And there was 3 TV channels, maybe 5 TV channels. There was CNN and 3 other channels. Today, what do we have? Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, X. Bro, I don't even need TV. I got 800 cable TVs, public broadcasting, and literally the US government could take their foot, put it on Facebook and say, you are forced to put this on the front page and it's gonna be free to the public. We want the public to see this on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. We want it free to everyone. Anyone that receives food stamps, handouts, pensions, Medicare, anything is going to learn this program. It's going to be mandated, just like we mandated that bullshit vaccine. We're going to mandate financial wealth education for all Americans, okay? And we're going to give it for free. And every American will have a choice. Do you want to get rich? Do you want to know the tax codes that Donald Trump used, that Grant Cardone uses, that Google and Apple use so that you can reduce your tax bill to 0? I was telling the Washington Post this the other day, and they're like, well, no one will pay taxes. I'm like, exactly. Wouldn't that be some cool shit? Who's going to fund the government? You won't need to fund the government. You're going to have $2 trillion that are floating through the U.S. economy that's not going to other countries. We're going to have all this wealth. In 1913, we had no taxes. This country was so wealthy, it was unbelievable. Everything that was taxed came into the country. All this money was just rotating through the economy. It was unbelievable. So anyway, that's what I want to do. I want to do for you guys that are here today. And it's going to take the government a minute to get a hold of this kind of stuff. You guys can get a hold of it right now, okay? There's about, what do you got in here right now? How many people registered for this original?
1,700 people.
No, originally.
90,000.
90,000 people. 90,000 people signed up for this event, okay? You guys right now that are showing up on a Friday, 1913, I think it was 1913. You guys that signed up for this, congratulations for being here because you don't need to wait for the government to roll it out. You can get it right now. You're gonna need a lot of support, a lot of help This is not easy, okay? This stuff that I'm sharing with you, I know it's a lot of data coming at you right now, okay? To make $1 million is not easy. To make $10 million is not easy. To make $100 million is not easy. But I'm gonna tell you something. Making 100 million is easier than living on 60 grand. I'm just telling you right now. For whatever it's worth, rich guy telling you right now, and I'm a rich guy and I'm grateful and I'm happy and I'm freaking awesome. Like, it's been awesome. I worked my ass off for it. And you can call me good guy, bad guy, whatever you want to call me. I've done this and I've done this. And they're both hard. This was harder. If you can live on 60 grand a year, you can do this thing I'm telling you today. Now, you're going to have to give something up and you're going to have to learn something, but I'm just telling you, this is almost impossible to do. If you can live poor, you're probably one of the most creative people on the planet. You're just not giving yourself credit for it because you're figuring out all kind of shit. The poorest people are the most creative people, okay? You're most creative when you're poor. You're at a camp, you and the family are at a camp, or you're having Thanksgiving because we're getting ready to move into Thanksgiving. You don't have any money and you guys want to play a game. What do poor people do? Or kids, what do kids do? Kids don't have any money. 2 5-year-olds and they want to play a game. What do? They don't go buy anything. They create fantasy friends, okay? I got this friend Glenn, I got Frankie. You start playing, you start creating stuff out of nothing. This is where we have to get you guys back to, man, creating stuff out of nothing. This nothing has to be big enough, though, to benefit you and your brother, your sister, your mother, the family, and so you can scale it. Number 5, we got to monetize this AF. Okay? We got to monetize this as fast as we possibly can. We'll show you how to do that here in a second. Number 6, scale so that you can exit. Exit doesn't mean I sell it. It means I don't have to do it anymore. Somebody else is going to do it, and I can go do something else that I want to do. Okay, so how do you break down $1 million? I referenced this earlier. Exercise?
Coming up.
Where?
3 more slides.
Okay. Break down to $1 million. Break it down. We're going to just use $1 million. $1 million's the target that we're giving you guys for 90 days. I'm giving everybody a self-imposed, Grant Cardone imposed target, $1 million, 90 days. You could get one person in 90 days to give you $1 million. You could get 10 people to give you 100 grand. You could get 100 people to give you 10,000. You could get 1,000 people to give you 1,000. You could get 10,000 people to give you $100, or you could get 100,000 people to give you $10. That's 2, 4, 6 ways to get to $1 million. There's another way to do it. You could get commitments or contracts for one person to give you $83,000 a month, 10 people to give you $8,300 a month, 100 people to give you $833 a month, 1,000 people give you $83 a month, or 10,000 people. By the way, this page 17, if you guys can't make this worth hundreds of millions of dollars, this one page is a life game-changing page. I know how simple it looks. It looks stupid. It is. Okay, 100,000 people give you 83 cents. That would be the one I would scratch off. Don't even try to do it. Nobody trades in 83 cents anymore. Okay. Now, if you did all 6 of these, you wouldn't make $1 million. You'd make $12 million. If you could figure out how to do all 12. There's a path. That's the math. Now, it starts with an idea. An idea becomes a target becomes an activity, and activity has to be held accountable. We're on page 18. An idea becomes a target becomes an activity, and the activity is what drives the accountability, okay? Number 1, ideas must be quantifiable. Meaning, take a note here, the idea should be converted to money. A number. Saving the world is an idea. I need to know how much money that costs. Even Mother Teresa did this, by the way. Everybody's like, oh, Mother Teresa didn't have any money. No, Mother Teresa didn't need any money. All her friends had money. She was not the money. She was not the source of the money. She had the idea, and she hooked up with rich people to fund her ideas. Okay, number 2, focus on the why, not the how or the what. Show me the number on X. Number 3, you're going to break the goals down daily, weekly, and monthly. Number 4, the target should drive the activity. Huh? You guys, welcome, X. Good to have you guys here on X. Great to have you guys here on X. Yeah, I thought it was the phone over there. Okay, number 5, activities must be managed. We got 3,000 people on X right now. How do they get the book?
It's a cumulative number. It's
how can they get the book?
GrantCardone.com/go. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's a cumulative number.
Yeah. Good.
Okay.
That's great. How do they get? How do the cumulative number get the book?
Go to GrantCardone.com/go, and they can get access. Like I can't. You don't have a link.
Yeah.
For the,
you guys on X that want to get access to the book. I mean, how do they get the book though? Just the book. Set up a thing where they can get just the book. Just the book.
Okay.
That way I get them registered.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, GrantCardone.com/ and even maybe the people on Instagram, GrantCardone.com/ social PDF. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys give us a second, we'll just have this set up. You guys on X and on Instagram and TikTok, it'll be GrantCardone.com/ PDF. Just do PDF. PDF. It's a great way to collect the data. Mm-hmm. And then we'll get you out this book so you guys have the answers to this. And then everybody should have this information. There's a lot to learn here, okay? Well, that's why today's going to go till about 3 o'clock, 3:30. There's a lot of information. I'm about to do an exercise. I know you guys are getting a lot of information right now. You're like, God damn, man, what am I going to do with all this? Once you see what I'm going to do today, I'm basically building on a concept that's very, very simple. This is not complicated. You're just getting hit with a bunch of data right now that you're not maybe familiar with. Like if I was going to go study about Bitcoin today, I'm going to get flooded with all this information, or the treasuries, or bonds, junk bonds. If I'm going to go study junk bonds today, I'm going to get hit with all this data about junk bonds, and I'm going to be like, God damn, what are they doing? Dude, just stay with it. Don't quit. Like if you want to study about junk bonds, you got to get hit with all this information about junk bonds that you don't understand. Go get another load of it, dump it on me again, a third load of it, and then sooner or later I'm gonna start being like, oh, I know what a junk bond is. Okay, I remember I was reading the Wall Street Journal. I was probably, I had to be 30, 31 years old. My brother said, bro, you need to start reading financial papers. And he gave me the Barron's magazine. It was Barron's, the weekly magazine. And man, I'd go through there and I'd start reading this thing and I'm like, man, I don't even know what they're talking about. P's and like they got all this terminology, all these columns. But every week I'd read it, not even knowing what it was saying. And I noticed like about 6 months into it, I started, oh, I know that company. I know that company. There's got to be some familiarity will happen. So for any of you that are feeling overwhelmed right now, don't let the data overwhelm you. Just trust me. Hang in there. Okay, we're going to get you to a place where you're going to be very comfortable with this and it's going to be just natural for you. Number 6, once you know you're managing activities daily, by the way, you're going to go back and look at this information later. Identify who can and will support you. Make another note. Who won't? Oh, I'm sorry, that'll be number 7. Who won't is on number 7. Identify who can and will support you on your team. So like when I was 31 years old, 32 years old, I started buying real estate. I made a list of who's going to support me in the real estate. I had a list of 3 people that would support me in real estate and some other people that were questionable. Okay, I called my mom up one day and I said, Mama, I'm starting to buy real estate. I'm going to build a real estate company. And she's like, don't do that. I put her on the list. She is a distractor, a detractor. She is negative. She's my mom. She loves me, but she didn't think I should go into real estate. Now that was $5 billion ago. My mom, the person that loved me, took care of me, believed in me the most, almost talked me out of being involved in a $5 billion business. Number 8, have someone hold you accountable for your blind spots. This will be a third party. It could be a priest, chaplain, minister, somebody maybe not connected with the business, somebody on the outside. This is Merlin to King Arthur. Okay. Now, when you're managing ideas, all we're looking at is number one right now. This is the target. The most important thing in the achievement of big ideas is the target. When you're managing targets, remember, number one reason people fail, number one biggest reason of all the reasons, I'm telling you, I am convinced 80% of the challenge is with the target itself. Is the target right? Probably not. It's probably too small. Every target I've had in my entire career has been smaller than the one I was capable of. I had wrong targets. I wanted to be on Shark Tank. That would have been a massive disaster for me. That would have cost, if I would have got that goal to be on Shark Tank, you know, sometimes the things you don't get are the best things. If I would have gotten on Shark Tank for 6 years or 7 years or 11 years like my friend Damon John, it would have cost me so much, it would have cost me everything. And my happiness, okay? And the idea that I contribute to so many people. Okay, but I wanted it. It was just the wrong target. Okay, number one, you must have on targets, you must have daily, weekly, and monthly targets, not just one big target. So I have 15,000 apartments and I want 150,000. Now I need to start breaking this down, okay? How do I break this down? How many deals do I need? How many contacts do I need to make? How many do I need to add every quarter, every week, every month? What do I need to do? Number two, team needs to know the targets because they're going to forget them. Your team will forget the targets. Your partner will forget the targets. Your best partner will forget the targets. Your accountant and your legal team don't even know what they are. They're giving you advice without knowing what you want to accomplish. I had a meeting yesterday on this where a guy's giving me advice. I'm like, bro, you don't even know where I want to go. Like, you're giving me advice on one deal. I'm trying to go to this other thing. Number three, you have to resell these targets and the importance of the target. For instance, at Cardone Training Technologies, this event is being delivered to you by Cardone Training Technologies. Our target is to educate as many people as possible. 90,000 people were given an opportunity to see this information for free and couldn't show up for it. So I have to resell to my audience. We feel like a failure over here. I try to give 90,000 people something. Okay? 9,000 people take advantage of it. 81,000 people missed it. So I got to go back and tell these people, first of all, I got to tell my team why we didn't fail with those 81,000, and we need to recontact these people. Hey, let's go back and recontact these people. Fortunately, these people, the 9,000, are all going to benefit with the information. They win. The 81,000 we let down, okay? So I got to resell the target of why to contact these people again to my team. Otherwise, they're going to be like, they don't want it. They didn't show up. We already spent time and energy on them. Number four. Oh, by the way, can you pan over here? You guys have a camera over here? Or is it too hard to get to it? Yeah. Okay. You see these three chairs over here? Glenn's sitting in one of them. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's not going to work if it's over there and you're over there. Okay. See these ballers over here? These ballers? You see these three seats over here? Yeah. See those over there? Not the one Glenn's in. Glenn's over there, and Glenn works with us. Okay, you see the good-looking dude over here? Glenn. Go to Glenn. No, you're not. I can't see Glenn. Okay. Well, those three seats over there, people pay. That's $45,000 for those three seats, and they didn't show up. What's wrong with people? These three people, they didn't come for the 15 grand. They came for the 15 million. Okay, they're not here for 15 grand. You do not spend $15,000 on a seat to get $15,000 worth of information. No, nobody trades for even. Okay, I don't pay $25 for a book because I think the book is worth $25. I think the book is worth more than $25. I'm giving you guys $1 billion worth of information right now. The moment somebody gives you $4 for a cup of coffee, they think the cup of coffee is worth more than $4, even though they complain about the $4. So no matter how much they complain about the $4, somebody gives me rent. They give me $2,000 for rent. They think the unit the 1,000 square feet in Fort Lauderdale, they think this is worth more than that, or they wouldn't have given me that. Then they complain about that. But the truth is, I know they're just complaining. This is not a real objection. If I go pay $250,000 for a bulletproof Hummer, and I give the guy 250 grand for a Hummer, I believe, no matter how much I complain, that the 250,000 is worth less than the Hummer. Anytime somebody trades money, somebody makes me an offer on my property, they say, I will give you $42 million for your property. They believe my property is worth what? 42 million? Grant, we think your property is worth 42 million. What do I know? No, you think it's worth more than 42 million. Otherwise, you wouldn't give me 42 million. If I take 42 million, I believe my property is worth less than 42 million. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made the trade. Okay? Just remember, you have to be sold. Sell or be sold. If you could pop that book up. Sell or be sold, man. Be sold on the offer and make sure your team is sold on the offer. If you're doing some kind of procedure for people on their face and it costs $1,800 or $3,000 for this facial thing, right? God dang, $3,000, that's a lot of damn money, okay? How many times a year should I do it? That's what they do. They complain, and then they buy it. Watermelon, organic watermelon is $19. God damn. I remember when they were $3. Give me 2 of them. Okay? So what point am I making? Sell or be sold. You're either going to be sold or you're going to do the selling. Thank you, Johnny. And you have to keep selling your team on the target. I sold my team on the target yesterday. Guys, we're going to do this. Okay? This morning, they wake up, him and his wife had an argument. He drives to work, he gets in a wreck. He gets to the office. I just saw the guy 12 hours ago. He gets to the office. Does he know the target right now? His target right now is I got to fix my car and I got to solve this problem with my wife. Okay? I wrecked the car. I had a fight with my wife. That's his target now. You understand? He gets to the office. I got to resell him on the importance of our targets. Number 4, sales math required to hit the target. There is a sales math that will get you to any target. Okay? So, for instance.
That link's ready.
Huh?
GrantCardone.com/PDF is ready.
Yeah, GrantCardone.com/PDF. You guys on X, you guys on Instagram, GrantCardone.com/PDF. PDF stands for PDF. What does PDF stand for?
Paper digital format.
Dude, I like that. PDF, okay? Which is now, don't confuse that with P. Diddy. Okay? Take that.
Portable document format. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, PDF, GrantCardone.com/PDF. If you guys want the book of that, just go there. It's my gift to you. You guys on X and Instagram, grab the book right there and we'll send it to you. GrantCardone.com/PDF. Not to be confused with P. Diddy freak off. I was invited to a P. Diddy party, by the way. I'm proud to say I said no. Thank you, I don't want that.
Hey, no Diddy, man, no Diddy.
No pity for the Diddy either.
That's right.
Number 5, lead math. What's your lead math? You got sales math, you got lead math. Number 6, activity math. Number 7, people math. What's the people math? I'm going to need people to do this. Number 8, breakage. What's my breakage? Okay, here's my breakage. 90,000 gets me 8,000, gets me 800. Okay, 800 people will pay me, 8,000 people will watch it. I get this many registered. I got tremendous breakage here. I have like 81,200 breakage. All looks like waste. We do this every 3 weeks. How big's our email list?
6.7 million.
6.7 million people, and only 156,000 people paid me last year. Tremendous amounts of breakage, but we know our numbers. Now, when I show you guys this, it doesn't bother you guys. You guys are like, oh, that's cool. He knows his information. It doesn't bother you guys because you're not going through the breakage. You're not seeing all this opportunity. So I got 6 million people on the email list. We have probably 1.2 million people on the email list that hit block. Not block, but what?
Unsubscribe.
Unsubscribe.
2.5.
Okay? 2.5 million?
Yeah.
2.5 million dump off the list every year. Those are our best customers, by the way. Just so you guys know, once you do the math, you're like, everybody, remember when that Sasa guy, what was his name in LA, that dumbass that worked for us that drove the Mercedes? Sasan.
Yeah.
What a dumbass. Grant, we're having people unsubscribe from the emails. We should stop sending as many emails. I said, no, man, send more emails. Now's the time to send more. He's like, no, we're losing people. I said, lose more people. Okay? Probably 40% of our VIPs are unsubscribed from our email. They don't want to see the email, but they can't get away from me. I'll show you how to do that. When do I do the marketing piece? Today or tomorrow?
That is today. Today you're going to do after this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Exercise. What's your target? What's the math? What are the 3 ways to get to $1 million? What's your biggest takeaway from this section? This is just the idea, okay? You're going to finish this exercise. How do we do that, Jared? How much time do I
it's in
give
their
you?
book. So just go ahead and fill it out in your book.
What's your target?
Yeah.
What's the math to get to the target? What are the 3 ways to get to $1 million? If you want to change that to 10 million, I'm fine with that. I'll help you. Include one that is recurring, and what was your biggest takeaway from this section? A little background music.
Do-do.
I'm talking hungry. Talking meals, now I'm talking money. Yeah. And I just feel like you got that for me. Yeah. Another deal right before the morning. Yeah. Talking credit or cash, every question they ask, we gon' get to the bag. But they don't believe it, they say, how he achieve it, they say getting rich is a fantasy, Uncle G, what they say, watch where you getting advice, get you $1 million at mine, do you some millionaire math and multiply like chapter 5, then I got 1 question, hold up 2 questions, can you keep it 100, do you want blue blessings, say we got all the answers, that's a scuba lesson, do whatever it takes, like season 2 especially, Mikey B gon' ring the bell and get the 2-stepping. I doubled up and Jay say, homie, quit your 2-Xing. Dominate, don't compete. Champion came to win. What you say, Uncle G? Can we ask him again? I say, who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? 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 Yeah. So that money calling. So I got what you gonna do about it? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? So that money calling. So I gotta ask who got it. Okay, let's get to the paper. Talking millions on the phone. Okay, let's get some new haters. Ain't no feelings in the zone. Okay, you talking premiere. VIP all about business. I never hope for the money. Me, I go out and I get it. See, me, I go out on a Tuesday. You know, every day Tuesday. And you know, Sheriff stay groovy. It's a 10X movie. You know, we stay on the move. Gotta get money, they do it. Get in the wins, never losing. We never talk, we just prove it. Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money's calling. Who's got my money? So I gotta ask who got it. Who got my money? Got my money. You got my money. No. I got 1 question. I got 1 question.
Who's got my money? And keep asking until you have answers. And once you have answers, then you go to who's got that money and you do whatever it takes. Once you commit to this concept fully, the money will follow like magic. Chapter 6, Step 4, Who's Got My Money?
Who got it? 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 Who bank and I bought the chance. I buy apartments, I send checks. Yo, billionaire went undercover, help y'all discover who did it best. Just bought 2 choppers, can't wait till they see the face and they see what I do next. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow.
Yeah, and only then do I buy something stupid. How stupid can you go? You can go as stupid as your cash flow.
You know what heals all ills? Deals. Look who went from meals to bills. It's eat what you kill when you're in the field. In the pipeline overflowing, I don't drip or spill. We don't seek balance, nah, we want extraordinary. If you really knew my dreams, it'd be more than scary. We got more to spare, ain't no shortage, baby. Winning by the chopper and another for my lady. Talking about the bird and the strap, say the word and she handle that. Fully loaded, put it at the target and you know we let it off every man. Got my money, who got my back? You can never get it if you never ask. Big bags, legendary swag. Only one thing better than cash. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through, no I won't do, no I won't do, no I'm talking to, not to, you don't about to do, what? Walk in that door. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. Rule 1, getting money, never losing no. But I'm broke, but now I'm living adding digits, comma zeros and some decimals. And I wish you would try to test me, yo. You should listen to the lesson, no. Masterminds out of Mexico, I invested dough and I let it grow. Benjamins, I got a pocket full. Rich your income and your taxes low. Spend it right and then the best more. And if you don't believe me, ask my doctor down. What you mean? You mean Uncle G? Planting seeds for these money trees. Who got my money, please? Everywhere you wanna be like Visa, MasterCard, American Express. I bought the bank and I bought the chance. I buy apartments, I send checks. Yo, billionaire went undercover, help y'all discover who did it best. Just bought 2 choppers, can't wait till they see the face and they see what I do next. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow.
Yeah, and only then do I buy something stupid. How stupid can you go? You can go as stupid as your cash flow.
You know what heals all ills? Deals. Look who went from meals to bills. It's eat what you kill when you're in the field. In the pipeline overflowing, I don't drip or spill. We don't seek balance, nah, we want extraordinary. If you really knew my dreams, it'd be more than scary. We got more to spare, ain't no shortage, baby. Winning by the chopper and another for my lady. Talking about the bird and the strap, say the word and she handle that. Fully loaded, put it at the target and you know we let it off every man. Got my money, who got my back? You can never get it if you never ask. Big bags, legendary swag. Only one thing better than cash. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through, no I won't do, no I won't do, no I'm talking to, not to, you don't about to do, what? Walk in that door.
Yeah. I know we just signed the deal, but I need my advance on the next one too. They know I'm gonna be around. Yeah. I need it. Metro Boomin want some more.
Yeah. Do I have your attention is the question, okay? All right, so what did we just cover? Hey, what's your target? Do you have a clear, crystallized target? What's your math to the target? How many of you came up with your math? You want to just throw it in the chat? What's your target? What's the math? What are 3 ways to get there? Just copy what you did, throw it in the chat, and let's see what you have. Brian Mason says, hey man, is there an example of this? Okay, in the book? No, there's not an example, but it could. I mean, there are examples. Hey, let's say I want to make $1 million in 90 days. Okay, I mean, I didn't put an example in because I kind of went over this, but what's the math? What's the math to the target? Okay, I take the 90 days. I mean, there's so many different ways you can cut this baby up. It's $1 million divided by 90 days, divided by 24 hours, divided by 60 minutes. I need $7.70 a minute every day.
Giddy up.
Giddy up, giddy up. Now, you see what I did? I did the math first. What you guys do is y'all go build a product, come up with an idea, build a product, write a book, and like, dude, I don't need to even write the book, bruh. Look, how about I sell a PDF copy of the book for $7 every minute for the next 90 days? And give you the book when I publish it in 90 days. I collect the $7.70 a minute. That means what do I need right now? I don't need to write the book. I need a landing page. I need a presentation. I need a checkout. And I need to, boom. I did this once. I had an idea for a book. I didn't write the book first. You see, you're out sequence. First you get the idea, then you market the idea, which is what we're going to do right now. But first, once you have the idea, you do the math on the idea. Okay, I want to make $1 million in 90 days. I need to collect $7. What did I do here? I took $1 million, 90 days, and I broke it down. Okay, there's 90 days. Divide that by 90. What's that number? Somebody walk the math. Jared, help me with the math.
You want this? $1 million divided by 90 days.
Yeah. How many days? What is that? The first number.
11,101.
Yeah.
11,000, yeah.
A day.
111, yeah.
Divide by 24. What is that? 24 hours. I don't have...
$462.
$462 a day. It's getting a little easier now, okay? 24 hours, I'm going to divide that by 60 minutes.
$19 an hour.
$19 an hour?
It says 19...
Man, how many people does it take to do math? Yeah, $7.70.
60 seconds, yeah.
A minute.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to do it a minute. Now, I mean, you got 60 seconds in a minute. So, I mean, I could do a transaction every second, but it doesn't matter, dude. You still need to get attention. You don't tell anybody you're doing this. None of this matters. You cannot do a transaction without people. Hey, champ.
Hello.
Man, congratulations on your SAT score.
Thank you.
You're top 83% of your class?
Mm-hmm.
You are shockingly superstar.
Thank you.
Let me ask you a question.
Everything has to be our location.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have $250,000 for me?
No, I do not.
I mean, 250 million. I'm sorry, 250 million.
No, I don't.
Okay, I got to call you. Then I got to call you back.
Oh, I was just calling you back, though.
I love you.
Okay, I love you.
Peace. All right. So this is the math. Then I figured the product out. Then I worry about, okay, what product can I sell for $7.70 every minute of the day? Oh yeah, well the problem is I have a job right now that's paying me $150,000. Okay, good. Don't get rid of that. That's part of your $1 million. Like, you know, if you make, let's say you made $150,000 every 90 days, just for conversation. That was your salary or something. You made 600 grand a year. Don't get rid of this. That's part of your $1 million. Like, I see so many people do this stupid thing. Okay, I'm gonna quit this job and I'm gonna go do a new thing. Dude, they stupid. You're going to zero. Don't go to zero, just add. How do I do this and be loyal to this, by the way? Don't betray this, man. I see so many people betray money and the source of the money. This guy can tell you for 20, 25 years, I have a source of income from a business that I still won't give up today, and it's nothing. I got a check yesterday for $22. Okay? And I was showing my real estate investors. It's one of the funds I'm invested in. It's like $22.57. And they're like, dude, your return on that deal is $22? I'm like, yeah. They're like, that's nothing. I'm like, okay, well, it's something to me. What if I told you I had 1,000 of those? All of a sudden it got to be something, didn't it? You don't get rid of $22, okay? I have one that says $22. I got another one that says $45,000. I got another one that says $87,000. They're all add up, is my point. Don't get rid of $22, man. Give it to your church if you don't think it's anything. Give it to the homeless guy. Give it to some guy that needs $22. Don't look at it and say it's nothing, okay? So, see what I did here? I just did the math. Then I start figuring out, hey, what could I offer to the public for $7? And I could do enough of these over 90 days, and it would produce $1 million of revenue. It's probably something that you guys are doing right now. Something. Maybe you're doing hair weaving or extensions or nails. Well, you can't do nails 24/7, 365. I mean, you can't do it. But you could probably figure out something in the space of doing nails. Okay? So anyway, page 20 and 21 should have been very revealing to you guys. Now we got to get attention. Because if nobody knows you, throw in the chat. Nobody knows you. $100 to the first person that throws in the chat. Nobody can flow you. Okay?
Dang.
By the way, when I tell you guys I'm gonna give you $100 next time I see you, that's some bullshit. I ain't giving you. Yeah. I tell people every day I'm gonna give them some. When I see you, I'll give you 100. I ain't giving you nothing. Okay, it's come on. Okay. All right, page 23. Unless you need 100. Then I will hook you up, okay? Okay, now here's our wheel, right? Idea, attention, idea, attention, idea, attention, idea. You don't go build a product, idea, attention.
You want to take a quick lunch break?
No.
Okay.
I want to do this. I want to do the attention.
Okay.
Don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get through this. Attention, marketing, advertising, promotion, relevant, leadership, or relevance, leadership, recognition, brand, consideration, influence. Money follows attention. Okay, there's an attention graph right here. There's not a money graph, it's an attention graph. Nobody knows you, nobody's doing business with you. In 2008, nobody knew me.
This is from Google
Trends,
Trends,
guys.
guys.
Bro, you threw me off with that. I didn't think that was the plan.
Yeah, we did.
Huh? Do y'all want to do that right now?
That's what we were just talking about, but
It's fine. You're in charge, dude.
Yeah. Okay. Feel like we just got here. 2008, if you did a Google trend research, hey, who is Grant Cardone? You literally couldn't find me on the internet. I'm like, oh, nobody knows me on the internet. Okay, I was in one industry, one vertical, nobody knew me. Now this doesn't happen overnight. You can see this 16 years. I've been working on building a brand and a name. This is not advertising, this is marketing. This is the concept of omnipresence. I wrote about it in a book called If You're Not First, You're Last. Okay, if you're not first in the buyer's mind, you're last. And if you're last, the money's not coming to you. So, how do you start getting attention, and is it worth it? Now, for those of you who don't think it's worth it, can we warm up this air conditioner a little bit? Guys, it's a little cold in here. when we start getting attention, and for those of you who think attention is a bad thing, understand that money follows attention. I'm gonna show you another graph here. Okay, that's a money graph over the same period of time. 2008.
Company revenue.
Company revenue, $3 million in 2008. Notice, in 2008, the world's coming to an end. My company, it actually grew. It was the first time my company grew in 15 years. And the economy was the worst economy I've had in my lifetime. It was awful. It was the best thing that ever happened to me.
Half your potential clients went out of business.
Yeah, 50% of my clientele went out of business. Nobody, the three flows of income and my business grew that year. Now, it doesn't look like it grew now, but if you just took the graph from 2008 to 2009, it says 2008 twice down there.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Okay. I mean, if I took that graph today, that graph would be like this. It would be vertical.
If you just took from 2008 to 2013 to 2014, it's a 5x.
Yeah, it's going to look like it's going to be straight up. Now, when I take it out over time, this graph goes to over $700 million this year. So it looks like that was nothing, but these were giant moves each year. Once we started getting what? Once the idea was clarified, and then we started getting attention. Now, back then, the attention we were getting is different than the attention I'm getting today. Okay, I was a sales guy. We were talking about sales. We were talking about how to sell a product or service. Yeah, goddamn. You guys got to be cold, huh? Yeah. I'm the one doing all the moving around. Now, over the years, the desire to get attention has been different. Like, I'm not getting attention for me. I'm getting attention for the brand. Johnny, do you have that video? Marketing, promotion, advertising, that video? Okay. So Johnny's gonna set that up. But you see these graphs? Notice how identical they look. So for those of you who are like, I'm not a television personality, or I don't like Instagram, or I don't like a camera. Okay, whatever. I didn't say you were going to like the shit you had to do to get where you want to get. We hadn't talked about what you don't like to do for 2 hours. We've been talking about where you want to go. If you're not willing to do stuff you don't want to do, you ain't going where you ain't never been. Play that video, Johnny.
Here's the difference between marketing, sales, promotion, and publicity. Let me explain it like this. If a circus is coming to town and you put a sign up that says circus coming to town, that's advertising. If you put the sign, circus is coming to town, on the back of an elephant and walk into town, that's promotion. And if the elephant walks through the mayor's flower bed and the local newspaper happen to write about it, well, that would be publicity. And of course, if you could get the mayor to either laugh or really get upset about it, well, that would be public relations, and that could have been contrived. And if you tell the community that you're going to have a booth to sell products or services or elephants or whatever, well, that's sales. And if you plan the entire thing like I'm talking to you about right now, that's marketing. That is the difference between marketing, sales, promotion, and publicity. Hope you enjoyed that.
So, what are you willing to do to get your idea to the marketplace? If nobody knows you, nobody's going to trust you. Nobody trusts a dark alley. Okay, you could walk down an alley in the midday, you walk down an alley and not have any threat. The moment I turn the lights out and you can't see where you're going to be like, okay, slow down. I don't trust anything. If I don't know you, I don't trust you, period. The way you build trust is through frequency of showing up in the marketplace. People might not like me, by the way. I'm not trying to build likability or popularity. I don't care if you like me. I care if you know me.
Do you feel like, so, because I was along this journey here, like I was there in the beginning.
Yeah.
In the beginning, it seemed like we were doing so much. Like we were creating so much content, videos every day, all this stuff. Do you feel like that there becomes like a tipping point where like you're putting out all this energy and effort and then it finally starts catching up, and as long as you keep on it, then it just explodes?
Well, we didn't know, nobody knew how to do any of this stuff back then, because the only way, when I was growing up, the only way you could be famous or be known was TV. Everything's changing now. Anybody can be famous now. Like, now, I'm not saying you want to be famous because there's a whole downside to the fame thing, but you do want people to know who you are. It is better to be known than to know. Because when you walk in a room, somebody knows you, you get a better seat, you get more attention, you get preference, you get privilege, man. Shit, there's privilege in being known. So you can literally create privilege today because you're known. And so, I mean, we saw that this week with some of these meetings we got.
Yeah.
But
the point is,
we were loading up so hard. The reason we were loading up so hard 12 years ago was we didn't know what this could produce. When you're fearful, you're gonna fight harder, right? When I'm really scared, like when you're scared, you're gonna fight, you're gonna probably fight harder than you needed to win. Now, once you know what wins the fight, then you're strategic. You're like, dude, I just need to do these 3 or 4 blows and I know I win the war. Back then, we didn't know what won, dude. We'd freaking do something. First of all, nobody was even watching it. Nobody was on any of these platforms. So we didn't know that YouTube, I mean, I was doing, I don't know, 7 podcasts a week.
Videos every day.
14 or 15 live streams a week. I'm not even exaggerating, 60 a month. Like, we were doing the wildest stuff. We had anything that would come up, any new platform that would come up, I was hustling so hard to get my name known, not knowing if it would work, and then something happened. Now, what happened in the beginning was all of a sudden you become the sales guy. The problem is you get trapped by the casting of what you you get typecast. You get locked into like what people know you to be. Oh, you're that sales guy. You're that sales guy. You're that sales guy. That rarely even happens today. And so, you know, we went on a stint. We got the attention and then we wrote the books. Mm-hmm. We didn't write the books and then get the attention. We got the attention and then wrote the books. And the first book was Sell or Be Sold, then it was Closed Survival Guide. Those happened bang, bang. And this needs to be frequent. It's like you're bombing. You don't want to bomb once a month. You want to bomb every day until they submit. So you get it over with as fast as possible. Like, you got to just like overwhelm the enemy with tremendous amounts of press.
And I'll say that, like, this is a big unknown for most businesses. Fail here. Would you agree?
This is
with attention.
The idea, the big idea. See, the big idea is going to force this. So if you don't have a big idea, you're not going to do this. You're going to be like, I'm just going to run my little furniture business in my little town, my little chiropractor business, my little dental business, because the idea is not big enough. If you want to be a billionaire in dentistry, you can't think about your market. You got to think about the country. You got to think about scaling. At which point it's going to suck you into this. I got to get attention from my brand.
So we have hundreds of thousands of businesses that we work with every year, and all of them do this wrong. And the unknown of what's going to be the outcome of it almost causes that that introversion of them to like pull back from it. And really what I wanted to say that is so that you guys know that the only thing that we did is we pushed into the uncertainty and continued to press because of this one rule that money follows attention. And it always, 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 always works.
And that I knew because of 2008, when 2008 happened, I had conquered an industry, what looked like conquered an industry that died. And then the flow stopped. And I'm like, that was stupid. And I knew it, by the way. I had known it 4 or 5 years before it happened. I'm like, okay, I'm too dependent upon this one industry. And so when it finally happened, it's like God did for me what I couldn't do for myself. It's like, here, bro, you're not going to change on your own? Here, I'm going to force you to change and reach your potential. At which point I'm like, oh, I see what I did wrong. I didn't have 10 industries to sell to market to. I had one niche. I did exactly what I told you guys in the first 2 hours not to do. Don't define the path until you do the math. And so then we opened it up and said, okay, I'm gonna talk to everybody. Now, once we did the sales thing, well, let me just say this. Once we got the attention, here's the problem with attention. In the beginning, the first problem with attention that you guys don't know, guy says, oh, I don't like to get attention. I don't like the camera. I don't want to be that guy. Okay. The first problem that you don't even understand is you're going to be ignored. So you don't need to worry about being famous because you ain't gonna be famous for a long time, okay? They're not gonna even see your shit, okay? You're gonna post something and you're gonna be like, I'm the only one watching. Huh? Like you're literally talking to a vacuum. No one sees you. The next thing is they're gonna see you and they're probably gonna criticize you. Right? Like in the beginning, you're not even doing this for audience. You're doing this for you. So when I market or promote, I'm doing this for me. I'm doing this for me. Then I do it for my people, okay? Because I want them to see it. Then I do it for the competition. Like if I can get them to start criticizing me, it's starting to work. Now you're showing up persistently and consistently enough that the audience is starting to say, why is he doing that? But it's not the audience that's buying from you, it's the audience that's competing with you.
And that criticism step, though, is where most people stop.
Yeah,
if they can make it through being ignored, and they start getting criticism, they stop.
Yeah, this one's terrible though. Being ignored is, it's a killer. If you're anything like me and you think you have value in a marketplace, being ignored is so painful, man. You guys aren't hearing me, okay? Like, and then you're gonna get criticized here, okay? You're probably gonna get shunned a little bit. You're gonna get ignored, shunned, kind of laughed at, criticized, and then, you know, they could actually get antagonistic toward you and try to hurt you.
If you keep pushing with criticism, if you decide to continue to push, the criticism becomes haters.
It turns to haters, it turns to claims against you, it turns to all kind of weird stuff, okay? Just keep moving through that. This shit is working good now, dude. That's why I antagonize so many people. Y'all ever see me antagonizing people? I'm doing it on purpose. I know exactly what I try to trigger people. Like, I'm just a walking human trigger, okay? And then now they're talking about me because these people will talk about you more than the people that support you. The people that support you get your product or service. Oh, he gave me such a great adjustment. Oh, I feel so much better. Okay. It's the criticizers. You see what that guy's saying on TV about he can fix anybody's back? What an idiot that guy is. Eminem, when George Bush tried to stop Eminem's CD, dude, it blew up. You can't do this. When you try to antagonize, suppress, stop people from talking, what happens is it builds something MAGA. Okay, and number 4, man, this is where the success is going to come. Now people are going to start loving you, emulating you. This is where your success is going to come from, and this is where things start getting a lot easier because people trust you.
And one thing also, like, because you mentioned something like about the people that don't like getting attention. Like when Grant says it's for me, it's really not because you want the acknowledgement of other people. If the only reason you should go out and try to get attention is if you think you're valuable, and if you think you have something of worth, and if you believe in the product or service that you bring to the marketplace, that'd be the only reason why you'd be wanting to go out and get attention.
Yeah, and then Cindy says, should you engage people that criticize you? Yeah, I probably wouldn't chase that, right? I'm not going to stop and chase it, but I'm not going to block it either. So like if I go online right now and I do something, you know, like on X, I'm definitely going to use X to play with people. Okay, like people, I'll pick people that have audiences that I can engage with, because sometimes I can engage on their efforts. Mark Cuban, I did it with Mark Cuban a bunch. Okay, he lost and I won, but it was during the fight that was fun. Okay, look, you're just trying to get involved in a conversation that you're not involved in. And sometimes you can just buddy up with a guy, oh, I'm your best friend, but there's another way to do it with a part of the audience that's watching it. Again, none of this existed before. This is like the Thanksgiving dinner that you get to have once a year where the family divides up. There's probably going to be 3 cliques in your family. Okay, you all come together as one, but the truth is there's probably 3 little secular groups. Okay, the conservatives, the progressives, and the third group that talks about the other 2 groups that are, by the way, members of the other 2 groups. Okay, so there's this, there's this kind of triad of data going back and forth. But the difference is today, man, you're not confined to one Thanksgiving dinner. You could have, You can be part of a conversation every day of the year. And it just so happens you, at the end of this conversation, have a product or service to sell, and those people are going to support that product or service. Okay, so it's like now you got to figure out, what are you talking about every day? What are you talking about to be relevant? Okay, so go to page 25, attention management truths. Number one, money follows attention. This is not a choice, folks. This attention thing is not a choice. This is an absolute mandatory, must do it regardless of your position in the universe. You can be a sales guy in an organization. You need to figure out how to get more attention for your company and for yourself in that company. Number two, best known beats best. You do not need to be the best product, the best service, the lowest price. You need to be the best known. Okay, number three, assume no one saw whatever you did. Repeatedly. Jared asked me the other day, hey man, we need some more social content. Yeah, well good. Take the social content I already did too much of and repurpose it. Because number three, nobody saw it. Nobody's seen anything I've done. The most viral video I have ever done, no one saw it. I can show you guys a video right now that millions of people saw. In fact, probably 5 million people saw it 3 weeks ago, and I'll bet you most of the people in this room never saw the video. It's only 3 weeks old, 5 million people saw it, and I'll bet you most people in this room right now never even saw the video. Assume no one saw it. And even those of you who saw it didn't see it. You watched it and didn't see what I said. You don't even know what I said. You don't know, you'd be watching it and saying, I don't think I saw that video. Oh, maybe I saw that video, but I didn't see the video. You don't even know what it was. How many have been to a movie before? You went to the movie, watched the movie, the notepad or
Notebook.
Notebook. Or Dances with Wolves, or Legends of the Fall, or Transformers. Okay, I've seen Transformers, I don't know, 3 times. All of them. I've seen Armageddon 17 times, okay? I cry harder the 17th time than I did the first 7 times. It still gets me. I'm like, God damn, I didn't see that scene. Who's gonna die? 17 times. I don't cry like that. I cry 10x. Okay, number 4, attention is the most valuable currency in the universe, folks. Now, I don't know if any of you here have been following me long enough. Pre-Donald Trump running, which would have been, what, 12 years ago? 12 or 15 years ago? Yep. This is probably 20 years ago. I used to say, I had this saying, I said it all the time, if you wanted to be president of the United States, who can finish it?
You got to get half the country to hate you.
You got to get half the country to hate you. I said that 20 years ago. If you want to be president of the United States, you would have to get half the people to hate you. I think Donald Trump is listening to my shit. Okay, because he's like, I'm gonna get half of them to. I'm good at this too. Deport everybody. Okay, number 5. Okay, shares are senior to likes. What you really want people to do is share a post, not like a post. Let's see if I can give you an example of this. This is probably one of my favorite topics. I mean, I could talk about this topic for
days.
Yeah, like, what's one of our most successful shares? Mandy?
Is Mandy in here?
Yeah, I'm going through them right now. Well, here's one. Okay, here's one. The letter that I showed you guys earlier, I'm just going to show you this because I don't know, Johnny, if it's going to be too bright. Probably too bright, huh? Anyway, that letter, I put this on X. Okay, now 5,000 people liked this, but crazy, 1,000 people reposted it. Now that's free. 1,000 people took it on their post. I didn't ask them to post it, by the way. I'm looking for the post at the bottom. It's too, closer? Let me go closer. Right there's perfect. See, yeah, that's great. So you see, yeah, 1,000 people. So anyway, you never know what's going to work, by the way. That had really nothing to do with anything. Doesn't have anything to do with my business. There's no links. You know, you guys that are on X, you should never use a link. Trying to link somebody back to something, they're gonna hurt your algorithm. I mean, here's another one. Can you show the one about Johnny on X where I'm being endorsed? Okay, here's one, there's 700 reshares. Here's a terrible one. Come to our 10X Wealth Conference. Can you see this one? Okay, it did awful. Why? Because it's a straight offer. Who's gonna share that? Okay, the 55 people that shared it are gonna look like they're like hoes. You know, they're like, well, why am I sharing his stuff? Like, what are you doing putting that? It just looks weird. It looks like, it's just not gonna work ever. Okay? So you gotta be really tricky, man. This getting attention thing is weird. It's a bizarre thing. Most of the time it's not gonna get a result. You should not measure everything that you do. Yeah, Johnny, show that video right there. See, that video did great. Can you play it, Johnny?
You do.
It's a short video. Are we playing it, Johnny? Okay, well, when you can figure it out, let me know. So, my point is, look, none of this is like, this is not some science. Okay.
Ever ran. How old are you?
64.
You gotta be kidding. You do look good. You're 64. That's amazing.
Thank you. So, what advice would you give me?
First of all, you love what you do because you do this and everyone adores you. You got these great articles that I read all about you. You've made people rich, people that would not have had the courage to go out and do, whether it's in real estate or other things, without what you do. I think if you ran for politics, just let me know because you will be very successful.
What advice would you give me?
Well, the biggest thing is that, number one, you really could do it because you have a natural instinct. But the biggest thing you can do is to let people know about yourself, let people know about your views. I don't know if you're a Democrat or a Republican. You have my complete and total endorsement. You know my endorsement, by the way?
Bam!
Now he's going to run as a super liberal, and I'll say, that's terrible. I endorsed him. That's not good.
If I ever ran. Now, what's the point of that? Why am I showing you that? Particularly at a very sensitive time when half the country's pissed off about him being the president. Because it doesn't matter, man. What you're running is this. I'm running against number one being ignored. You're not going to remember that this guy, you're going to remember me. You're not going to remember that. Trust me. Okay, case in point, Tylenol, 20 years ago, was taken off of every shelf in the world. In the world, okay? It is the number one medication used today for headaches. Wells Fargo has been sued for fraud in the tunes of $20 billion or more. So, they're on every street corner. So, like, you just got to weather this storm, man. It's almost like any attention is good attention. I don't mean that. There's some attention you don't want, but I'm just telling you, like, push through it. You're not trying to win everybody over. You're trying to get everybody to know you. That's all you're trying to do. Oh, he's that Trump guy. Okay, you're talking about my name with a guy that will be president twice. And by the way, my cover is I invited Barack Obama to the same event, the following year. So that's my cover. Now, you got to back it up. You got to back it up and say, why did you do the event? Okay? This guy was out of favor at the time. I'm not being political here. I'm getting attention for my brand. So the first thing is, why did I bring him to the event? Because and did not use him to promote him. By the way, he was not on the event list. Nobody knew he was coming. He came to the event. This is called collab. I'm collabing with power, whether you like the power or not. All power has negatives. Electricity has a negative, man. It can shock me or it can light up a freaking universe. So it all has the yin yang, the plus, the minus, the pull, the push, right? So I'm collabing with this guy. Why? Not to sell tickets to the event. The event was sold out. I brought him to drop a freaking nuclear weapon into an event, and they're like, we started with him. Now, I'm going to tell you, when I invited him to come to this event, he was offended that I didn't put him on the promo card. He's like, why are you not going to promote me, man? You're going to sell more tickets. I'm like, the tickets are already sold. He's like, who are you? Who are you that can sell this big event out without even having a list of people? Like, every TV show, every movie, you already know who's in the movie, okay? We do these big events and nobody knows who's at the event. That was a marketing decision. We're going to sell an event out without a list of who's at the event. We're going to keep a mystery in. We only have to pull it off one time. We have to do this one time. We have to succeed the one time, okay? And bring in speakers. When we did the Marlins Stadium, everybody knew who was coming. Everybody. The next time we did an event, no one knew who was coming. I'm like, you guys are going to buy tickets from me. You're going to buy seats. You won't know when it is, where it is, and you will not know who's coming. You're just going to know me and my family are going to be there, and we're going to deliver a great event to you. And we convinced our staff. We sold the mystery. You're not going to know. Leave it up to me to deliver. And then we pulled that off, right? And so now what do people know? People know Grant Cardone did an event for 34,000 people and sold it out on Super Bowl weekend. That was a marketing decision. That was a gimmick to get attention if we could pull it off. See, victories become marketing. You guys aren't, you're thinking about money and success and growth the wrong way. I'm thinking about it as, oh, I get to tell people. You know, we did this in a short period of time. All the time I tell these guys, like, guys, if we could pull this off one time, right? If I can do this one time, I got this. I got this trophy. I got this badge. This is what you guys did in school. Look, my daughter's sending me her SAT score. Hey, I got a 1590. What do you think about that? Or 1190. Not a 1590. Okay, terrify me. Okay. I went to school to get an accounting degree. Nobody even cares about it. Nobody cares about my accounting degree. They care about all those buildings I bought. They care about the Marlins Stadium that I put together. They care about the 90,000 people that registered for this event. So I'm going to tell you guys about, I had 90,000 people one time for this event register for free to come to this event. Okay, shares. You want to get people to share events. Like you guys are at this event right now. You can take a picture of this. I'm going to get you to do it, in fact. I'm going to have you take a picture. I'm going to give $500 to some lucky person. We'll pick one person out. I'm going to give you $500. No, I'm going to give 5 people $100. That's better. 5 winners. I'm going to give 5 people $100. You take a picture. You share it. Okay, you share it on, where do you want to share it? Share it on Instagram? Okay, share it on Instagram. Tag Grant Cardone, at Grant Cardone, and just say, best training I've ever been to. And hashtag 10X. Those are 3 things you got to do. Tag me, best training event I've ever been to, hashtag 10X. And I'm going to pick 5 people and give them $100. Shares are senior to like, right? Now you got to get creative with it. Most of you just have no creativity on this and it's costing you a fortune. Number 6, repeat successful actions. When you find something that works, you do it again, okay? You do not care. Like, I don't go through here and read all these comments. If I look at the Trump thing, you know how many troll comments I'm gonna get? I hate you, like crazy stuff. Robert Kennedy, I posted a picture of me and Robert last night. I got people in here telling me I'm an idiot, conspiracy theorist. I don't even look at it like, I'm like, yeah, okay, you're probably right. I don't care. It means nothing to me. You guys got to get over this, okay? Bitcoin goes up like 8,000 points in the last couple of days. What does Grant post? A picture of me with laser eyes. Okay, what am I doing? I'm getting the attention of the Bitcoin community. You have to stay relevant. You're trying to stay relevant with the conversation. Repeat, when it works, you repeat it. You don't create a new one, you repeat the old one. Do it again. When you sell a customer once, boom, you go back to that customer and sell him twice. You don't go to a new customer, go bang again. Number 7, quantity is senior to quality. I know this is hard for you guys to think with because we were all trained backwards. Quality, 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 quality. No, quantity, 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 quantity. You can't get it right the first time. You're going to have to do quantity many times. Everybody wants to get it right the first time. You're not. Number 8, frequency breeds trust.
Well, the quality comes because of quantity.
The only way you're going to get the quantity is the quality is through the quantity. You guys, even if you're good the first time you do anything, you are going to look back on the first time that you were good, and you're going to look back and say, oh, that was terrible. I don't care how great you were the first. You could be hitting on mastery the first time you do something. Maybe you're Van Gogh. You have some protege. What's it called when you have some
prodigy?
Prodigy. You're a prodigy child. Okay. The prodigy child that practices 1,000 times will look back at the prodigy child that was originally the artist that was natural on the piano or whatever, and they're going to look back later when they're a master, and they're going to be like, that was terrible. Just talk to any of the greats, okay? You add frequency to anything, and you'll look back later and say, that was awful. Go back and look at some of the stuff I was doing 12 years ago. It was terrible. But I thought it was good. You better think what you're doing right now is good. Okay, good enough. And don't take it down when it's not. Just leave it up. Don't worry about it, dude. You don't look good. Your hair didn't look good. The face didn't look good. The camera wasn't. Don't matter.
Terrible is better than nothing.
Yeah. My wife and I argue about this all the time. She's like, we don't argue about it, but she's like, oh, that's not true with women. We need to look good. I'm like, okay, whatever, dude. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you because I'm gonna be there 15 times that I look bad. You're gonna be there one time. Nobody's gonna talk about your one time because they're talking about my 15 times. I got more chances to win. See, attention is like a casino that pays, or it doesn't pay you every time, but it never bankrupts you. I can make a bet every time and never lose. I might not win, dude, but imagine going to a casino and say, I want to bet on every freaking table in the place. In fact, I'm gonna make a maximum bet on every table. Every hand, every table, every color, okay? Every time, every slot machine. Dude, I'm gonna win. That's what marketing is, okay? So never depend on one channel. Instagram, Facebook, like you're like, I don't have time for this. No, you're out priority, you're out sequence. You don't think that marketing is important, and I think it's probably the most important short of the ideas.
A lot of people bet on TikTok, and TikTok could go away.
Yeah.
Their only platform is TikTok.
Exactly, but it won't. Trump won't let it go away. Just the inside data. Okay, how to get attention. Page 26 and 27 I filled out for you. Social media, live streams, long form, short form, paid ads, affiliates, influencer, direct phone calls, emails, personal visits, parties, podcasts, interviews, interviewing, speaking at events, hosting events, customer successes, hiring, new products, new services, educate the customer, industry updates. We do every one of these.
Two more slides.
Until you have a commitment to attention, you're unlikely to get attention. You don't get attention, you're never gonna make your full potential in money. If you're a salesperson in an organization and the organization's getting attention, you still need to get attention with the customer base inside that organization. The more people trust you, the more they know you, the more they're gonna buy from you. Okay, the content, what to get attention about, roles in life, me, them, us, business, personal, health. I'm just showing you some things you could do. This is an infinite list. Finance, what to do, what not to do, how to do it. Hobbies, travel, biggest mistakes, best successes, starting again, collaboration, debates, commentary, your industry. I mean, there's just some things you can do. Like I do this stuff all the day. Hey, I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a friend, I'm a church member. Me, things I'm going through. I passed a kidney stone. Okay. Them. Okay. What is that?
The picture.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Like this. This is all the stuff that I do. There's a little drill that we do in our marketing event where we basically get a picture of you, put it on a blank sheet of paper, and then lay out all the things you are. Husband, father, real estate investor, author, crowdfunder, businessman, sales expert, health conscious, spiritual, 66 years old, CEO, partner. I mean, what are the things you do? Champ, what's up?
And the
Hey,
reason
man.
the reason you want to understand these things is because all of these things become potential things that you can use to get attention with. It's a bridge, it's a doorway, it's an opportunity to connect with a different group of people. Like if we have a business, education, and consulting company, Grant could use the fact that he is health conscious to lead into that. Hey, look, if you're health conscious and you work out and you exercise and you take care of your body, then you probably need to start thinking more about how you take care of your finances. Like it's always a common point that you can start a conversation with somebody because every customer has something, every potential customer has something different that's unique about them, and you want to make sure that you understand all your assets. Those things that Grant showed on that screen were all assets. You want to make sure you understand the inventory of your assets so that you can use those when you're promoting.
Yeah, this is inventory. This is like if you own a grocery store. This is all your produce. These are who you are. Most of you guys just don't know who you are. You don't. If you don't know who you are, what can you offer? See, for instance, it says I'm a Democrat and a Republican because I am. First half of my life, I was a Democrat. Okay, now I vote Republican more often than not. I have that. I have that to talk about. I'm a finance guy. I'm tax savvy. I don't pay taxes. I actually tell people, look, I don't pay taxes. I try not to pay federal taxes. I was in a lawsuit and I won it, all of it, everything. They went back, tried to sue me again. I won it again. That's freaking good. If I'd have lost it, I'd have in here lost a lawsuit and survived. I've been audited by the IRS 4 times. All these are conversations. Okay, I'm an actor. I acted with Robert De Niro. I also offered him a flight out to leave the country since he's so upset. So you see, you're just building a list. It doesn't matter. Whatever's on your list. I was a vegan. Like, what can you talk about that is compelling to stay relevant on all these channels that are free? Well, you can make a bet. And it will cost you nothing except maybe you're going to be ignored, you're going to be criticized, you could be hated on, but shit, at least people now know you. And for all you guys that don't want to get known, thank you, Johnny, man, that's really right on point. Look at me putting my hand in De Niro's face. Stop the madness. See, we need to cut that one. We need to cut that one, Mandy. That one needs to be cut, and we need to put AI on it, okay? Stop talking about my guy. Stop talking about my guy. See, the day when De Niro came out and was MFing Trump, we have this piece, my team should have taken and said, stop talking about my guy. Where we would add the AI, make it funny. Like, again, guys, you're not taking a position on anything except I'm committed to my brand.
Your position is on attention.
My position is on attention. For my money and my retention. No? No? Huh? Dismiss it. Okay. All right, exercise. And then we're going to go to lunch. What are the characteristics that define who you are? So you guys can actually build out your little man here. Rate your activity to get any attention. Rate your ability to get attention on a scale from 1 to 10. List 3 ways you could get attention now. And what is your biggest takeaway from this section? We're going to take 20 minutes and have lunch. You guys do that exercise. We'll have lunch and we'll be right back with you to talk about how to start converting this to deals.
For the morning, yeah. Talking credit or cash, every question they ask, we gon' get to the bag. But they don't believe it, they say, how he achieve it, they say getting rich is a fantasy, Uncle G, what they say. Watch where you getting advice, get you a millionaire mind. Do you some millionaire math and multiply like chapter 5? Then I got 1 question, hold up 2 questions. Can you keep it 100? Do you want blue blessings? Say we got all the answers, that's a scuba lesson. Do whatever it takes, like season 2 especially. Mikey B gon' ring the bell and get the 2-stepping. I doubled up and Jay say, homie, quit your 2-Xing. Dominate, don't compete. Champion came to win. What you say, Uncle G? Can we ask him again? I say, who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? 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 Yeah. So I got you gonna do about it. Who got my money? Say, who got my money? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? So that money's calling. So I gotta ask who got it. Okay, let's get to the paper. Talking millions on the phone. Okay, let's get some new haters. Ain't no feelings in the zone. Okay, you talking premiere. VIP all about business. I never hope for the money. Me, I go out and see me, I go out on a Tuesday. You know, every day Tuesday.
It's a high level of perseverance and belief, because the idea of doing something 10 times is a big idea.
10x means to me that there ain't no such thing as scarcity, that there is always more, not only for you, but for the people
You have so much more to strive for. There's so much talent, though. It's like crabs in a bucket. We all fighting to get out. Some of us make it, some of us don't. I just want the next Floyd Mayweather to hear my story so he or she can become successful like I did.
What's it like to be 50 and 0?
First, I just want to say, congratulations to you for just being very, very smart, for also giving back to so many great causes. I mean, you're doing a remarkable job. So it's not just about me being 50 and 0. It's about what you do after you're 50 and 0 and what you did to get to 50 and 0.
Wow. Look, you got 10,000 things that you get invited to do every day,
yes,
every week, every month, all over the world. Why would you even agree to do a deal like this?
Because it's bigger than just boxing. It's bigger than just boxing, and it's good to come out and tell your story to the world. And of course, you touch so many different people's lives, so I didn't mind being a part of that, letting people know my story, letting people know about how I made so many smart investments. It's not about what you do inside the square circle, it's what you do on the outside as well.
These people love you, man. Y'all love this man? So Floyd, maybe everybody doesn't know your story, man. Where'd you grow up? What was it like?
Well, I grew up in a small city in the Midwest, Grand Rapids, Michigan. My dad was a professional fighter. Two of his brothers were professional fighters. And, you know, I took the torch and just took it to another level.
Do you think if they would have done something else, like if they'd have been rappers or in the band or whatever, right, would you have gone a different direction, you think?
You just don't know. You really just don't know. You know, I just kept my fingers crossed and just believed. That's really the main thing. You got to believe, and you really got to stay focused at whatever you want to do in life. Even like these people that's in here tonight. The first thing, before you do any investments, you have to believe first. You have to. And that's the main thing I always believed.
Did you believe that you would be the champ? Like when you were just getting started?
Well, it's not just the champ. I'm the champ on the outside too. I mean, I don't know. I mean, to make over $1 billion.
$1 billion.
But, you know, I didn't do it by myself. What I did was I surrounded myself with a great team, meaning you can't think you know it all. So if it was a person that was strong in certain departments, I wouldn't have got the best person for that. So what I believe in doing is surrounding myself with all smart people. That makes me that much more smarter, because once you surround yourself with a smart team, then it makes things that much easier.
When you look at your legacy, yes, okay, not just in the ring, but in business, in industry, in making a difference, what do you look for, like, now? The fight in life, in business.
The fight, you have to do your homework. Check their background. You know, you have to do your homework. It's no different from inside the ring. You do your homework on that opponent. So I do my homework on, you know, like I said, I do my homework on what I'm going to invest in.
How do you bring good people into your, like, I imagine you got, everybody wants something
Absolutely.
out of Floyd. Everybody wants to suck something, your money, whatever, right? Yes. How do you know who to pick, yes.
Yes.
I mean, everybody's got to want something. I want something from you, right? So how do you say yes, and then how do you also say, hey, no, not now or not yet? Or
well, it's stages. You can't just get to me, just like you. You go through certain stages. You go through someone, they go through someone, and if I feel like they make the cut, we'll make it happen.
I did have to go through some things, okay? But if you don't quit, Do you agree with this? If somebody didn't, these are mostly business people and entrepreneurs. If they don't quit and they just keep putting the work in, what would you say to them?
But the difference between me and the rest of the business people, I feel like college teaches you how to work for someone. You know, you go to high school, then you go to college. I tell people, roll the dice, take a chance. You only got one life. You don't never know if you're gonna be successful if you don't take that chance.
When do you know I'm rolling too hard here? I'm putting too much on one thing. And are you willing to take those risks?
I took the chance early. You know, the first time, what I did, how I got to where I got to was I looked at certain athletes' career and I said, I don't want to end up like that. You know, so what I did was this. It started off with $5 million. Put up $5 million, I was getting $50,000 a month, every month on the 18th. And I said, okay, and it was paying off. On every 18th, every month it was paying off.
You like the cash flow?
For years. So I said, okay, if it's paying off like this then, and I gave him 7 figures, I said, I'm not gonna even give him 8 figures. I went and gave him 9 figures. So then.
I love talking about money. Like I love talking about all these other, I've had people up here say money doesn't matter. I'm like, it's because you already got it.
Well, you gotta realize, this is the reason why money matters, okay? Without money, you can't buy food to live, to be alive. So money, you have to have money to be alive. But I believe in creating generational wealth, you know? Yes.
When you look at investments today, Floyd, what do you look at for is it a feeling? Is it have to make sense to you? Is it something you like?
If it's something that I know is paying off, lucrative and heavy, I got to go with it. I have to go with it.
How much do you like real estate? I know you own some real estate. I got $2 billion worth of real estate. I'm going to 10, so they're like, hey, maybe you partner with Floyd, you know? Create a new fund. Mayweather Cardone fund.
Well, you know.
The closer it gets to the fight, the least nervous I become. And once it gets where I step in that ring, then it's all over. I'm not nervous anymore. I'm not scared anymore. He's going to be nervous and scared.
Well, I'm hoping that you're going to fuck Jake up. Because if anybody needs to be just spanked in public, that little bitch does.
Well, listen, I understand that too. But he beat everybody and he beat you too. Know why? Because you're talking about him. He got you all talking about him. He won. He won. You're all talking about him. All the royal families all over the world are talking about this. Yes, all the politicians all over the world is talking about this. You guys ever, the poorest people, you ever been outside of Beijing, like 5 hours outside Beijing, you see people radioactive, you see leprosy, you see so many things. They don't even have a television. They know my name though. And, you know, I take that from an egotistic perspective, but in all actuality, how do they know who the hell I am if they don't have a television? That's what Francis told me. I never had a television, but I knew who Tyson was. And that's weird, right? I'm a normal guy. You know, I guess I'm famous, but I'm a normal guy. I like taking my kids to school. I like walking around the corner, smoking a joint or something. But it's just that everything I wanted, I received, and then sometimes that's more than I can anticipate. And sometimes my mentor, Custom Model, always tell me, because I used to always say, I'm going to be the greatest fighter in the world. What happens if I win the title at 17? I'd probably be the greatest fighter ever. And he said, be careful what you wish for. You might get it. Wow, he was so right. He was so right, so right. So now I can't go outside, hang out no more, because I can't afford to get angry and get lawsuits and hit people and show people I'm a human being too and leave me alone. So I learned the root of just, hey, I love you, or hug, kiss, everything, even if I don't like, hey, brother, or everything that buried hatches, we're friends again. You know, and that's just how I go in life. I don't, I'm not like some people, like sometimes, my wife is everybody's friend, and I always say a friend to everybody is the enemy to yourself. You have to have limits. Everybody can't be your friend. You can't be everybody's friend. And that's what I live by.
Mike, what are some of those things, like I'm sure everybody wants something from you. You know, everybody probably wants to do a deal with you, and they got a way to make you, and they're going to make you money, and they want to endorse something with you, or they want you to endorse.
I want to do things with everybody too if it works. Normally, people talk about business, and then you tell them to put it on paper, and all of a sudden they become ignorant. I don't know how to write or something. So everything's good verbally. Verbally is magnificent, but when it comes down to putting things on paper, you never see the paper.
And so who does that deal for you today? Do you look at it? Is it Kiki? Is it lawyers?
Listen, I have lawyers. I have such an array of people that look over me now that I never have.
But does it feel good to you, and you go with what feels good to you, or you got to, like, how do you look at a deal and say, I want to do this, I want to do something with Grant, I feel good about him, I want to do business with him?
Well, listen,
or not.
I'm big about partnerships. If you're going to do anything with anybody, let's become partners. Let's get to know each other. I might not like you a year, 6 months from now. Right now, we all want this deal, so we're going to be as nice to each other as possible. But other than that, show me your character. Take me over your house. Come over my house and meet my family. Let them read you. Let your family read me. And then if we can become friends from a business perspective, let's do it. If it works, let's do it. If it makes dollars, it makes sense, so to speak, right?
I had Tyler Perry here yesterday. You know Tyler?
That must have been awesome, huh?
Dude,
so intelligent, no?
He's amazing.
Ooh.
Okay, so he said he took 7 years to sell his Broadway play. Like, he did it for 7 years, funded it for 7 years before it ever worked. And he said in those 7 years, he was building this what was it? A group, that support, a base. How important is that Mike Tyson base, the people that love you, to your brand today?
Oh, to my brand?
Yeah, to your brand.
Oh, it's inconceivable how much they balance me out in my whole situation as far as business is concerned. I couldn't do it without them. As far as the business perspective, I just look at it that I'm the product. I look at life, I'm the product, and how I'm going to sell myself.
Yeah.
Not how they're going to sell me, how I'm going to sell myself.
Yeah.
And I always did that well.
You see yourself as the product.
I am a product. I'm the pretty woman in the room everybody wants to sleep with.
Yeah.
No, serious. I look at myself like that. I really do.
Elena, I'm the pretty man all the women want to sleep with.
Well,
talking to my wife back
that's
there.
cool too, but that'll get me in trouble if I say that.
Yeah.
But I keep it to the woman.
Yeah, you're right. So, to the product, okay, how important is the marketing of that product?
Well,
telling the story of it.
Well, listen, what more do I need but myself to be marketed? I don't need to market jeans. I can market myself. People market me. Hey, I'm very fortunate. I'm my own business.
Yeah. Because now, if you had not been successful, would you be a business?
I can't imagine not being successful. You said something I can't even fathom. I don't even fuck.
Stop it.
Shit.
That's why I love this guy.
I was born for this.
Bro, you.
No, God got me out of the sewer system to do this. I've never seen anybody poorer in my family till I went to Africa or Mexico. Other than that, I'm the poorest person I ever met in my family.
You think it was destiny?
Absolutely.
Or do you think you went and grabbed it?
No, I think it was ordained by God. No doubt about it. I don't think much of myself.
But what if you wouldn't have done the training, Mike?
Excuse me?
What if you didn't do the training? What if you didn't show up for the fights? What if you didn't win?
It was all involved with the package God gave me. This is what you're gonna do, Mike. And that's what I did. No, really. What's wrong with you, man?
Well, I need a prediction. I didn't get a prediction on Jake. What happens?
Hey guys, it's gonna be interesting, I'm sure. You're gonna enjoy it.
I need a prediction.
Mike Tyson successful, victorious. You know, today is my holy holiday.
I'm trying to get a clickbait.
This is Ramadan, so I can't say what I truly feel until no, because
Part of the contract?
No, it's my contract with God. For 30 days.
Oh, really? Tell me about it.
Well, it's Ramadan. You know, we have 30 days fasting, praying, and no disrespectful stuff come out of your mouth and all that stuff. That's why I can't say what I'm gonna do to Jake, really. Right now.
Okay. But you're gonna be successful.
Absolutely.
Good.
I see that happen.
You told me once at your house, I didn't finish the story. I said, Mike, what made the difference? And you said, a mentor.
Absolutely. Without a mentor, if you have a bad mentor, you're going to be a bad student. If you have a good mentor, you have a good student. That's what I believe.
And had you not had Cuss, had Cuss not come along?
No, it's never. It can't be like if I didn't have it. It was meant by God. It's not going to happen. I don't even think like that. No, this is what happened. I don't look at myself as failing. If I wasn't with Cuss, I'm going to fail.
But would there have been somebody else?
No, I'm ordained by God to meet the master. The master. It was no fair to the other fighters. I had the master. It was really unfair.
So that means me and you are supposed to be together right now.
Absolutely, 100%.
Now, tell me, what year was the tattoo and why did you do it? What was wrong with you that day? What the fuck? You got nothing to do. Mike's driving around LA. I know you were in LA.
I always wanted, no, I got it in Vegas, but I always wanted a tattoo. A real, I don't know, resounding one, so to speak. And this guy, I wanted to put something else. He said, I'm not going to put that on your face. And I said, what do you think you should put? He said, he said, come back in a week and I'll figure it out. So he made a tribal tattoo and he put it on my face. I said, yeah, it's beautiful.
You were in Vegas?
Yes.
And when you left Vegas, you went to LA, because I saw you the first week you had it.
Yes.
You're riding down Sunset Boulevard.
Absolutely.
Okay? Everybody was talking about it, the whole world. What's happened to Mike Tyson?
Hey, check this out. They were talking about it, wasn't they?
Okay, so you guys know how I feel about people talking about you, right? Good or bad, is it important that people are talking about you regardless, whether it's good or bad?
Well, it's your perception of good and bad.
Yeah.
Well, they called me bad names, this and that, but they paid the money to get in the seat. You know? I'm a bad guy, he's this and that. Let me see him. Let me probably see him lose. Let me see him be a bad guy. Maybe after the fight he might bite somebody's ear again. And you leave people in suspense, and that's why the whole world is watching me perform.
What advice would you give people here? Because I see you as a very authentic, transparent, like, no, you're not putting any kind of like, you're Mike Tyson.
Okay.
Like you're yourself.
I'm gonna say something very simple. All of us have adversities in our life. We lose people and everything. But my situation was, I want to be up more than anybody in the world want me to be down. So that's why I'm right here talking to him. Because I don't let nobody bring me down. No one can bring me down. They can shoot me, they can put me in prison, but they can't stop me from being the greatest at what I do.
And how important should the people in the room make that a goal to be
well, that's going to be very simple. Don't give up. You know how many disappointments these guys had before they got in these seats? And the ones that didn't get any seats, that gave up. They know those people too, huh? Y'all know the people that gave up too, that should be in the seat with you. But that's what, always the best don't always accomplish what you think. He's not always the winner. The best is not always the winner. That's what I realized in life. I realized that in life. Because he's better than you, that don't mean he's going to be the winner.
You're saying the most talented won't always win the game.
Not always, no.
Do you think you were the most talented?
No.
You don't?
I think I was the most hungriest. I wanted it more than anybody. I wanted success more than I wanted my happiness. Really.
Okay, last question. This is not for me. This is not for the audience. Sabrina wants to know this.
Okay.
You ready?
Big time.
What does an ear taste like?
It depends on what ear you're biting.
The left ear.
You know.
It's the left one, right?
It was the left one.
I was there that
I thought I did the right one too. Remember I did it twice or 3 times?
Yeah. Now, did you know you were going to do it, or was
I had no idea.
It was God did that.
Huh?
God did that?
Yeah. Oh, you're laughing? Now listen. Right? That fight I had with a van, I bit his ear. They fined me $3 million, right? $3 million out of the 30, right? Just taking pictures biting somebody's ear, I made twice that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Tyson, come on.
Thank you.
Give it up.
Thank you.
Give it up.
Right now, I'm scared to death. But the closer it gets to the fight, the least nervous I become. And once it gets where I step in that ring, then it's all over. I'm not nervous anymore. I'm not scared anymore. He's gonna be nervous and scared.
Well, I'm hoping that you're gonna fuck Jake up. Because if anybody needs to be just spanked in public, that little bitch does.
Well, listen, I understand that too. But he beat everybody and he beat you too. Know why? Because you're talking about him. He got you all talking about him. He won. You're all talking about him. All the royal families all over the world are talking about this. Yes, all the politicians all over the world is talking about this. You guys the poorest people, you ever been outside of Beijing, like 5 hours outside Beijing, you see people radioactive, you see leprosy, you see so many things. They don't even have a television. They know my name though. And, you know, I take that from an egotistic perspective, but in all actuality, how do they know who the hell I am if they don't have a television? That's what Francis told me. I never had a television, but I knew who Tyson was. And that's weird, right? I'm a normal guy. You know, I guess I'm famous, but I'm a normal guy. I like taking my kids to school. I like walking around the corner, smoking a joint or something. But it's just that everything I wanted, I received, and then sometimes that's more than I can anticipate. And sometimes my mentor, Customato, always tell me, because I used to always say, I'm going to be the greatest fighter in the world. What happens if I win the title at 17? I'd probably be the greatest fighter ever. And he said, be careful what you wish for. You might get it. Wow, he was so right. He was so right, so right. So now I can't go outside, hang out no more, because I can't afford to get angry and get lawsuits and hit people and show people I'm a human being too and leave me alone. So I learned the root of just, hey, I love you, or hug, kiss, everything, even if I don't like, hey, brother, or everything that buried hatches, we're friends again. You know, and that's just how I go in life. I don't, I'm not like some people, like sometimes, my wife is everybody's friend, and I always say, a friend to everybody is the enemy to yourself. You have to have limits. Everybody can't be your friend. You can't be everybody's friend. And that's what I live by.
Mike, what are some of those things, like I'm sure everybody wants something from you. You know, everybody probably wants to do a deal with you, and they got a way to make you, and they're going to make you money, and they want to endorse something with you, or they want you to endorse.
I want to do things with everybody too if it works. Normally, people talk about business, and then you tell them to put it on paper, and all of a sudden they become ignorant. I don't know how to write or something. So everything's good verbally. Verbally is magnificent, but when it comes down to putting things on paper, you never see the paper.
And so who does that deal for you today? Do you look at it? Is it Kiki? Is it
Listen,
lawyers?
I have lawyers. I have such an array of people that look over me now that I never have.
But does it feel good to you, and you go with what feels good to you, or you gotta, like, how do you look at a deal and say, I want to do this, I want to do something with Grant, I feel good about him, I want to do business with him?
Well, listen,
or not.
I'm big about partnerships. If you're gonna do anything with anybody, let's become partners. Let's get to know each other. I might not like you a year, 6 months from now. Right now, we all want this deal, so we're gonna be as nice to each other as possible. But other than that, show me your character. Take me over your house. Come over my house and meet my family. Let them read you. Let your family read me. And then if we can become friends from a business perspective, let's do it. If it works, let's do it. If it makes dollars, it makes sense, so to speak, right?
I had Tyler Perry here yesterday. You know Tyler?
That must have been awesome, huh?
Dude,
so intelligent, no?
He's amazing.
Ooh.
Okay, so he said he took 7 years to sell his Broadway play. Like, he did it for 7 years, funded it for 7 years before it ever worked. And he said in those 7 years, he was building this what was it? A group, that support, a base. How important is that Mike Tyson base, the people that love you, to your brand today?
Oh, to my brand?
Yeah, to your brand.
Oh, it's inconceivable how much they balance me out in my whole situation as far as business is concerned. I couldn't do it without them. As far as the business perspective, I just look at it that I'm the product. I look at life, I'm the product, and how I'm gonna sell myself. Yeah. Not how they're gonna sell me, how I'm gonna sell myself. Yeah. And I always did that well.
You see yourself as the product.
I am a product. I'm the pretty woman in the room everybody wants to sleep with.
Yeah.
No, serious. I look at myself like that. I really do.
Elena, I'm the pretty man all the women want to sleep with.
Well,
talking to my wife back
that's
there.
cool too, but that'll get me in trouble if I say that.
Yeah.
So I keep it to the woman.
Yeah, you're right. So, how to the product, okay? How important is the marketing of that product?
Well,
telling the story of it.
Well, listen, what more do I need but myself to be marketed? I don't need to market jeans. I can market myself. People market me. Hey, I'm very fortunate. I'm my own business.
Yeah. Because now, if you had not been successful, would you be a business?
I can't imagine not being successful. You said something I can't even fathom. I don't even fuck.
Stop it.
Shit.
That's why I love this guy.
I was born for this.
Bro, you.
No, God got me out of the sewer system to do this. I've never seen anybody poorer than my family till I went to Africa or Mexico. Other than that, I'm the poorest person I ever met in my family.
You think it was destiny?
Absolutely.
Or do you think you went and grabbed it?
No, I think it was ordained by God. No doubt about it. I don't think much of myself.
But what if you wouldn't have done the training, Mike?
Excuse me?
What if you didn't do the training? What if you didn't show up for the fights? What if you didn't win?
It was all involved with the package God gave me. This is what you're gonna do, Mike. And that's what I did. No, really. What's wrong with you, man?
Well, I need a prediction. I didn't get a prediction on Jake. What happens?
Hey guys, it's gonna be interesting, I'm sure. You're gonna enjoy it.
I need a prediction.
Mike Tyson successful, victorious. You know, today is my
trying to
holy
I'm trying to
holiday.
get a clickbait.
This is Ramadan, so I can't say what I truly feel. No, because
Part of the contract?
No, it's my contract with God. For 30 days.
Oh, really? Tell me about it.
Well, it's Ramadan. You know, we have 30 days fasting, praying, and no disrespectful stuff come out of your mouth and all that stuff. That's why I can't say what I'm going to do to Jake, really. Right now.
Okay. But you're going to be successful.
Absolutely.
Good.
I see that happen.
You told me once at your house, I didn't finish the story. I said, Mike, what made the difference? And you said, a mentor.
Absolutely. Without a mentor, if you have a bad mentor, you're going to be a bad student. If you have a good mentor, you have a good student. That's what I believe.
And had you not had cuss, had cuss not come along?
No, it's never, it can't be like if I didn't have it. It was meant by God. It's not going to happen. I don't even think like that. No, this is what happened. I don't look at myself as failing. If I wasn't with cuss, I'm going to fail.
But would there have been somebody else?
No, I'm ordained by God to meet the master. The master. It was no fair to the other fighters. I had the master. It was really unfair.
So that means me and you are supposed to be together right now.
Absolutely, 100%.
Now, tell me, what year was the tattoo and why did you do it? What was wrong with you that day? The fuck? You got nothing to do. And Mike's driving around L.A. I know you were in L.A.
I always wanted, no, I got it in Vegas, but I always wanted a tattoo. A real, I don't know, resounding one, so to speak. And this guy, I wanted to put something else. He said, I'm not going to put that on your face. And I said, what do you think you should put? He said, he said, come back in a week and I'll figure it out. So he made a tribal tattoo and he put it on my face. I said, yeah, it's beautiful.
You were in Vegas?
Yes.
And when you left Vegas, you went to L.A. because I saw you the first week you had it.
Yes.
You're riding down Sunset Boulevard.
Absolutely.
Okay? Everybody was talking about it, the whole world. What's happened to Mike Tyson?
Hey, check this out. They were talking about it, wasn't they?
Okay, so you guys know how I feel about people talking about you, right? Good or bad, is it important that people are talking about you regardless, whether it's good or bad?
Well, it's your perception of good and bad.
Yeah.
Well, they called me bad names, this and that, but they paid the money to get in the seat. You know? I'm a bad guy, he's this and that. Let me see him. Let me probably see him lose. Let me see him be a bad guy. Maybe after the fight, he might bite somebody's ear again. And you leave people in suspense, and that's why the whole world is watching me perform.
What advice would you give people here? Because I see you as a very authentic, transparent, like, no, you're not putting any kind of like, you're Mike Tyson.
Okay.
Like you're yourself.
I'm gonna say something very simple. All of us have adversities in our life. We lose people and everything. But my situation was, I want to be up more than anybody in the world want me to be down. So that's why I'm right here talking to him. Because I don't let nobody bring me down. No one can bring me down. They can shoot me, they can put me in prison, but they can't stop me from being the greatest at what I do.
And how important should the people in the room make that a goal to be
well, that's going to be very simple. Don't give up. You know how many disappointments these guys had before they got in these seats? And the ones that didn't get in these seats, that gave up, they know those people too, huh? Y'all know the people that gave up too, that should be in the seat with you. But that's what, always the best don't always accomplish what you think. He's not always the winner. The best is not always the winner. That's what I realized in life. I realized that in life. Because he's better than you, that don't mean he's going to be the winner.
You're saying the most talented won't always win the game.
Not always, no.
Do you think you were the most talented?
No.
You don't?
I think I was the most hungriest. I wanted it more than anybody. I wanted success more than I wanted my happiness. Really.
Okay, last question. This is not from me. This is not for the audience. Sabrina wants to know this.
Okay.
You ready?
Big time.
What does an ear taste like?
It depends on what ear you're biting.
The left ear.
You know.
It's the left one, right?
It was the left one.
I was there that
I thought I did the right one too. Remember I did it twice or 3 times?
Yeah. Now, did you know you were going to do it, or was
I had no idea.
It was God did that.
Huh?
God did that?
Yeah. Oh, you're laughing? Now listen. Right? That fight I had with Evander, I bit his ear. They fined me $3 million, right? $3 million out of the 30, right? Just taking pictures biting somebody's ear. I made twice that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Tyson, come on.
Thank you.
Give it up.
Thank you.
Give it up.
Before grant, we were only doing maybe about $100,000 a year. After grant, after making all the changes that we have made over the years, we will hit $3 million next year.
You know, from a revenue standpoint, when I first started, it was just me, and we just did 4.8 million last month.
Okay, so a year ago, my revenue was about maybe 100,000 a year. Now I'm netting about 800,000.
I know we started out with a projection of 100 million a year, and now we've changed that to 500 million a year in revenue, and we have grown probably 10 times in size since we started this.
I went from making, I think it was like 250K, to now I did about.
Just be a speaker at him. One of the highest paid actors in Hollywood and around the world. What you don't know is how shrewd he is as a businessman and a dreamer to build his own legacy as a CEO and $1 billion empire. Ladies and gentlemen, raise the roof, call the roofer. Let's fix this place, Kevin Hart.
Very nice. Beautiful crowd, beautiful energy. This is amazing. Once again, hello, 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 hello.
Are you like a businessman disguised as a comedian?
I'm heavy business.
You're heavy business.
I'm heavy business. Heavy business disguised with personality. Here's my intel about business, okay? Everybody assumes that business is just corporate. Everybody assumes that business means an office building and it means the structure that goes into said entity. That's not. Business has so many different levels to it. Business is selling Girl Scout cookies. Business is being a self-made chef that wants to put yourself in a position to cook for families. Business is being a teenager that wants to babysit. Business is understanding how to create something, own that, and make money from it. If you're doing that, you're running a business, from the simplest thing to the biggest thing, right?
It's good, man. It's good, man.
So,
take them to church.
So when you understand that, when you take these small things and you make these small things big things, your ideas start to grow as your businesses grow. For example, writing a joke is a business because that joke then becomes a comedy special. That comedy special becomes an IP. I own that IP, and I take that IP, and I sell that IP and license it to other platforms that will go and hold it for a set amount of times. They gotta give it back, which means I can continue to grow these IPs that all started from telling the jokes, which means that I now have a catalog. What's the benefit of a catalog? Benefit of a catalog is being able to put yourself in a position to deal with studios and networks at the highest level. You now have to respect me as a business. So when you see this and you understand that, you grow within it. So I'm now a businessman because I love to create.
Okay, hey, welcome back, guys. Welcome back, guys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Give me an count. Glad to have you back. We just finished this first section with what are the characteristics that define you. You can literally just take, I mean, you could come to our marketing class. We'd love to have you here so we can actually work it out. Okay, I always do this in front of other people. I don't try to do it by myself. I have done it by myself. But when I bring other people in the room and start identifying who am I really, and what do I have to talk about, okay? Like on the break, like all these like hundreds of different little things that I could add to my list of things that I haven't even thought about because I didn't put any attention on it. If you don't know who you are, this is what you want to maybe write down. If you don't know who you are, don't be surprised if the rest of the world doesn't know who you are, okay?
40.
Okay, if you don't know who you are, now, if you're a black-owned business, okay, and that's all you're known for, you got a problem. So if you're a woman, I serve women with hair extensions. I met this lady once. All she did was hair extensions. I'm like, you don't do curls, you don't do bleaches, you don't do color, you don't do, I mean, nothing, no, I'm just an expert at extensions. I'm like, okay, that's gonna be terrible. Like you got to be able to do more than one thing. Otherwise, what happens when extensions go out of favor? You guys got to come up with something else. By the way, that's your product and service. That's the end. That's the end of the funnel, right? The big funnel, let's say there's 8 billion people at the top of the funnel, and I get to do business with 1,000 people. I mean, the top of the funnel, you need something to talk about here other than what straight at these 1,000 people. I'm not talking to these 1,000 people at the top of the funnel. So if I have hair extensions for these 1,000 people in my career, or I'm selling cars at here, or I'm doing plumbing here, or I'm doing chiropractic, or I'm doing photography, right? That's the handful, a tiny number of people that will end up doing business with me at the bottom of my funnel. That's what we call the bottom, is where they paid me. But what are you talking to these people about? You can't talk, I mean, I guess you could talk about hair extensions every day, but you're never gonna open up the funnel for the hair extensions, because once you do who you are, then you need to do, well, who is your customer? Okay, right? So who is my customer? This is how we create all our businesses. Who am I? What do I have to talk about? Then who is my customer? So in the beginning, our customer was Chrysler. Okay, or Nissan. Nissan gave us a bunch of money to consult their company on increasing their sales line. And then 2008 came, and half Toyota was in there, Nissan, Ford, Hyundai, Kia, blah, 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 right? Okay, so all these guys come in, well, they all got killed. Half of them got killed. I didn't have anybody to talk to. And I'm like, okay, the guy that's buying a car, this car buyer right here, Mike that bought the car, what else does Mike buy? Because we were really training this company how to take care of this customer so that customer would give them more money. I wasn't talking directly to this customer. There's way more of these customers buying cars than there are people selling cars. I had the wrong part of my funnel. You understand? Like I was talking to the car dealer because he looked like he had money and I could help him. And it's all that's true. I could help him. I knew how to talk to him. He had money. He trained his people, but it was the wrong target. Why was it the wrong? It was the wrong target market. The reason is I should have gone to the top of the funnel. I should have had my idea up here, $1 billion. I want to make $1 billion. I would have never picked the first business that I was in, ever. Because nobody's ever made $1 billion consulting car dealers, ever in the history of mankind, and they never will, by the way. Now, they have sold $1 billion worth of advertising dollars. See, but what I did, I found something I was good at. I went and talked to an audience. Like, I could literally take every professional path that you could make, from consulting car dealers to being a prostitute. Okay, prostitutes like, I'm gonna go out and make some money. Yeah, but it was the wrong target, okay? It's the target, like there's no way to scale this. To being a plumber, I'm gonna plumb, okay? How many times can I plumb? I'm gonna go change somebody's plumbing, I'm gonna get $200, okay? But dude, like that, cause you're good at it? You're a roofer, so you fix roofs because your dad put a damn hammer in your hand and you figured out how to do it, and you figured out how to level stuff, and you figured out how to square stuff and plumb stuff, and the next thing you know, you're building houses. But bro, it's not even scalable, okay? You went and bought a duplex because you found a duplex down the street and you had enough money to get a down payment for it and you bought it. Yeah, but like you're doing stuff without a plan. And that's why the middle class ends up like, I don't have any time, I don't have any money, I don't have time for my kids, I don't have time for vacations, I freaking hate myself, my money's no good, I got money in a retirement account I can't get till I'm dead because I'm gonna be 83 and nothing works. Like the whole thing's just like this mush of confusion. Top of the funnel, man, you gotta have top of the funnel. This is what you're serving, 8 billion people, okay? You're one guy going after these people. These people all have money. They speak Chinese, they speak Indian, they speak English, they speak Australian, they speak Canadian. Those are different English languages, by the way. They speak European, they, blah, 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 right? Okay. There's Dubai in there, Singapore in there, Cincinnati in there, Columbus, Ohio. Okay, I'm one person. What do these people want? What are they buying? She got a hair extension. What else did she got? She got nails. She got a car. I'm looking at all the things she gets. Oh, she wants to learn how to invest in real estate. Oh, she wants to know how to homeschool her kids. That's not on my list. It should be. Okay. She wants to learn how to get her divorce fast. She wants to learn how to not pay taxes. Okay. Like you understand all the things I could be talking to this person about other than how to make a sale? You know how tiny, this was my first business. I consulted people on how to sell stuff. You know how bad a business that is? You cannot, you cannot pick a worse business. How many times have we had this conversation? I was making $3 million a year teaching people how to sell something. Nobody wants to learn how to sell anything to anyone. Like literally, if I went online right now, would you rather be a salesman or a prostitute? I'll bet you more people would sign up for the prostitute. It's just easier. The lead's definitely easier. The close is easier. Probably pays better.
Faster result.
Hope so. Please get this over with. Okay, so you understand what I'm saying? Like now, this person that I was teaching how to sell, this car dealer that I was teaching how to sell cars, awful business. The car dealer, he wanted it and needed it, and he didn't want to pay for it. The person that I was giving the education to didn't want to learn it, but it was making me money. So I was trapped in this thing. So when this came off, when the lid blew off on our business, can you show the bubble again? Do you have the bubble? It started with one business. I was traveling 250 days a year. It's not scalable. Now we have 10x health, 10x insurance coverage, 10x stages, 10x education, Cardone Ventures, Cardone Capital, Grant Cardone Foundation, 10x Business Summit, 10x HVAC, 10x Equity Group, Real Estate Summit, 10x Studios. Guess what? All this was created because I took the time to say, hey, these 8 billion people, this guy that wants to learn sales right over here, is he interested in his health? Is he interested in real estate? Is he interested in being a father? Okay. Oh, I got all this stuff to talk about. Is he interested in money? Where to save money, what to do with money, how to invest money? Like, oh, this all gave me conversations. So I wasn't talking about sales every day. I could start hitting all these other people and creating leads. And the top of the funnel exploded. Okay. Now the top of the funnel is about 15 million people a year follow me, and about 150 million people see this message every year. How do I hit 150 million people so that 156,000 become a sale? So I don't know what the return on that is. If I divide 156 million, just show you our failure rate. What is it?
1%?
Yeah, probably. Divided by 150 million. Yeah, it's 0.001%. It's 1/10 of 1%. It's 0.001. 99.9% of the people, if you guys want to not feel bad about yourself, 99.9% of the people that know me never give me a penny. So for all of you trolls out there that say, oh, Grant Cardone's taking advantage of my community, 99.9% of your community will never give me a penny. Okay, I am free to the world. I do more for the world than, what's her name? Teresa ever did.
Mother Teresa.
Okay, way more. I've helped more people than most governments will ever help. Don't kid yourself. 0.001% of the people pay me. I help a lot of people. It's completely free. 90,000 people were given information to come to this. They got free information. They're going to pay the highest price for this. You guys that paid for this, and those of you who decide to do something with us even more serious about really going all the way with us, you pay less for this than anyone. The free ones are the ones that pay the price. Let me show you why. See at the top of the funnel, the 90,000 people that come into a funnel for us. Okay, let's say 1,000 people do business with me as a result of that. These 90,000 people are the ones that we are going to market products and services to in the future that actually don't get the support. The tiny number we support down here, we hold their hand. These are products and services. These are solutions that we provide people and work with them so that they know how to put their content creation in, their social media activity, their calendar, their profit planners. We're working with a handful, a tiny number of companies, but I have to get the attention of a lot of people up here. These people are the ones, the free, pay the biggest price because they get nothing, but I get their name. So I get to market to them. And when they're ready, boom, they pop. Okay, they pop, they say, let's go. And we don't want people that aren't ready. Some of you guys, like we want you guys when you guys are ready and committed to roll all the way. Again, another reason I don't want to close somebody on doing something. I want to have enough leads at the top of the funnel so that I can get quality people that are ready, willing, and able. How do you make a close? Have to have ready, have to have willing, have to have able. I could have somebody able, but not ready. Right? The woman that I'm married to for 21 years, she was able, she was qualified, she was perfect for me, but she wasn't ready when I met her. You can't make that happen, okay? That has to happen. Jared, when Jared came to work with me, Jared was not ready, okay? He was willing, he was able, but it took him a second to like, okay, now I'm ready. It took him like 3 years before you like stepped up. 2 years, okay? 25 years old, dude, I wasn't able, I wasn't ready, I wasn't willing. At 23 years old. 24, not ready, not willing, and not able. 25, ready, willing, and able. Okay, I wasn't really able, but I definitely was willing. But I had to get education. I had to spend 5 years educating myself. At 30 years old, dude, I was ready, willing, able, valuable. At 15 years old, I was a freaking disaster. So, like, you can meet people at the wrong time in life where they're just not ready, willing, and able. They have nothing to offer. Or they're a train wreck. They're intelligent, potential's off the freaking charts, but they're a train wreck. They're in drama, probably with the wrong people, having problems in life, got the, who knows what kind of issues they got. Same thing with your leads. Your leads. You got leads that are not good. They're qualified, they're buyers, they're gonna buy, but they're not good. So let's talk about the leads. Your attention, the reason for attention is to generate a lead. We offered all you guys on X and Instagram, by the way, grantcardone.com/PDF, that's P Diddy Freak Off. grantcardone.com/PDF, okay? We're gonna give you the workbook. This is how big is this workbook? 80 pages?
At least.
I'm gonna give you this 80-page workbook for free, grantcardone.com/PDF, and we're gonna give that to you. What does that do? That generates a lead. And I'm telling you, you're now a lead. You came into the Twitterverse or Instagram and you're a lead, but you're floating around in Elon's universe. How do I get you to come into mine? Well, you're already in mine. But how do I get you a little closer? I'm like, give you something for free. So I need stuff. I don't need products to sell. I need, hey, do we even have a compatible, symbiotic desire to have a relationship together? I don't know. I know this. I'm going to give everything that I have. I did this with my wife. I'm just going to keep showing up. She's going to keep walking into restaurants and clubs and places and churches, and boom, oh, there's Grant. She's going to go into the gun club. There's Grant. Oh, she goes out to dinner with her friend, and there's Grant. Grant's just popping up all over the place, popping up and popping off. Okay, and then boom, then we get married. Okay, leads. You got to generate leads, folks. No leads. If they don't know you, they can't flow you. If you don't have any leads, you don't have any opportunities. Your 24 hours a day should be generating leads. How do I generate leads? How do I meet people? Now, to convert a lead, you need some tools, okay? I'm going to show you on page 35 some things you need. Landing pages. You should be doing webinars, live trainings, books, ebooks, education, business tools, assessments. I've done most of these things to you today. Strategy call. We offered a bunch of you guys a strategy call with our team. In fact, if you want to do a strategy call, I don't know if I should do that right now, Friday afternoon.
No, not yet.
I better not. Maybe tomorrow, okay? Strategy calls where we get on the phone with you. We get one of our a brilliant strategists, okay? And do a strategy call, okay? We consult companies. Maybe you don't want to do something that I'm asking. You're like, hey, I want to do a consulting call. I want you to come in and look at my books, my business, my operations. Those are expensive, okay? There's people that pay Ernst Young $1 million retainer and 50, 80 to 100,000 a month, and maybe millions or more at the end of the year just to consult the company to the next level. Free inspections, okay? Like inspect what's going on. Let me see what's broken in your company. Discounts, free gift, like the free gift, the PDF that I just did. These are must-haves to convert attention to
327 leads, by the way, on that.
Huh? How many?
327 leads.
Okay, 327 we got today. So if I did that 365 days of the year, 365 times 365, whatever, whatever that number is. I don't know what it is.
119,000.
120,000 leads. And we shouldn't, that shouldn't have been my idea. That should have been Rhett's idea. That should already be built in, already operational. Everybody should be looking for it. Boom, lead comes into the universe. How do I convert him? But most people treat leads like flies. They want to get rid of the fly. You guys think they're flies, termites, insects? I don't. I'm like, I need to convert that. If I could figure out how to convert ants, because there's a lot of them, man. But you guys don't see everything as an opportunity because most people are disconnected from their dream. You're disconnected from the target because Jared goes home and he gets Jake. And Jake removes everything that he's ever thought about that day. Every target you have, if you're a father or mother and you have a kid, he's got Jordy, he's got his wife. When the kids come in, or maybe you got a puppy, there's something in your life that's distracting you from this target. And that's what I said this morning. Why do people not achieve their targets? Because their targets aren't big enough. And then you get distracted by something else that gets bigger for the moment. 12 things. But Jake and Jordy are going to both move out. They're going to leave as soon as they can. They're going to bail, and he's going to be stuck. Him and Sandy are going to be stuck at the house saying, what are we doing now? This has been happening for hundreds of years where the husband and wife look up. They call it empty nesters or whatever, okay? My wife and I will experience it in a couple of years, and we'll be like, what are we doing? Where are we going? How are we going to make a difference? What are our dreams? What are our goals? Where are we going? Like this is everybody's challenge. This is what we're put on this planet to do, man, to seek our full potential. 12 things to generate and capture leads. Because at the end of the day, folks, how many people can you help? That's all everybody's going to remember you for. Did you help anybody? Did you service people? Did you service mankind? Did you make people better? How do you help people when you don't have leads? Number one, okay, landing pages, not websites. 2, you got to 10x your value for data exchange. Saturday and Sunday last week, I was doing something like this.
Can you just say one thing on this landing
Friday
page?
and Saturday, today and tomorrow, I'm doing something like this. Sunday and Monday, I'm doing something like this. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week, I'm doing something like this. Yes, sir, go ahead.
I was just going to say on that number one, that first point, landing pages, not websites. This is, if you make this one change, conversion in your business is going to explode through the roof. Typical conversion on a website where there's a lot of different things to do, which is where most businesses are sending traffic, is usually in the low single digits.
I'm going to show you.
When we build landing pages, our conversion rates are anywhere from 35 to 65%.
So I'm going to show you landing page. I'm going to show you both of these in a second. How do I add 10x value for the data exchange? You're going to give me data. I'm going to give you 80 pages of workbook. Dude, that was cool. That was cool. That was great. That was awesome, man. That was nice. That's better than me giving you a bottle of wine for Christmas. Like, we don't even do that. Okay? Like, you guys know this time of the year, these companies are going to send out these lazy bullshit gifts. Huh? Here's the basket, here's the chocolates, here's the champagne. I can buy all that stuff. You guys should never give somebody a gift that they can buy themselves. It's a lazy gift. It's stupid. It's a complete waste of money. And your timing's terrible because they all arrive at the same time. And I know they all went out at the same time. I got one, I walked in his office, he's got the same thing. I'm like, this is stupid. Like, it's not even different. Mine's a little bigger. Okay, you need to figure out how to send people things that change their lives and they don't want to get rid of ever. I'm going to eat the chocolate. I will eat the nuts and I will forget you that I had either one of them. Give me something I can't get rid of, okay? Okay, 3, you got to eliminate the friction of these leads. Imagine I get 156 million leads a year. Now, whether we get all their data or not is another thing. I get 6 million to go to a list to get 156,000 of them to buy from me. I'm just telling you to get 15,000 of them to invest with me. So I keep thinking about new ways to offer new things to these 156 million people that I could get them to do other things with me that would benefit the other things that we're doing with them. So how do you eliminate friction when they hit that landing page? Number 4, offer to solve a problem. I'm going to show you how to buy real estate. I'm going to show you how to make sales. I'm going to show you how to close more deals. I'm going to show you how to 10x your business. I'm going to show you how to invest money different. Like, there's a million things that each of you know right now that would make you an expert to talk about Oh, did I get that Pierce Morgan deal? Where's Tony at?
She's out right now.
Oh, okay. Number 5, communicate an outcome. Communicate an outcome. 6, have an urgency. You got to have urgency in the offer. It's all right, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. CTA, okay, call for action.
Call to
okay?
action, yeah.
Call to action. Call is above the fold. I'll show you these in just a second. Oops.
Here's an example right here.
Yeah. Oh, there's an example. Learn how to turn how I turn $3,000 into $4 billion in real estate.
This is a landing page.
This is a landing page.
And
secure your seat.
What this means is there's only one thing for them to do on this page. This is above the fold, meaning when you land on the page.
The call for action, secure your seat, is above the fold. Okay?
Meaning they don't have to scroll down to see it.
So you're not scrolling through your mobile phone. You see it on the front page. You're not scrolling on your computer. The landing page on a website is going to be different than the landing page on a mobile phone. Look, none of this existed 5-6 years ago, just so you guys know. If you're like, I don't understand any of this stuff. Nobody did, man. I'll tell you what it's costing you not to know it. Well, it costs you what are we going to make this year?
155 million.
Yeah, like
and this
all the
business,
companies will do
yeah.
$700 million in revenue. We're not even perfect at this. You don't need to be perfect at it. You just need to be on the field right now because nobody's doing any of this stuff. And I know all the guys that do anything well with it. I know them all. We're doing better with it than 95% of all the companies in the world. Number 8, you need multiple CTAs on the page. And don't let your graphics guy tell you what looks good. Don't even worry about him. Just tell him what to do. Okay? Hey, every page I want to call for action. Could be 6 of them.
On the next slide, there's an example.
Okay.
This is one landing page on one offer. This is basically screenshots if you were to scroll down the page. And every time you see that red button there, or the green button, those are a call to action.
So
for
there's
the
1,
offer
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right here on this page. These are as you scroll down, people make different decisions. This is based on a phenomenon called the decision phenomenon. I don't know when you're making a decision. Decisions could be made in microseconds as I'm scanning the internet. I'm gonna buy that, okay? Like I do it all the time. You guys do it all the time. I'm gonna buy a shirt. Like I'm literally sitting in my house last night playing Fortnite. Okay, I wanna go buy one of these shirts. Go to the website, the less friction there is, boom. And this could be an impulse that could last microseconds, okay? If I don't see what I want right away, bang, I'm out. And now I'm like back to playing Fortnite. I could be playing Fortnite, listening to X, a live room on X, taking a phone call from my wife, and having Ryan call me right now and interrupting the phone call saying, hey, you have an investor call in 6 minutes. I'm like, oh, I forgot I had that. All that could be happening in a period of 6 minutes. That's what happened yesterday. So I had to end my Fortnite. I abandoned my offer, my purchases of my Eton shirts, got off the X, into the phone call with my wife. I actually forgot she was on the phone. I did. And then she's like, you. So and then I went and did my investor call. Okay? Investor call is over. And then I pick it up. The whole cycle starts again. Okay, man, do I want to play Fortnite? Do I want to go back to the X call? Oh, I got to call my wife. I forgot, right? And then, oh, shit, I still want that shirt. And I go search a shirt again. This is after last week I bought 12 shirts from London. They got shipped here. And then I realized I didn't need to buy them. I'm sending them all back to London. And I'm going to buy them locally. It's crazy. This is crazy consumers, okay? I'm a lead, man. I'm a lead. There's 8 billion leads multiplied times 1,000. Because a lead is not a lead once. Grant Cardone exists thousands of times. I'm not Grant Cardone. I'm Grant Cardone right now. 6 minutes from now, I'm another version. 6 minutes after that, I'm another version. You understand there's not 8 billion people. There's 8 billion people making billions and billions and billions of decisions every second. That's why that attention stuff, you never know where you're going to get somebody's attention. Okay, 2-step opt-in. Now, before I confuse everybody and before you guys get back into this data, all this works only because you make a commitment. None of this is complicated if you make a commitment. I met with a guy named Michael Saylor. If you guys know who that name is, Michael Saylor owns a company called MicroStrategy. Okay, 2 days ago. I'm in the meeting, I'm in the middle of the meeting with Michael, and I say, Michael, how do I learn how to do all this stuff? That's your problem. That's your problem. He's like, I'm telling you where to go, bro. The vehicle you pick is your problem. And I'm like, 20 minutes goes by, super, super smart guy, okay? I'm like, yeah, but Michael, how do I do that? That's your problem. This is where you're going. Okay, by the fourth time I said, but Michael, how do I do this? He's like, hey, I told you earlier, that's your problem. Don't give me these little problems. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, millions of people have found the right vehicle. Millions of people have done that. That's not the problem. The problem is the destination. He says, I told you the destination. I told you how to get there. You just got to figure out the rest of the pieces. All I'm saying to you guys is don't get lost on the vehicle. You're getting stuck in these mechanics of like, how do I do a hair extension rather than where am I going, okay? Just keep your focus on where you're going. You'll manifest the right vehicle. If you're locked in, committed, like all this stuff that I'm giving you right now, it's just kind of like, it's like my mom. I used to ask my mom how to make, like my mom was a decent cook, and I'd say, hey, Mom, how do you make red beans and rice? Oh, it's complicated. I'm like, fucking red beans and rice? Yeah, the way I do it, it's complicated, you know? So you understand what I'm saying? This is not complicated. This has a bunch of stuff in it, but this is not very complicated at all. Two-step opt-ins. Two-step opt-in, I think I'm gonna show you an example of this, okay? This is a little dark right here, but basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get this guy to opt in. First, he hits the register, then he gives me his information. Then, this doesn't show up very well. We need to pop these harder, guys. Okay. Then the third thing he does is give me a credit card. I'm not asking for the credit card first. Probably don't even have a price there yet. So if I go back,
we collect the lead before they see the price and can buy.
I'm ready to secure my
so in case
seat.
they bounce out of the process, at least we've got the lead and we can follow up with them.
Go back again, Johnny. Okay, see this? Hey, come spend 3 days with me learning this strategy. Now, by the way, when I look at this, I would remove the 3 days. I would never have the 3 days there again. You're turning people off. You're telling people don't spend time with me. We should not have the 3 days. We think, are you on me? We think the 3 days is a value because you're spending 3 days with me. But we just gave the guy a problem, how to get away for 3 days. That should not say 3 days. Now I'm looking at this in real time right now as a consumer saying, oh shit, that would turn me off. I don't have 3 days for anybody. The most quality people in the world don't have 3 days. The 9,000 people, the 90,000 people that didn't show up for this event could be the best quality that we have. They're like, I don't have time for this. Okay, some of you that were here this morning that might have popped in and out already, you might be sitting here begging me to offer you something else right now. I'll bet you there's somebody, just throw up the chat right now. How many of you right now, you've already made a decision, you want to do something as a result of what you've done with me today, you're like, hey bro, just give me something I can do with you financially where I can give you more money. Look at this. You don't even know what it is. Like we're not even talking about. Niren says, yeah, I want to do something else with you. Connie Wilson, I want to do something. Alicia says, I want to do something. Harleen said, let's talk. Harleen, let's talk. Harleen, you need somebody to talk to, baby? Okay, Jennifer, absolutely. See, some of you are watching all this information and say, hey, I don't care about all this information. I need help. I want you to help me to go get my dream. You don't know what it looks like. You're just like, I need your help. I know I'm committed and I need your help to get this dream. I want to know how to use these tools. I don't want the tools, right? I want the tools, but I need somebody to help me use my tools. See, many of you have already made that decision today. That's a funnel, okay? You don't want friction on the way there. So watch, spend 3 days, and then I'm gonna go, Johnny, back to this thing so I can show him and break this down for him. And then it's gonna be the offer, right? Then it's gonna be the offer so they can sign up for it. Now they gotta know what they're buying. Okay, in this case, it's a $497, a $1,097, a $4,097. They can make a decision. Then they transact here, okay? That's called a two-step opt-in. Number 10, offer upsells. By the way, I just showed you the upsells. I'm always gonna offer an upsell. Number 11, here's an upsell, or upsell, yeah. Here's an upsell, okay? Here's the deal, $6,100, 99% off, $47 only, boom, buy it right now. Here's the upsell. By the way, you can move up to another $127 if you get X, Y, or Z. What percentage will do this?
Probably 20 to 30.
Most of the time, we're doing that upsell just to pay for our advertising. We're not trying to make money on that. 2 reasons I'm doing it. To pay for my advertising, secondary reason, main reason, to find out who my quality is. All customers are not created equal. They're all buyers, but they're not created equal. Different people want to do different things. We went to the Eagles concert, right? So I go to the Eagles concert at the Sphere. By the way, great show. You should go, okay? And was it a good show? It was so good, okay? Hotel California. Give me some music, Johnny. Okay. You know, so I'm making decisions about my tickets. What am I doing? I look at the front row. I look at the most expensive ticket in the place. I look at the least expensive. I start making decisions. I'm comparing things back and forth. How fast can I do that? Number 11, model, mimic, and master. We'll give you the playbook. I'll give you the whole playbook. Literally sit down with you. Or opening show, man, it's fantastic, man. Like, I mean, those tickets were $1,800 a piece. I could have bought some for $400. I could have bought some for $200. I could have bought some for $150. I could have bought some for $3,000, I think. Or I could have not gone at all, right? We bought them the day before. So, and I probably didn't have to buy any of them. I should have just called Joe Walsh and said, give me some tickets, bro. Okay, number 12, repeat successful actions. You guys can go do all this on your own and try to figure it out. Cost yourself $1 billion. We've sold and or got investors to give us over $3 billion over the internet now. Making mistakes. Google's not going to teach you how to do this. They're going to get in your way. Meta's not going to teach you. X isn't going to teach you how to do it. They're figuring their own thing out. So what are some examples of generating leads, okay? I'm just going to give you our whole book. You guys can do whatever you want with it. Free webinars. We do them all the time. Okay, here's one. Okay? Free tools. I could give away a real estate calculator. I'm just giving you some ideas of things we do. You could use ebooks. We do a lot of ebooks. We should do more, by the way. We should have more ebook offers, not less. My health company should do more ebooks. Our real estate company should do more ebooks. Our business should do more ebooks. Jared's going to be like, you don't even know how many we do now. We should still do more ebooks. Okay? So, okay, what are 3 ideas here for content or offers to get you leads? We're talking about leads right now. If you don't know what we're talking about, huh? You're not going to do anything without a lead. First you get an idea, then you get attention, then you generate a lead. Your ideas, your attention should generate leads. Hey, I'm interested in your product or service. I want my house painted. I want a free appraisal. Okay, I want to know how much equity I have in my home. I want to see if I'm qualified for a mortgage. I want better credit. Like, all these are leads. Why would I do a 401k IRA book? Hey, do you have money in a 401k? I'm going to show you how to move your 401k to another 401k and self-direct it. Take it away from Schwab, self-direct it, invest it in real estate. You can do this without any penalty. Why would I do that? I don't do RAs, 401ks, IRAs. I have nothing to do with that business. Why would I do that? Because the guy that raised his hand has a 401k, has money. He just raised his hand and said, I have money. $500 million that I've had invested in Cardone Capital, $500 million, came from 401ks, that little e-booklet. Okay, number 3, what was your biggest takeaway today? Let's just do these exercises. You guys got 3 minutes. 3 ideas for content. The reason we do this is so you guys aren't listening to me now and you're like, hey, what did I just learn out of this section? What are 3 ideas for content? 3 ideas. I gave you like 30. You'd be like, man, I don't know, man. If you don't know, you don't know. What's worse than not knowing? It's thinking you do. You're like, oh man, I'm getting a bunch of information. You're at 0 right now. That's where you are. If you don't know, you're at 0. You don't know, you don't know. Is it day or night right now? Day. You sure? See, he's not at zero. He knows for sure. He'd bet everything on it. What are 3 takeaways? 3 ideas I gave you to produce content. If you're not sure, you don't know. Because if you're not sure, you don't know. Number 2, which lead generation rules are you violating? You got a lead. Guy showed up in your Instagram and said, wow, I really like your sweater. That's a lead. What are you violating right now? Okay, and then what was your biggest takeaway out of this section? Tell you what my biggest takeaway was. Because I learn when I listen, when I teach, I learn. There's 8 billion people on this planet times 100. That's my biggest takeaway from this. There's probably 800 billion people if I took all the personality disorders. Just in this room, I can see all the personality disorders, okay? Why? Because you're one person on Sunday, you're another person when you're with your mom, you're another person when you're at the club, you're another person when you're with me, right or wrong? You're not the same person all the time. Nobody is. Okay, Sherry's raising money for charity, her church. She is a completely different person. She even dresses like a different person. Can't wait too. Okay, lead management. Okay, nurturing leads to close. Here's some facts. 98-2 rule. If you close 2% of them, you're a freaking god. Number 2, 60% of the revenue is going to come from 98% of the people. 3, we're on page 41. 88 rule. 80-08 rule. It takes 8 to 12 contacts to convert. 80% of your business is going to come from the people that you talk to 8 times or more. Number 4, active texting campaigns can increase conversion rates 500%. Number 5, appointments and show up campaigns. Okay, appointments convert at 50%. I'm sorry, appointments show up 50% of the time. And if you didn't have that appointment, you'd probably have like a 6 to 8%, like you're literally increasing the chance of a show rate. 6, close down campaigns can 2x your closing rates, meaning this campaign is closing right now. We're going to actually give you an actual example of how to do this today with a proposal that we're going to, an opportunity we're going to make for all of you here. And we'll show you how we close this campaign out and make you a proposal to solve your problems, with the hopes that we can become partners in helping you build your business. Number 7, long-term nurture campaigns can take whatever you did and increase that another 25%. So if you made $1 million on a campaign, you could actually increase it another $250 without spending any money by doing what's called long-term nurture. Now, how do you manage all this? Well, we use tools, okay? Jared's gonna show you how we use some of these tools. You got them set up, Jared?
Yeah.
We have a social media marketing activity calculator, okay? Jared, let me say, Jared, let's say that my target for the campaign is $1 million. And let's say you're gonna put in your price per unit. I gave you guys an example to look at, but Jared's gonna do a new one. You have blanks, Jared? Or not? You're not set up yet. You got to talk to me.
It's coming right now.
For this to work, you got to talk to me. Though.
Okay. Talk.
That's how communication works.
I'm here.
Are you set up?
Two-way. I'm set up.
You set up. So, Jared, I have a revenue target of $1 million in 90 days.
Okay.
Okay. My price per target. Let's say I'm going to sell
number of days, 90 days.
I want to do $1 million in 90 days.
How much your?
I want to do $10 million. Can you make it bigger? I can't see it. Can you make it bigger? You got to zoom in, Jared.
Yep, I'm gonna.
Yeah. Okay, good. I want to do $10 million in 90 days.
What's average price per?
$500,000.
Per sale?
Yeah, per sale. Client's going to give me, I want to raise $10 million.
Okay.
So I need 20 units?
0.22 units per day.
Oh, no. Okay, let's go to $1 billion. I want to raise $100 million. I want to raise $100 million. Let's say I found a real estate project and I don't have the money for the real estate project. I'm broke. And it's $100 million and I got to close the project in 90 days, okay? And I want to go to my team and say, hey guys, the average person's going to give us $500,000. And how many do I need? I need 200 people and I have 90 days. I need 2.2. Now watch. Oh, wait, well, I really don't have 90 days. I really only have, because 2 days of the week, that's 3 months.
Minus 12.
Huh? I only have 78 days. Cut me back to 78 days. Oh, I need, okay. And let me say that I'm going to have a hurricane, 3 of them. So now I'm at 75 days. And I don't trust anything, so cut that back by another 7 days. Okay, so now it's 68 days. Okay, so now this says I need to make 3 sales a day.
Assuming your closing
and my closing ratio, I want to take my closing ratio now down to like 0.05%. Okay, now there. Now I know what I got to do. Tell my team I need 88 leads a day. Number of leads a day is 588 leads a day. I can be on 1 platform, cut that, go to 2 platforms, go to 4 platforms. I'm going to go to YouTube because I'm getting excited now. I need 147 leads from each platform. My engagement rate, let's take my engagement rate down to 2%, meaning they're engaging with it. No, take it down to a half of 1% again, 0.05. Okay, and I need 2,900 engagements per program, per
29,000.
29,000. Okay, now I can give that to my team and say, guys, if we hit those numbers, we hit our target. So don't tell me we can't do it because the money exists in the world. Now put in the chat, if you guys believe I could raise $100 million in 90 days, just put in the chat, I believe, I believe, I believe.
I believe, I believe, I believe.
Now, it's not enough to believe, man. Now you need the numbers. Okay, what numbers do I give my team so that I tell my manager, bro, look, if you don't do that, we don't get that, period. We don't do that, we don't get that. That's what has to happen for us to get that. If we get it sooner, great, but we're probably not. If we come up short, no problem. At least I got a plan. And this gives the analyticals in your office, like Jared. Jared's an analytical, high analytical. No?
Mid.
But he loves data. Because it makes him feel secure.
You can trust numbers.
Okay, all right. So you guys got that? That is our social
media marketing activity calculator.
It's telling me how much I need to be posting in order to get attention on the platforms. Okay, now I'm going to show you another little tool that we have. This is called a content creation calendar. This is going to actually, you lay it out there?
Yeah.
It's going to actually lay out where you need to be, what you need to be posting on, how often you need to be posting so that we know what we're playing with, in addition to whatever else we're doing to stay relevant in the marketplace. So if you go to any of my platforms, man, I could be talking about politics 1 second, rebuilding a house in another minute, picking my kids up for a trip, to some interview I did, to Mandy adding some weird thing to get attention. Like you're trying to just stay relevant in the moment. Remember this, these 8 billion people all want something different depending on what time of day it is. You want something different when you wake up, you want something different at noon, you want something different when you go to sleep. Your appetite changes through the day. Okay, that's our content calendar for you. Oops, you guys got to get back to me now. The activity target calculator. This is a tool. Jared, you're going to load this up, right?
It's loading.
Let's say my revenue target, let's go to $1 million. I'll get to something relevant to everybody. Let's say it's $1 million for 90 days, and my average price per unit is $500. It tells me I need 2,000 units over 90 days. I need 20 to 22 units a day. Let's say I close at 50%, Jared.
Wow.
Yeah, it's cheap, dude. This is like, boom, it's going to be a great offer, right? And you're going back to your client base, so it's a quality client base. You're going to have to do 44 demos. If your call to demo ratio.
Meaning how many calls does it take to get a demo?
Meaning you had to make a bunch of calls just because nobody picked up. So like if I'm trying to get an investor on the phone, I might have to call 20 people to get 2 people to talk to me. Let's change that to 10%, Jared. Call to demo. You remember, what's the most frustrating part about getting attention? Sad. Nobody in this room even knows. Being ignored. I call somebody, they ignore me. They don't pick up. Okay? Why do you guys think I answer everybody's phone call that calls me? Because I made cold calls. I ain't doing to them what they did to me. Shit, I ain't coming back with the bad karma, bruh. I ain't coming back with, I like you, man. You're a cool dude. Okay? Just wish you knew my information as well as I did. Okay. So, what do you need to know?
444 calls a day.
444 calls a day, okay? What do you need to know right here, okay? Guys, you need tools. Go to page. Don't do it alone. Don't go it alone. Okay, I gave you a bunch of information today. Jesus has been walking through the valley. He's been healing people.
Folks.
You can see now.
God, show me the way.
Okay, you are healed of your problem. Okay, Jesus has been walking through your town and healing people all along the way, giving you information, doing sermons, giving you the word, straight, direct from him, like bang, putting it on you. And now what do you know? You got to go home and you're going to be by yourself. And now you're at risk again. Come on, Johnny, play it. Play it, Johnny.
Racism, but most of all, we at war with ourselves.
He does. He does. Okay. But don't do it alone. Don't go do this by yourself. It'd be like getting somebody to train your dog, sending your dog to the dog trainer, and then they drop the dog off and you ruin him again. The dog doesn't have the problem, you do. Okay? Don't try to do stuff alone. Like if you want to get in great shape, hire a coach. You're going to get faster results. And he's going to come in and you're going to feel terrible about yourself because you look bad, you're overweight, you have no muscle, you're not going to feel good about it. He's going to start doing stuff to you and you're going to be embarrassed and you got to move through the embarrassment stage. You don't know what you're doing. You suck. And just keep moving through the suckness until you're like, damn, I'm a little stronger. Number 2, don't set targets for yourself, okay? They will always be either too small or too big. Don't set them by yourself. Get somebody that believes in you more than you believe in you. Because you're going to either do this. We see it all the time. People are like, I'm going to make $1 billion and I'm going to do it with coaching. I'm going to be just like you, Grant. I'm going to be Grant Cardone and I'm going to start talking like you and I'm going to make $1 billion. Okay. Or I'm going to go buy $100 million worth of real estate this week. Yeah, it's either going to be too big or too small. Okay. Number 3 is this. You guys got to know that either way you're going to quit. You're going to quit. How often do you quit? Yeah, you do. You quit up, huh? Liar. No, look. He says he never quits. Do you ever quit?
I say no or die. I think that every day that you live, you have another chance to try again. So no, you don't quit.
Yeah, every one of you guys quit. See, you guys, Mark Twain said, it's not what you don't know that hurts you, it's what you believe to be true that hurts you the most. Everyone quits.
I think you said earlier, you think about quitting, but you don't.
That's what I mean. That moment was a quit.
Think about it.
That moment was a quit, though. You quit. You quit on I think I'm going to quit. You're quitting in that second, okay? I'm pulling out. I'm going to figure it a different way. I'm going to lower my target. I'm going to make sense of this. I'm going to go take a nap. These are all forms of quitting. They're little retreats, okay? You quit making phone calls. You said, I'm going home early.
Like a quit doesn't mean I quit for good. It means you quit in the moment.
You quit for a second, man, and then you got to start again, okay? So just understand, number 3, you will quit. Just understand you're going to quit. Now, why do you need to know that? Because your competition's going to quit. Okay, if I'm quitting, what do I know about all my competition? They quit too. They give up. They think too small. Okay, your mom, your dad, your uncle, your aunt, everybody you get information from, you're basically living in a quitter pool. Okay, the sperm was contaminated. It's a weak gene pool we're living in. Okay, look around you, man. We live on a planet of weakness. Broken people with bad ideas, all living below their means. The ants don't quit, but the humans do. Okay, number 4, you need math to find the path, man. You need the math to find the path. The math will not mislead you, the path will. The easy road. Everybody wants to take the path over here because it looks easy. No, take that ugly one over there. Nobody's on it, bro. That's where the gravy is. It's the easiest path is the one nobody's on. Number 5, you need support. Today, you need it tomorrow, and you're gonna need it in the future. When you get strong, you're gonna need more support. LeBron needs more support today than he needed when he started the game. Why? Because he don't need to play the game as bad anymore. He's gonna be a billionaire either way. He's like, man, how do I go back out there now? My knees hurt, shit, and I'm rich. Okay, when you poor and your knees hurt, it don't matter. You got depression and you're broke, you don't have depression. You got depression and you're rich, you got a problem. Okay, now you need medication. When you're broke and you got depression, you ain't got depression because you're hungry. You're gonna trade one illness for another one. I'm hungry, that means I don't have this other problem. Okay, number 6, accountability. Somebody's gotta hold you accountable, man. The best thing is to have a team. Like the whole team's holding one another accountable. They all want that trophy. Number 7, you need a success network. Folks, you need a network bigger than your team. It's gotta be your team, and then it's gotta be a network of people. So like we have the pressure, we have all this pressure, okay? We have like, I have Pam LaBelle. Is Pam on?
Yeah.
Okay. Pam, in 2023, her average revenue was $140,000. Listen to this
A
story.
month, yeah.
Pam, are you on? Pam, what's happening? What's happened for you in just the period of time you've been on our 90-day challenge?
Well, last month we did $255,000 in October, and we brought in $90,000 in new business.
How much? That's amazing.
Her previous average is $140,000 a month. So
but you were already doing great, right?
Yeah, we were doing okay. I mean, we actually broke through like breakpoint 2 in October, and I have not done that in 27 years. So yeah, I've been working with the Coach Karen, and things have been going really, really well.
That is fantastic, man. I'm so proud of you. What's your biggest takeaway, and what would you tell the audience watching right now?
Get the coach, 100%. You know, the best athletes in the world are using coaches. The best entrepreneurs are using coaches. So for us, I think me having the coach really holds me accountable to pushing my team to keep moving forward and implement the strategies. And if I'm like a little bit behind, I really feel, even if it's like a Sunday afternoon, I'm like, I promised my coach I was going to get this done. I need to have this done for Tuesday when I meet with her. So I keep pushing myself. I push myself harder and hold people more accountable, hold myself accountable to a higher standard.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Congratulations and well done on your success. I look forward to you getting the $1 million mark. Daniel LaBelle, last year, Daniel did $250,000 in revenue. In 90 days, Daniel, what did you do?
We did $160,000, almost $170,000 in just 90 days.
So last year you did 250.
Yep.
In 90 days, you did 75% of what you did all last year.
Exactly.
How much better does that feel that you're doing it faster?
So much better. It just like totally validates like what you guys are providing. Like you guys are the roadmap, and the coach is the one that helps you achieve that roadmap.
And where are you located?
We're located in Maine.
Yeah. And what's your business?
It's a coffee business, Morning Moose Coffee.
Dude, that's fantastic, man. Can you make me like a 4-shot espresso with foam?
Absolutely.
Now,
you got it, Grant.
Is that a macchiato? Or is that a cappuccino?
That's just that's a cappuccino.
Nah, man, don't say that. Don't say that. My staff is going to be ordering cappuccinos for me, and I don't want a cappuccino because I believe that the cappuccino has milk in it, and I don't want any milk. I just want the foam.
Okay, you just want the foam on top.
Yeah, so if
macchiato
I order,
then, yep, macchiato.
That's
You're
right.
right.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Hey, congratulations.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Leela and Scott.
Now
okay?
this one's super exciting.
Okay, I mean they're all exciting, dude. Any growth is good growth, guys.
So
let me just tell you guys, I've had a score that made me. I had one score that made me a couple $100 million. But the most important money I've ever made is when I went from $3,000 a month to $4,000 a month. because it showed me that I had control. It was not the huge win that was the biggest thing for me. I mean, that was big, but it was the little one. Now,
so I just want to
set it up. Set it up
here. So we did this same program,
this
same,
is Leela,
the same
by the way.
training event about, I don't know, 5 months ago. And we offered people the opportunity to join a 90-day challenge to generate $1 million of additional revenue. Not do $1 million, but $1 million in additional revenue in 90 days. And Layla and her partner Scott took that challenge on, and they added a million.
Hang on. How many of you be willing to take a challenge, a 90-day challenge, to get to $1 million? Okay, and you think you could hit it? Okay, what happened? Let's find out what happened, Leela.
Well, we did it.
You did what?
We had additional 1 million.
And what were you doing? What were you doing prior to that?
So we were doing well, an average about 600.
And so what happened? I mean, why what changed? Had you been doing 600 and
So you guys gave us every tool to succeed. We took challenge on, and we got an amazing coach. She helped us. She kept us accountable, and we made a lot of changes, and we added additional $1 million in 90 days.
Yeah, and so you guys were already making like 400 to 480 a month, right?
Yeah.
On average, and you'd have a spike every once in a while. So now you're doing what? How much more? You added $1 million on top of the 480 you were doing.
Correct.
So you had that's a 3x.
Yes.
Dude, that's
It's
fantastic.
not 10x yet, but we're playing on it.
But it's not a 10x. But so what? I mean, goddamn. See, I love greedy women. She's like, I want it to be 10x. I want it to be 10x. But in reality, yeah, it's a 3x. So I mean, it's fantastic. Okay. What would you tell people? What mistake would you tell people they're making right now that are watching this, that are just like you, and you're like, they're committed and they want to do something? What mistake do you think most people are making?
Not committing. And if you want to succeed, you guys are literally giving us every single tool to succeed. And if you don't, it's on you, because it is possible. It is possible to grow. We're an oral surgery business. We give people smiles and teeth in one day. So in any business, everything you guys are giving us, you can apply to any business.
Yeah.
And
thank you. Tell Frank hello. Oh, tell Scott hello. All right. Scott Frank, the man with two first names. Okay. See, awesome story. Okay. People from different walks of life, different businesses, all having success once they put a system in place.
Can I say one thing?
Please.
Last time we ran this challenge, of the business owners that participated in the challenge, 80% of them made at least 100% return on their investment in 35.4 days. So not even a month. And they got a full return on their investment, and they keep the information for life.
Do you want to just talk about what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Because we want to invite you to be, by the way, we're probably going to have Leela and Scott at our 10X Growth Conference. That'll be in March of next year at the MGM Grand Garden. Massive arena with, there'll be, 6,000 people there live and another probably 100,000 people online. And we're going to invite, I'm committing to this right now, Leela and Scott to be at our event to speak to 6,000 people live in the middle of this auditorium. We spent $10 million on this event and then distribute it to, over that weekend, probably another, 100,000 live, and then millions of people will see this. So that'll be great for their business, their smile business. But we want more people like Leela and Scott and Daniel and Pam. Okay, we want more people. I don't want it to be about me. I'd like to have the entire 3 days just be a bunch of you guys talking about how you're using our tools, our sales KPIs, our confidential marketing programs, our personal one-on-one coaching, the sales scripts that we use, our onboarding program. Who's better to talk about this than me? You, okay? You have a video, Johnny, by any chance? Do we have a video? Who's better to talk about this, yes or no?
No.
I don't know. So who's better to talk about it than me and Jared about our programs? It's people that are winning with our program. I showed you what I've done. I'm giving you the map. We took a little company that was doing $36,000 a year, okay? That company will do $750 million this year. We'll break $1 billion of revenue. I'd bet money we break $1 billion the first time this year, next year. That's 36,000 to, what do you got? Okay, to, this is massive number, folks. This is a privately held company. We're not a public company. We've never raised stock. We've never used debt. We have zero debt. I have zero connections. I've done all this playing with the internet. We've not bought, literally have no sponsorships. We do these massive events. If I can do this, anyone can do this. In fact, play the video, Johnny, and I'm gonna show you how many any other regular people can do this other than just Grant Cardone.
Before Grant, we were only doing maybe about $100,000 a year. After Grant, after making all the changes that we have made over the years, we will hit $3 million next year.
You know, from a revenue standpoint, when I first started, it was just me, and we just did 4.8 million last month.
Okay, so a year ago, my revenue was about maybe 100,000 a year. Now I'm netting about 800,000.
I know we started out with a projection of 100 million a year, and now we've changed that to 500 million a year in revenue, and we have grown probably 10 times in size since we started this.
I went from making, I think it was like 250K, to now last year I did 1.8 million.
I started my business back in September. I had $400 in my bank account. Last month, we just closed out 125K.
5 years ago, broke, in debt, and moving, fast forwarding a little bit after following Grant advices and signing for the 90-day challenge. Guess what? I own a company that is worth more than $5 million today.
We've already doubled the revenue that we did last year, and we're on track to do $1 million at the end of this year.
We've grown now from 1 million in revenue to we'll do about 2.5 million this year in revenue.
We were able to do 1.8, 1.9, 2.2, and as of this year, we're aiming to cross $2.6 million in revenue.
In the first 6 months of business, we've done roughly $3 million. We're on track to do it over 4.
You can't spend their money.
That's a fact.
What are we gonna do for you, okay? Everybody's talking about a commitment. When are you gonna make your commitment to your future, to your potential, to your abilities, okay? This is about, you can't spend my money. That's why I hate talking about what we do here all the time, because I'm like, okay, that doesn't really benefit you. We're just giving you the code. Like all these things we use in our business, every one of these tools we employ in our business, and we wanna give them to you. In addition to that, we wanna give you the urgency. The bigger gift is the urgency and this peer pressure, this social network, a network where other people are like, I'm doing it. You want to do it?
Competition, yeah.
The competition, this environment of like, okay, we're all winning for a short period of time. We only have 45 days left. This is a beautiful time of the year. 45 days left in this year, finish strong. And in 45 days, February 15th, to go through the first of next year, so that February 15th on what day is that? Valentine's Day? Valentine's Day, you got a victory. We're winning. We're moving forward. So I want Jared to talk to you about how you guys could get involved in an opportunity where we provide you with the support you need, the tools you need, the competition, and the accountability.
So after Grant was on Undercover Billionaire and he had this massive success and built a $5.5 million business in 90 days, we were thinking, how do we bring something like that into our business for our customers? And so we created a 90-day revenue challenge to simulate what he did in Pueblo, but you don't have to give away your name and contacts. You don't have to have no business. You already have these things. And so we created the 90-day revenue challenge so that you could get in a compressed time frame with all the tools and resources that you need to win and make sure that you have a record 90 days. The goal really here is to do more revenue in 90 days than you do in 12 months. And so to give you guys some excitement behind that, for those of you who elect to join, we're also going to offer a $25,000 reward for anybody who can increase their revenue by $1 million in 90 days, like Scott and Layla Frank did. So
because you're going to have taxes. The $1 million you're going to make is going to come. So we thought we'd throw a little kicker in there for 25 grand.
As bragging rights too.
And 25 grand. How much for the coach?
And we're going to pay the coach that's working with you 25 grand, so they're incentivized to make sure that you hit your target too.
Yeah.
And like you heard with Scott and Layla, that Grant just said, you hit this target, we're going to bring you on stage to GrowthCon and show you off to everybody, because it is a remarkable feat to accomplish. So here's how it works. What we're going to do, because we've been talking all day today about how important it is to have the support that you need from somebody who's knowledgeable to help you navigate this, is we're going to give you guys access to a one-on-one coach. You're going to meet with them every single week. These are our elite coaches. They've trained with us. They've been certified with us. Most of them have been with us for years. They've been followers, clients, fans for years before that. And they are all professional, all have professional experience that they brought to us, so that when we assign you a coach, we're trying to find the coach that fits best for you based on the experience they have. So you're going to get access to that for the next 90 days. That's a $10,000 offer if you bought that just by itself. The second thing that we're going to do is we're going to put you guys in a group coaching program for an entire, the entire 12-week program. It's called our 7-figure accelerator call. And on these 7-figure calls every Tuesday, they're ran by myself. I'm the president of the company. I'm in charge of sales and marketing here, driving revenue. Todd Straw, our VP of sales, and also Jeremy Gabbard, who is the chief revenue officer of Cardone Ventures. Our job is to generate revenue. And the fastest way that you can generate revenue in your business is by evaluating your sales process and refining your marketing process. So you're going to get the group support as well. The next thing that you're going to get is you're going to get access to our money and finance course, where Grant's basically going to unload in 3 hours, basically deprogramming you from all of the things that we talked about earlier that are causing you to make mistakes that you don't even know you're making, that are preventing you from getting the money that you deserve to have. We're going to give you access to the #1 business training platform in the country, on planet Earth, Cardone University. You're going to get access to this for the entire program, all 90 days, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You have access as much as you want, Grant on demand. There's thousands of training lessons in there on any problem that you're going to have in your business that's holding you back. We're also going to give you some of our tools. Grant mentioned we have a tool suite that we use here to help grow our company. One of them is the 90-day onboarding plan. How do you even attract and bring people into your organization and make sure that they're winning quick? Look, if you don't have a big, huge business, the reality is you can't afford to have it take 6 months or 8 months or 9 months for somebody to actually figure out how to make money for you. And so what we've done over the last 15 years that I've been with Grant is we've codified a way to bring salespeople into the organization so that they can become 6-figure producers in less than 90 days. We've actually figured out the way to get this down to about 40 days to where they're producing revenue for you, but it's all in the 90-day onboarding plan. You get that for free. We're going to give you our sales daily KPI tracker. Numbers are a vital part of your business. Grant was joking about me being analytical. Numbers don't lie. And for a lot of people, they think that they need fancy technology and all of these things. So we basically took what we used to use and created a sales KPI tracker where you literally input your targets, and then everything that you need to do on a daily basis all gets down to an activity so that you know exactly what needs to happen. And so every single day along the way through the 90 days, you know at the end of the day whether or not you're getting closer to your target or further away. There's also a feature in here where you can graph all of these stats as well, because graphs are much easier to read than looking at a bunch of numbers. So it's already built out for you. It's already set. All you need to do is start inputting your target and then the data day by day. We're going to give you our 7-figure sales scripts. We basically took our top sales scripts that our sales team is using, how to handle objections, word tracks, and we put it together into a program so that you know exactly what to do and say on the phone or face-to-face with customers to make sure that you win the deal. We're going to give you our profit planning calculator. Unbelievable tool that we built out where you literally can plug in how much profit you want to make in your business. You plug in a handful of numbers for your business, your close ratio, what your sales are right now, how much you pay your salespeople for commission. We'll actually tell you how many salespeople you need, how much money they can make, how many leads you need, how many calls they need to make, how many appointments you need to set. Everything, literally, you input 5 or 6 pieces of data, you hit submit, and it populates this whole calculator all out for you. It's called our profit planning calculator so that you can hit your profit targets. We're gonna give you our marketing swipe file. This is basically a cheat sheet of every one of our top performing marketing assets. Our top performing emails, best open rates, best click rates. Our top performing ads, lowest cost per click and highest revenue. Our highest converting landing pages, our best converting webinars, and our top converting funnels. Literally, all you have to do is build based on this book. It's already been tested. We spend $30 million a year on marketing and advertising and promoting the business. We learn a lot. And this marketing swipe file contains all of the secrets behind the things that we've spent years and millions figuring out, and you get access to it for free. The only thing that we will require of you on this is that you do have to sign an NDA that you're not going to share the information because it's only for you, not for other people. The social media marketing activity calculator, this is going to give you targets for where you need to post, how much you need to post, and how many impressions you need to get in order to drive the lead volume that you need in order to hit your target. We ran through that a bit earlier. The activity target calculator, we ran through that earlier as well. Again, basic profit target, time target, close rate, and boom, it tells you exactly how many calls you need to be making per day so that you can start setting your targets so that you actually hit your targets. The content creation calendar, social is a big part of what we do here. If you don't plan it out, it can be overwhelming. Most people don't post because they don't have a plan. They sit down, they go, hey, we need to post, we need to create something. They can't get creative because they're in the moment. This is an opportunity to take, an hour and a half on a Sunday afternoon, drop some AI, social media, some AI prompts in, generate all your social media content for the entire month, and then plan it out in the calculator, or I'm sorry, in the content creation calendar. So everything's clean, everything's organized, and you can get the volume of content that you need posted that you need in order to hit all your targets. We're also going to give you access to a private networking group over the 90-day period. So you get access on your phone. It's a networking group. There's hundreds of people here, thousands of people that registered for this. All these people are potential opportunities, not just to network and develop relationships with, but they could also be investors. They could be customers of your product or service. You could be a customer of that. Maybe they have the thing that you've been missing in your business. So most people don't have access to networks. Don't overlook this because Grant said other people have everything that you need and want. And the reality is most people are not good at building networks. So we create a community of like-minded people who are all pushing towards the same goal. Everybody wants to see everybody win, and you're going to get access over the course of the 90-day revenue challenge to that networking group. So this is everything that you're getting here. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars of value. A lot of these things you can get nowhere else but right here and right now. So the entire investment for this is $8,800. Like I said earlier, 80% of the people who have joined this program that own businesses and went through this program generated at least $8,800 in additional revenue in about a month. It was 39.4 days. And by the way, all of the things that you learn, the things that you implement, what Layla and Scott learned, what Daniel learned, what Pam learned, that lasts way beyond the 90 days. That stays with you forever. That's the beautiful thing about learning something new, and learning a new skill, is it stays with you forever. So the question is, what's your target? The question is, what's your target and where are you at? You need to figure out, what are you willing to do to hit the target? Are you guys ready to do whatever it takes? Are you guys ready to change your mindset and change the way you're looking at your business for the next 90 days? Are you willing to have somebody around you who's pushing you, who's invested in seeing you win? Are you in a position where you can say, look, I've got $1 million target. I'm willing to invest $8,800 to get there. You need to ask yourself these questions. What are you willing to give up to hit your target? Are you willing to give up some time? Are you willing to give up maybe comfort? Are you willing to give up a little bit of money? Because our team is willing to give you the time. and the resources and the tools that you need so that you can share the successes of some of the people that you guys have already seen go through this program. We're not as big as we are. We are not the #1 business education consulting company in the country because what we do doesn't work. It works when you work. But the reality is the people who do nothing at events like this rarely do the work. That's why the coach is so important, because they're the one that's going to keep you accountable. They're the one that's going to keep you driving towards your targets. When you consume a piece of information that you don't understand, you're going to be able to reach out to your coach and ask them how it makes sense to your business or what Grant meant when he was saying that, so that you can make sure that you're implementing these things. The first call is going to be all about setting an action plan. It's going to be set about based on setting your targets and figuring out what we need to do to get there. Like I said, on our end, when we intake you into the program, we're looking to assign you to the coach that has the most relevant experience to what you're doing. So if you are in construction, we have coaches with construction backgrounds, and so you will have access to that so you can use and leverage their mind share as well. So the entire program is $8,800. It's for 90 days. For a lot of the folks that you've seen here, how much do you think it was worth for Scott and Layla? It was worth an extra $1 million in revenue to them in 90 days, and they're just getting started. For Daniel, he went from $250,000 all year last year to $166,000 in revenue in 90 days. Do you think it was worth it for him? Pam went from $140,000 a month in revenue. She just had her biggest month, her record month in 27 years of doing this for work. She did $255,000. She almost doubled her revenue. You think it was worth it for them? So the question is, are you ready to get to the point in your business where you know you deserve to be? Because if you don't make an investment of time, if you don't make a commitment, if you don't invest resources, money, then nothing's going to change for you. And, you know, the thing that hurts us the most in our business is the people who take a piece of information and do nothing with it. And that's why you need somebody to do it with you. Most people think they can do it on their own. And that is why 91% of business owners don't make $1 million a year, and 67% of businesses fail within 5 years, because people try to go at it on their own. We have the experience, we have the results that prove what we've done, the success that we've had. Millions of people follow us and look to us for advice on how to grow their business, how to scale their business, how to invest their money. Nobody else in this space is as big as we are, and it's because what we do works. And we wanted to make sure that we put together a program that supported you all along the way. And if that weren't enough, if you can hit the $1 million target in 90 days, we're going to give you a $25,000 reward. And we're going to do that for as many people that hit the target. The team, when you sign up for the program, there are a few requirements that you have to do, that you have to agree to, just to make sure that we have visibility in what's happening. So when you onboard, your coach is going to go through all of that with you. But take advantage of this offer. If you believe you should be further along and you're not there yet, you are missing information. Anywhere in your business that you are failing or falling short, it's because there's a piece of information you don't know. Or like Grant said, something you know to be true that is not true. So I encourage you guys, take us up on this opportunity. It will be the game changer of the year for you. It's going to be the best way for you to close your year out. Make sure you close 2024 out strong. GrantCardone.com/challenge to join the challenge. It's GrantCardone.com/challenge. Jennifer in the chat right now is saying, she's a part of the program, my coach was also aligned perfectly with my background and what I'm trying to do. They really do match you up like they say they do. I didn't ask her to say that, okay? Special bonus for the first 50 people, we're going to give you a free ticket to our live event, the 10X Business Summit, the one Grant said don't tell people it was 3 days, that one. It's 3 days because it's loaded with amazing content. If you guys got a lot of value out of this training, then this Business Summit is going to throw it up over the top. But I can only give away 50 of those seats today. So we've got one coming up Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week. So if you can make a move on this quick and jump on a plane and get to Miami, you can join us for the event Tuesday. Or what you can do is you can join the challenge, go through the next 90 days, and then join us in January. We have one out in Scottsdale, Arizona. We do this event about 4 times throughout the year. We rotate back and forth between Scottsdale and Miami. Grant's there, Brandon Dawson's there, Sherry Hamilton, our COO, is there talking about operations, Natalie Dawson talking about people and hiring, our VP of Sales, Todd, and Dave Robards from our team, who just made just crossed $1 million in income this year. First salesperson we've ever had to do that. He speaks there. I talk about marketing and everything that we're doing here. We are here to help. So for the first 50 people, we're going to comp you a ticket for that event, and get signed up, get started. It's $8,800. If you need some type of arrangement, just talk to the team, grantcardone.com/challenge. It's grantcardone.com/challenge. Juan Carlos in the chat says, what do you mean that you give us a $25,000 reward if we hit the target? The challenge is to add $1 million in revenue in 90 days. So if you hit the $1 million in additional revenue over the 90-day period, then you will win a $25,000 prize, okay? Our goal is to have a lot of people do that, okay? We already had one person from the last cohort hit it, and I believe that we are just getting started. I think there's many more people who will win that. Hopefully we get so many people that win that prize that we have a full stage at GrowthCon to show you off to about 6,500 people on a $3.5 million stage. The event we spend probably $12 million on. It's like a freaking business rock show. So take advantage of this. Today can be the day everything changes for you. Our team is here to help. Our team is on the phone. If you guys have questions about how everything works, you can call us at 310-777-0255. It's 310-777-0255. Or go to grantcardone.com/challenge. Tomorrow, we have a stacked day. Grant's going to go into Super Freak Land, not like Diddy. He's going to go into Super Freak Land because we're talking about sales management, and scaling, and nobody on planet Earth understands the sales game better than Grant Cardone. And so come tomorrow, be here on time, because I promise you, the sales section alone from this presentation, because I went through what he put together, the sales section alone is going to be worth 100x whatever you paid to be here, and it will probably be worth even more than that for many of you. So we'll see you guys back here tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bring your spouse to the meeting with you. Bring your kids to the meeting with you tomorrow, and have them follow along as well, because the information that you're going to learn tomorrow will be an absolute game changer. So thank you so much for being here today. Take advantage of that offer, grantcardone.com/challenge. Call the office if you need to talk to somebody because you have questions, or you need to split the payment up into 2 payments or something like that, at 310-777-0255, 310-777-0255. We'll see you tomorrow.
So I got what you gonna do about it? Who got my money? Say who got my money? Who got my money? Say who got my money? So that money's calling. So I gotta ask who got it.
Okay, let's get to the paper. Talking millions on the phone. Okay, let's get some new haters. Ain't no feelings in the zone.
Okay, you talking Premier. VIP all about business. I never hope for the money. Me, I go out and I get it.
See me, I go out on a Tuesday. You know, every day Tuesday. And you know, Sheriff stay groovy. It's a 10X move.
You know we stay on the move. Gotta get money, they do it. Getting the wins, never losing. We never talk, we just prove it. Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money's calling. Who's got my money? So I gotta ask who got it.
Who got my money? Got my money.
You got my money. No. I got one question.
Who's got my money? And keep asking until you have answers. And once you have answers, then you go to who's got that money and you do whatever it takes. Once you commit to this concept fully, the money will follow like magic. Chapter 6, Step 4, Who's Got My Money?
Before the morning, yeah. Talking credit or cash, every question they ask, we gon' get to the bag. But they don't believe it, they say, how he achieve it, they say getting rich is a fantasy, Uncle G, what they say, watch where you getting advice, get you a millionaire mind, do you some millionaire math and multiply like chapter 5, then I got one question, hold up 2 questions, can you keep it 100, do you want blue blessings, say we got all the answers, that's a scuba lesson, do whatever it takes, like season 2 especially, Mikey B gon' ring the bell and get the 2-stepping. I doubled up and Jay say, homie, quit your 2-Xing. Dominate, don't compete.